I need to change my stream time. Every stream, there's a dog barking outside. I swear. Maybe it's just the fact that I live near dogs. That might be more relevant than the timing. However, it feels as though basically every single time I start streaming. Also, thank you for the follow, Fire. I see that you followed 1 minute before I went live. Something tells me you knew. Wait, what the heck? Is your name Fireblazin or is your name PTN2592? Because I just got a notification on 2 different activity feeds from 2 different websites that I use, both of which say that someone followed 5 minutes ago, but they have different names. What the hecky heck? Okay, well, thank you for the follow, PTN. Let's hop on over. Hollow Knight. This is a situation where normally I yap for like an hour or so, but I mean, come on, I'm so close to the end of Hollow Knight, right? I don't remember anything I was doing. I literally don't remember what happened last time on Hollow Knight. However, if I just kind of go, if I just simply do not allow momentum to cease increasing, if my inertia is perpetual in this motion machine, I will beat Hollow Knight. Now, I don't know if I'm going to beat Hollow Knight in 6 hours, but beggars can't be choosers. We do have an ad coming in not half an hour, 30 seconds, half a minute, and then I'm going to hop right in. But in the meantime, hi, how's it going? How do you be on this fine day? I woke up to a parking ticket, which is not very fun, because I wake up and I'm just like, oh, I have to move my car. I have to move my car today. And then it turned out, no, I didn't have to move my car today. That's good news. The bad news is I had to move my car yesterday. So I completely am out a fair bit of money. But that's fine. Finally, you can make it to a stream again. Hello, Maddie. You were up until 5 a.m.? Wait, what? Why were you up at... Were you playing 5 a.m. Marvel Ranked? You moved my car by hand? No, so I actually moved it by foot. I just kind of kicked it repeatedly. And every time I kicked it, it made that kind of TF2 frying pan noise. Every time. But hello, Yump and PT and Woke and Safety and Locust and Celador and Ludo and Hey, After Crash. It's been a minute. Rory, you don't get hello. Hi, I'm Maddie. Hi, Dynamite. Not the TF2 frying sound. Would you prefer the metal pipe? Just every single time, just... Wait, how was I going to make that noise with my mouth? I could just go... Like, this is the sound of me kicking my car repeatedly. Just over and over, just... Every time I kicked it. Just over and over. Hello. Flintstone's car? Well, no, so I wasn't running with it. I was kicking it. Like you punt a small child in order to get them flying across the soccer field and score a goal with them. That's how you play football, right? Why is my car metal, or what is my car metal pipe? Well, so my car is just a metal pipe that I attached 2 rocks on the end of, like wheels. And I can actually demonstrate this for you right now, where if I pull up MS Paint, if I am to draw what this looks like, so up first, of course, we have, oh gosh, we have the metal pipe, right? And then I actually put 2 rocks on the back of it. So I have like a rock here, and I have a rock here. So then these experience centripetal force, so they can spin in a circle, right? Right? And then this allows me to fire my inertia this way. I can actually propel myself like, you see that? I can even do a bit of a back and forth kind of motion, like just driving forward, driving back, driving forward, driving back. Now, it's not the most efficient setup. I do have to kind of like ride on top of it like a skateboard. However, sometimes whipping out the grippers makes it go faster, and I don't know why. So I can say it has very efficient thrust. Yeah, I can say that. The red rocket is taking off. Oh my gosh. Not total misanthropy talking about red rockets. Welcome. I thought it's a steampunk car and all the pipes fell off. Well, maybe. Oh, I need to check something. I can't talk about this, but I need to check something. Why am I here? Why am I here just to suffer? What the heck? Oh, right. Hollow Knight. Yeah, 31 hours. So for those of you who haven't been catching up, who don't know what's going on, we're in Hollow Knight. I've grabbed all 3 Dreamers. I have explored basically every area, up to including like the Abyss. I have not gone into the Hive. People have told me about the Hive. And I know that there's multiple endings. I have done 2 of the 3 arena matches because people said don't continue the arena, you don't have the requisite ability for it. I don't know if I have that now. Well, so this isn't quite the Hollow Knight, this is more the Filled Knight, but don't worry about that. And... right, so I want to go up to Spirit's Glade at some point once I hit that... I have 900 essence. I should probably go back up to Spirit Glade. Go up Fill-In Day Night. Probably Hornet. I'm never going to live down Filled Night, am I? I think I said that first. I don't even think that's a you issue. You don't have the ability and it also isn't required, but it's really useful. Where can I get that ability then? Is that something I will discover naturally or am I just kind of out of luck? Let me go this way. I want to see if I go to the right. And then I go down, and then I should be able to avoid the really annoying enemies, because I don't like the mosquito leech. Idiot. I thought I put it in chat and you said it was sus. I mean... ow! Knowing me, I would not put it past you or me to come up with this, you know? Like, that's a very me thing to say, but it's also something where I know how absolutely degenerate you are, Maddie. I know how obsessed with all things carnal and physical you are. And that you not at all are... hello? Whoa, 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 whoa. Ow! I saw a little pocket. I want to go to the pocket. I'm sorry, I got distracted instantly. I should not have played this video game. Oh, it's a grab. Oh yeah, 100% me, yeah. Ooh, the carnality. Me when I play Girl Frame for the first time. Oh, actually, I don't know how many of you know this because I mentioned it in the Discord server. I am on my way to run a Kane game for the first time. Ow! I'm very excited to... ow! I'm very excited to run a Kane game. Ow! Basic platforming, my beloved. Wait, I can do this. Frick! Sorry, that's the most aggressive I think I've been in a while. Obsessed with things carnal and physical. Good time to join. Hey, Dotsy. I did it. I did the basic platforming thing. I did the thing that I shouldn't have struggled with. Seems like today is an arrow Yelp state. That's me every time I play platformer. Coming down here was a mistake. I bounced on it crazy style. I did. Crazy style, Dio. It's Kane time. Yes, it is Kane time. And actually, no spoilers, because obviously if it ends up not happening, or if it ends up falling apart, I don't want to like hype it up and then have it be disappointing for you, because a lot of time, oh yeah, this is like detritus of the dead great worm, or the pale worm. Neat. Someone pointed that out last time. I don't like hyping stuff up that I don't know is going to happen. Like until it gets confirmation, I like to be kind of subtle about it. Just because, well, I don't want to get your hopes up and then squash your hopes. But this is something where ostensibly the first session should be happening like this week. So I'm fairly confident that it's going to happen. And for a lot of you, it will actually be a familiar face that will be the player. I'm not going to stream it. The player has expressed that they are comfortable and willing to have it be recorded. But I think that at the very least for our first hunt, I might not record it. Just because I want this to be a game first and a presentation, I want this to be a, what's it called? Pure. I want this to be a, what's it called? Piece of content second. But my goal is that if it works out with this player, if it ends up being they like the system, we gel together, we can get some more people, I'd love to run a cane game and like make content out of it. Whether that is recorded and I talk about it and I show off clips of it, or if it is fully streamed. What I think would be really interesting is if I saw something that I want to try out. I don't know if this is going to be worth it. I might just kill some time. I'm so sorry if that happens. But what I might end up doing is I might end up making it so that what might be fun is if I run a cane game and then if I run a cane game but I only show on stream all of the moments, all of the times when it is downtime between sessions, right? The actual, oh, it's just an egg. Not worth it. I only show off the downtime between, not here, anywhere but here. Not anywhere but here. I would take this over the Crystal Caves any day. Let's be real. But I only show off the downtime. And the actual hunts themselves, I play with my players, so they don't have to worry about being entertaining. They can worry about having fun. And then the downtime sessions, like you watch a soap opera. You watch session 1, and there's like 5 players. And then you watch session 2, and with no explanation, there's only 4. And you're like, what happened? And then you have to learn via context that it wasn't even that the other person died. It was that they got so traumatized from fighting a hound that they just gave up. They just gave up on being an exorcist and it got like executed by Cain. And I think that would be a really interesting way of kind of converting the medium almost. My cane party is currently investigating a vigilante lord that may or may not be a victim of criminal violence. Oh my gosh. Time absolutely has it coming. Hello. Hey, Draconic. Or Dragonic. Kill time? What did time ever do to you? Listen. Saturn devouring his son. That's all I'm gonna say. Now, does that mean anything to you? It should, because it's actually a very famous picture. But I mentioned this on a couple places, actually. I've mentioned this a couple places by now. Butcher Vanity by Yeezy, or rather by, I think it's some group of 3. It's 3 Vocaloid artists who are working together on a project. And it is this Vocaloid song about a cannibal. And I don't know why, it's been touching my brain recently. And I've been very much enjoying it. Like the past 24 hours, that's been all I'm listening to. And I am someone... Okay, so I was told that the hive is down here. Ow! But yes, so it's just been on my brain recently. We don't actually know if that's what Francisco Goya was depicting with that painting. Well, that's what it's called. That's what people call it. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's not. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. So disclaimer. I don't want spoilers. I don't want you to backseat me. I want to play this game by myself. And if I ask for assistance, I will be very clear that I'm asking for assistance. For instance, how do I get to the hive? I was told that I have to look down here, and then I have to look by the bees. But I don't know how to get to the hive, and I'm at the end of the game, so I don't want to miss the hive. Because a lot of people say that they love the hive. So if I could just get some guidance on how to actually enter the hive, the wall to my right. What, like here? Oh my gosh. I didn't realize. Holy heck. Oh no, the bees. But the bees are so cute. Look at them. Okay. Let's go. Oh no. Oh, you're just like a spawner. Got it. And you're running away like a coward. Like a pathetic creature. The area is so pretty. I do like the hexagons. Someone said, oh my gosh. So someone in my comment section was just like, I hate hex grids. I'm not even going to go into how much I hate them because it would take too long. And I'm like, no, please do. I want to hear this. Like, why do you hate hex grids? They sent me, I think it was over 500 words. They sent me a small essay about why they hate hex grids and how, well, actually, hex grids aren't superior to squares in any capacity because they're not actually equidistant. It's just as different with the diagonals as you would have with squares. People just don't realize that's the case. And I'm like, what? And they're like, with hex grids, it doesn't even line up properly. There's no grid formation. You can't properly set up alignment and or line of sight. And with hex grids, people completely misunderstand the purpose of them and why they would be effective. Hexes. And they were just ranting about hexes for like an essay. And I thought they were going to be hyperbolic when they were like, oh, I hate hex grids so much. No, they actually had like a 4-point essay where they didn't have any evidence. They didn't cite any sources. They just kind of ranted for like 500 words. Okay, listen. The Hex Grid is my favorite fictional band from Scooby-Doo. Because I'm a Hex Grid, and I want to put a spell on you. It's significantly more mundane, I know. No one said the Hex Girls. We're talking about Hex Grids. How does someone have that much to say about hexes? Oh. Neat. I'm sure this won't go poorly for me. Well, okay, I was gonna say, I'm sure this won't go poorly for me. I'm sure that they won't do the bench trick twice. The bench trick with all the spiders, like in the spider area, I'm sure that they won't do that again. Because that just wouldn't work as well. But, no, so if you want someone that has a lot to say about hexes, look up GCP Grey. He has a whole video about why the hexagon is the bestagon. And I honestly agree. Because structurally, what is the most structurally sound geometric shape? This is a test for all you wannabe engineers, you architects, anyone who values their ability in STEM. Because the correct answer is the triangle. Exactly. And what is a hexagon if not just 6 triangles all pushed upon one another in such a way that their force is distributed, not equally, but like as best as it can be? So like structurally, the hexagon is actually super sound. It allows for tessellation. It allows for an even distribution among all of the different, among the different... It allows for a flush distribution of all of the faces and sides to be up against one another. Also, my hardline vector guy burned their third eye psychically investigating a crime scene outside a Tex-Mex restaurant that may or may not have a sin-on-sin combat with the Lord. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so my player, who... we have, again, we've done like a session 0. We haven't quite done a proper session yet. Our first session should be this Tuesday, so I'm excited. They want their person, they want their exorcist to be a former, like, basically like a dream SMP YouTuber. So they have like, they're like a they play Discount Minecraft and got like hundreds of thousands of subscribers off of like this one really big collab server they were on. So what they want is they want a group of exorcists who know who they are. And when talking to them, I was like, okay, Lines and Veils, like, let's set this up. I want to make sure you're comfortable. I want to talk about like really dark topics, but not in a way that would make you like not have a fun time. And then they're like, okay, please don't have me fight an idol, not because it would make me uncomfortable, but because I want to save that. The fact that I'm a content creator that is now an exorcist, I want to save the idol because it's so thematically on the nose that I would feel bad blowing the load early. Like, it was a freaking Warhammer 40k. Exactly. Although I will say, Warhammer 40k, having absolutely no grid whatsoever to speak of, is a bit finicky, but it is fun. Like, hi. Ah! You're not high. Sin on sim crime is a tragedy. Yo, I love Terraria. I love fighting the queen bee. There's gonna be a queen, isn't there? And it's gonna be like the larva boss, isn't it? Where it's just like a big spawner. Beep. Beep. Also, I'm sorry about my voice. My voice is a bit, like, I guess rougher than normal. It's like a bit deeper than normal. I can't really blame my recording yesterday, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it's just maybe it's because like I read for a couple hours yesterday, and then I just woke up recently, and I was recording yesterday, and I was like doing like vocal distortion on my voice for the for the short coming out today, actually. Yeah, today's short. Ow! Ah! You can destroy terrain. A Minecraft YouTuber exorcist. Yeah, so they said they wanted to be like a content creator. They wanted to be someone that like had an online following. They were more like of a entertainer. And their initial conception was someone that would basically run a disinformation campaign via making everyone think that the Sin events were fake, right? They would effectively like be a crisis actor, but they're also an exorcist, right? And that's why they went like the content creation angle. And then I made a joke about, oh, so you're a Minecraft YouTuber. And then it just kind of stuck. Which is very silly. Oh, my money. Arrow is rocking just the rolled out of bed luck. Well, ow! Not quite. I didn't just roll out of bed. I did like go get a ticket on my car because I didn't move it. So like I've been out of the house, but I mean, I haven't been up for like hours and hours yapping and chatting. I spoke very little before hopping on stream, which I probably should have spoken more, which is why my voice is kind of weep. Beep, beep. But yeah, I always get apologetic whenever I don't sound how I normally do, because I understand a lot of people have said that they like my voice, and some people have said that they don't like my voice, and I feel for both those people. Both those groups. Without the inner structure of triangles, just a hexagon thing would be floppier. But what's interesting is diamond molecular structure is hexagonal, so what gives? I think it's important on a molecular scale is that it's equally charged atoms. Well, yeah, so, and when I say hexagons, I'm mostly meaning a hexagon made up, yeah, so this is where I went before. This is how I found out about the hive. I was so confused, I was like, whoa. Like a hexagon by itself is not inherently strong, right? Because it does not have that it has too many vertices, basically. It has too many points of tension. But if it's made up of triangles, I refuse to believe that Arrow doesn't do warm-up yips and yaps and yeeps. Nope, it's all natural. Have I eaten or drank? Yes, I have. I burned 2 pathos on a hard, risky roll due to all the lingering psychic energy around the crime scene that gained an affliction that I risk further injury using psyche rolls and non-combat encounters. Also, it freaking hurts because like a migraine eye strain seeing mysterious colors unlike any scene on Earth. Yeah, so in case you're wondering, that is all just instinctual. Those noises that I make. It is not practice. Real, not clickbait. Yeah, so I've had a couple ideas of what I could do for the first hunt, and I think what I landed on. I think what I landed on is I'm going to have it be a ogre, a cat 1 ogre, because so for those of you who have run Kane, because as much content as I've made about Kane, as much as I've read about the lore and I've read about the mechanics and I kind of theory crap, I have not run Kane yet. Ow! This is my first time running Kane. Of those of you who have run Kane, when you have a Cat 1 group of exorcists, or suppose just generally speaking, should you ever have the exorcists fight a sin that is not of the same cat as them, either higher or lower? Because I feel as though the progression is so fast and the game is already so deadly, you shouldn't really be having anyone fight anything that's a lower cat than them. If they're Cat 1, they should only ever be fighting Cat 1 and maybe Cat 2. If they're Cat 2, they should only ever be fighting Cat 2, maybe Cat 3. If they're Cat 3, maybe Cat 4. Like, it should generally be the same level and or +1 maybe. But also I don't know the flow of the game well enough to make that judgment. Yap by choice, yip by instinct. Listen, born to yap, forced to yip. Or yelp? I don't know how I feel about yipping. That feels like a furry thing. Is that a furry thing? Yip, 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 yip. Ah! Yoink. Oh! I get another mask. Awesome. And I get full healed. Nice. Yeah, come on. Let me just do that real quick mid-combat. They only... I had my Cat 4 Exorcist fight a Cat 6 Centipede. They only beat it because of the Ardent's passive. Yeah, where you can increase cat. Well, because everything that is of a lower cat is hard. And if it's of a lower cat by 3 or more, it's impossible, right? Unless I'm misremembering. Okay, something's locked behind there. Also, I went up when there was a path down before. I might want to go back that way. Unless this is that path. This seems to be that path. I think this was that path. Am I wrong? No, the one where you explode and it's kill everything. Oh! Oh, that one! Maybe a low sin cat with a high puzzle complexity. So what it is that I'm running a one-on-one game for another content creator. I'm running a one-on-one game for a friend of mine. And the goal, the way we kind of set it up is I'm doing kind of like what I did with Werewolf, with my roommate. Is it's going to be a group of exorcists. It's 15 of them, all in the same like dormitory, where it is effectively a one-person West Marches game. It is dormitory Epsilon, where there's this group of 15 exorcists, and all of them kind of work together on a per mission basis. And obviously cat is going to be different for each of them. But my goal is that it's every mission they go on, they're going to be able to... Oh! Hog. Oh, so this was just another way in. Got it. So I can then go... Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So this was just a little backtrack thing. And then the other way with the multiple blockages was... Oh, chairs. The other way with the multiple... Oh, and these are like books or something. Nice. Bees are cool. The other way is... Oh, this is breakable. But the other one isn't. Got it. I thought all of them are breakable. Hog. Sorry, witchcraft. But yes, so it's a one-on-one game where they have a group of like 14 other exorcists all in the same dormitory. And the goal is that they are going to be able to select when they go on missions which ones go with them. Or rather, I as the admin can choose which ones go with them, but I can rotate it in such a way that they always have a balanced party. And because they are a flux user, I'm going to reason that even though they're the new guy, even though they're the new one, they are going to literally be the best one to be kind of like a persona leader kind of deal. Like they're the persona protagonist effectively, because not they're like smarter than everyone, not they're a better leader than everyone, not anything like that, but just because they have flux, they can like screw with time. So it's totally reasonable for them to give out orders to everyone in a in like a split second because they manipulated the flow of time, right? So that's the... Oh, I could have just gone this way. Whoops. So that's going to be my justification as to why everyone listens to them, because obviously as the main character, I'm going to encourage them to take initiative. So what I want it to be is I want it to be that there's going to be them, and then they're going to have this whole crew that they're working alongside, all of whom are senior to them, or most of them who are senior to them. And then the goal is going to be, who's going to survive? There's gonna be a lot of trauma going on. There's gonna be a lot of sadness going on. Last time. Hello? That's what I thought. Hello? Oh. Oh! Hive Night. Hi. Ow! Ow! Ow. Heck. Darn. Oh. Heck. Darn. Ow. Ow. I just walked into them. Quite literally. Ow. Heck. Frick. Darn. I need a timed heal. I don't have a time to heal. Now I do. Don't worry, I'll just solo them. I will simply deal more damage than they can heal. Or that they can take. Okay. I assume 3 phases, because that tends to be pretty typical. Unless I'm misremembering. Oh, I was facing the wrong way. Whoops. Heck. Okay, sorry. I'm kind of locked in a little bit. My apologies. I'm not being very entertaining. There we go. That's why I locked in, is so I can first try this. I assume this is... Oh, they had Fanta. Oh, no. Oh. Sorry, my apologies. Big B, the buzziest night this side of Howl's Nest. Oh, dang. First try, yeah. Oh no, I saw this and I'm like, you feel like a mini boss. You don't even feel like a main boss. I don't want to lose to you. Hello? Hive blood. Golden nugget of the hive's precious hardened nectar. Heals the bear's wounds over time, allowing them to regain health without focusing soul. That might be worth it. So how slow are we talking? Are we talking like if I don't get hit over 10 seconds, I heal 1? That doesn't seem worth it. But if it's a matter of like, oh, just like every 5 seconds I heal 1, no matter if I get hit or not. Oh, hi. My knight, at last you are freed. Small thing, I know you small thing, I know you're kind. If you attempt to resolve your past, then know I am not the queen you seek. It is the pale beings that bear blame for your nature. Though this hive exists within Howl Nest, we play no part in its attempt at perpetuation. To rail against nature's folly, all things must accept an end. What if so if I fight them, it recovers the last mask you lost over time. Oh, so if I don't take repeated damage, then I'm fine. But if I take 2 masks of damage in 10 seconds, I will only heal 1. Got it. What if I just dream nail? If I dream nail, will I fight? That'd be funny. Just the villain arc of just taking out all of the dreamers. But yes, with Kain, my goal is for the player to effectively be like a Persona style leader, which I'm not going to force leadership on them, but much in the same way of like with my roommate who I hit the wrong button. With my roommate who, despite playing a character that they didn't intend to take on a leadership role, just by virtue of the fact that they're a player, their voice held more weight, and I justified that in-game as basically, they're a reasonable person. They were the reasonable mediator between 2 extremes. And just like how in this King game, I'm thinking I can justify it where they literally, boots on the ground, have the best shot of communicating. To be a Persona style leader? No, she dies? Oh. They're fighting an ogre first. Does that mean they'll want to burn their bread? Okay, I wasn't going to go that far. However, Persona 3 is basically just the vibes of Cain. But yes, so the first hunt that my player's going to go on is a ogre hunt of a cat 1 ogre, because I figure if they're cat 1, fight a cat 1 ogre. I'm sure I could have done like a cat 2, but I don't see the point in running a cat 1 sin unless the party is cat 1. Like, unless I'm missing something. Oh, wait. Did I... Am I missing? No, I just haven't rested. Never mind. I want to go to the Stagway. Sorry, I'm thinking. I want to go to the Stagway, which the closest one is the Palace Grounds? Yeah, the Palace Grounds. Seems reasonable. And there's a motorcycle outside. It's very loud and annoying. Ow! Ow! Oh, I go this way. Whoops. Power fantasy, I guess. I mean, so my plan is hunt 1, cat 1 ogre. It is going to be a teacher at a school where a student recently took their own life, and the teacher was basically trying to help them through it and failed, or rather not failed, but like was unable to help them through it because the teacher was not the issue. It was a matter of like their peers, they were being bullied. So I'm gonna basically do like a reversal where it starts with the idea of, hey, go to the school, there's an ogre there, a student recently took their own life, presumably that's who it was. Ogres aren't common to form post-mortem, but that's in all likelihood what happened. Go deal with it. Then they're going to realize, no, it's not the student, it's the teacher. And then they're going to deal with the teacher. Because I think it's interesting to explore what happens to the people in your life when something bad like that happens. Because everyone is connected. Even if it's someone you don't think you're connected to, they have some degree of care for you. But yeah, so like I'm going very like standard cat 1 ogre. I'm thinking all of the things that are about like just sinking into despair and not being able to do anything, right? I'm thinking the affliction circling the drain, an unseen thing in the darkness, the weather one. Basically, I'm gonna do the weather one, the darkness one, and the agony. The one that gives you the affliction is your heart in this. Because the whole idea is that this is an ogre manifested off the idea of failing to be able to assist. And I think that's gonna be an interesting first taste for the player, because it's very much so not a big I mean, it's gonna be a kind of big monster, but it's not gonna be a big monster in the sense of like, it's scary, it's overpowering, it is this or that or the other thing. What it's gonna be is that it's gonna be just sad. And I expect, and I don't know, but I expect the player's probably gonna want to spare the sin, is my guess. But it's their first hunt. I don't know. Maybe they'll be super hardline. Ah, Wielder, you've returned. Let me have a look at that dream now. So you already have 700 essence. I wonder if whether the dreamers are watching you as you work, or even that old king. That lock of theirs, desperate but very clever. I wonder how long they thought it could hold. I hold no disdain for them, though. As history goes on, I grow numb to its repetitions. Take your gift and continue collecting essence. Once you have 900, come back and visit me. Oh! Nice. I didn't realize that's the sort of thing I was going for. The dream nail now holds 900 essence within its core. Are you surprised that this old kingdom has so many hidden dreams? Yes, you're starting to see them. The connections between us and the dreams we leave behind, like prints in the dust. The time has come for you to learn how to revisit the places connected to you. Hold the dream nail tight, Wielder, and imagine a great gate opening before you. Did I just get fast travel? Like teleportation? Dream gate? What the heck? Hold D, hold down while using the dream nail to set a dream gate. Hold up. Oh, I can do a wormhole. How far is this? Oh, the dream nail is growing so brightly. Keep it up. Return to me once you have collected 1200 essence. What the hecky heck? So I have 900. I'm not looking to go around and just fight a bunch of ghosts. Also, is there literally only one hot spring in this game? Like, what the heck? No, wait, no, there's one in the infected crossroads too. Like, I think literally the only two hot springs is the one down in Deepness and the one in the Forgotten Crossroads. Ooh, Hollow Knight, how far are you? So first off, welcome on in, Rageful. Yes, I'm like 30 hours in. I've grabbed all 3 Dreamers. The crossroads are infected. I just explored, I believe, the final area, the Hive, because I hadn't explored that before. I just did 900 Essence on my Dream Nail, and I have done 2 of the 3 arena missions. So like Queen's Garden, there's a bit to explore. I could go Queen's Garden. I haven't finished Queen's Garden. I could go Queen's Station, Queen's Garden. Is that a moaning French cat ghost? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. They're a moth. There's 5 hot springs? There's 3 springs? Oh. Interesting. Bro, I'm just continuously amazed whenever there's like a Metroidvania. Dark Souls had this too, where it's just the interconnectedness of the map. I know this is like a hallmark of Metroidvanias, but still. I've done the first 2 arena missions. I've got like 1200 Essence and I've not touched the Dreamers yet. Ah, got it. So I think I'm a little bit further than you. I'm hoping to beat the game today, but I don't know how reasonable that is. I think first I'm gonna go over to Queen's Station. I think first I'm gonna go over to Queen's Station. Put some extra stuff on top of Crystal. Yeah, so I went over there. I couldn't access them. I don't know if it's like a skill issue, or I don't know if it's like I literally didn't have the ability to traverse there yet. But I tried going to Crystal Peaks and I couldn't go up. Let's go to Queen's Station. Then from Queen's Station, we're going to explore Queen's Garden, because I haven't fully explored that yet. Are you interested in hints? So with this stream, basically, this stream, no spoilers. Hints, I'm going to be very lenient about. So for instance, I'm basically just clearing out my agenda list. So I'm going over to Queen's Station and I mentioned, oh, I want something up at the top of Crystal Peaks, but I don't know how to get it. You can say, look in Queen's Garden. You can find the thing in Queen's Garden, and I won't be upset. Just don't tell me about, like, endings or the final boss or Path of Pain or anything, because that's all stuff that I'll probably look into, and I'll probably explore naturally. But if it's literally like, hey, you missed a really cool interaction with, like, Quirrell at the hot springs in Deepness, like, that's something that you're totally good to tell me. Look in the overgrown mound. Got it. Ah! Yeah, so I'm going to start by just kind of clearing out Queen's Garden, because I realized that I didn't actually finish it. The final boss is Cornifer and his wife. Listen, I can accept fighting Cornifer, but his wife, Iselda? She's been nothing but good to me. Oh yeah, you need to get an upgrade to keep going higher? I can access it, but I don't have it? Got it. Because that's the thing. I never know if I have all the upgrades or not. I never know if I freaking... like... yeah. Presumably, I can get 2 more. But I don't know if it's like a rancid egg situation, you know? I don't know if I need, like... if I'm getting 2 more rancid eggs. Ow! Also, warning, I do yelp. I do make noises every time I take damage or every time I fall. I will apologize now. Iselda used to be a fighter. I'd be interested in her as boss. Yeah. Like, she used to be a fighter. She put down her nail, and then her husband went out gallivanting without her, and she's sad about it. And I'm just like, girl, you are a girl boss. Why are you letting him disrespect you like this? Rancid egg? Did I grab you? Yelps good, me love yelps. Okay, so is that just like a thing that draws people to my community? Are people here for the yelping? That strikes me as kind of odd, I'm not gonna lie. Like, who are you to come here for Yelps? Oh. Okay, so I need a thingy. Eep. Ow. Ow. Oh. I'm in pain. We're all here for the yelling. They're silly, I like them. Well, you're silly. Shut up. Yelps are fantastic, they add character. Yeah, just imagine that the Hollow Knight is doing them. Okay, so I have to go right. So I have to go right, and then I can hit the bench, and then I can go down and to the left and then up, because before I went left. And the reason that I went left before is because I went down into Deep Nest. Right. Understood, understood, understood. Yelps, yips, squeals, screams, I don't know, I like... Well, I am non-binary, so it's not quite girl sounds, I'm not quite there yet. Though I do make anime girl noises when I eat, so a little bit of both. Or if we explained why people came here for the Yelps, I'd have to pull your own version of, I know what kind of men you are. Oh my gosh. Okay, in case you didn't know, I struggle with 2D platforming. I also struggle with 3D platforming. That's just kind of who I am. That's part of my DNA. Oh yeah, I forgot. Right, I forgot about these ones. They're just arguing in the afterlife. Gosh, I hope that's not going to be me. I don't believe in ghosts, but if I do become a ghost by whatever stretch of the imagination, I hope I'm not stuck arguing with someone in a comedic and or like lovelorn antagonism for the remainder of my existence and for all eternity. Like, that just sounds inconvenient at best. Like, it sounds soul-rending at worst, but it sounds inconvenient at best. Kinky Romero often goes, ow. Shut up, Leans. Just because you've been with me when I ate does not mean that you can confirm or deny if I make noises. Fine, I'll just leave you. I'll just be gone myself. We don't need the noises to confirm, we just know. Shut... No. You can't say that. Oh, this is why I didn't go this way. It's because it's, like, I was distracted by the sign. Oh, the stagway path. That would have been nice to know. Boss fight. Hello? Oh, mini boss. You don't have a name. Ow! Oh. No, you're just a baby. Oh, because it's an arena. That makes more sense. Heck. Ow, frick. Heal. 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 So, question. These are mantises, right? But these are evil mantises? These are mantises that aren't a part of the tribe, the clan? Because I was informed last time that they are mantises, because I was like, these look like mantises. It's weird that they're attacking me. And then someone was like, yeah, they are mantises. That is weird. But I don't know if these are, like, separate or if they're just ones that got fanted. They're husks. But, like, is this a separate, like, culture group of the manti, the mantises? Or is it just that, like, literally just that they got hit by Fanta? Frick! Oh, I got it. I was so worried. As evidenced by the fact that I called out what is the closest thing to an expletive you'll hear from me. Actually, that's a lie. 7 minutes ago, I just dropped a voiceover meme where I fully dropped the F-bomb multiple times because I'm reading scripts. I'm reading a meme. And I tried censoring it when I did the Mech War meme. It just doesn't hit the same. So I've just kind of decided that if I do release like a voiceover meme and it does involve cursing, I'll just curse. Because it's not like I'm not allowed to curse, I just have a preference against it. Arrow says heck often. The Lancer one? Yeah, the Lancer one from 10 minutes ago. They've been banished for being Oh. Wait, really? So they're traitors. that purposely got infected to be stronger. Because the Mantis Lords obviously have been fighting off Deepness. The Mantis Lord... Wait, we have an ad? No, wait. We have like 5 more minutes because I started late. Never mind. The Mantis Lords have been fighting off Deepness with all of the monsters and all the husks and whatever. Interesting that some of them were like, I want to be stronger, so I'm going to purposely infect myself with the don't get infected by this disease. Although, I suppose... I don't know how you get infected. I have not yet learned how it would be that you would get infected by Fanta. I assume it's you just like drink a can of it, but... Yeah, Trader Soul of Tang. Dang, man, this mech war is messed up. That's the kind of like kids bopification I have to hit it with if I want to do my thing. Where's the stag leg? Yeah. I am a god gamer. No one can tell me differently, and if you do, you're a liar. Here sleeps the traitor's child. Can I kill them in the afterlife? So this is the second spot where it feels like something should be here and there isn't. The traitor's child, or probably there's more than that, but when I think of the traitor's child, and I also think of this area down in the abyss that's off to the left, where it's just like, here you may lie, or whatever. These are areas where I'm just like, it feels like there should be an item or an enemy, like a boss encounter, and there's just not. Zoink Scoob, this mech war is horrifying. Like, I totally pulled off this one dude's mask, but inside of it was just flesh. It started saying, cascade the enemies of the Godhead. Gosh, my voice is at like a lower register right now, so I'm actually finding it hard to go up to a Shaggy voice. Of all things. You'd think that since my voice is a bit lower, it's more mask reading, but no, he has such like a whiny voice. He has such an up and down voice that it's actually like harming my ability to do a Shaggy impression. Ow! Yeah, like my voice, I like my... I'm gonna say something, don't make it weird. Like my voice, my throat is currently like tight right now. I think it's because it might have been the recording from yesterday. It may have been the fact that I was yapping a bunch yesterday. It may have been the fact that I woke up like fairly recently in the grand scheme of things before stream, and then I didn't get a chance to like do vocal warm-ups.
So I can go down to a voice like this, or I can add more of a vocal distortion to it if you want me to be a Valorant boy.
Quite easily, but I actually struggle to hit up those higher registers now.
Gay.
Gay. Yeah, and? Oh my god, someone said on my recent video, someone said on my False Hydra video, like, good video, but you're gay. And I was just like, whether or not I'm gay has no impact on the video unless it awoke something in you. Because, like, yes, I do consider myself gay. I am queer, but it's also like, you good, bro? Like, am I making you question things? Like, I can help you through that if you need, but that doesn't really have any impact on the False Hydra. Now ask us if we want some tea and flowers.
Oh dear, it's a lovely day. Birds are singing, kids are playing. On days like these, kids like you should have some tea and flowers.
Ow! They probably forgot if you awoke something in them. Yeah, you're right. Okay, question. I know some of you are freaks. I know some of you are freaks. False Hydra. Smash or pass. Like, I'd call it an unforgettable experience, but let's be real, that is not true. Just some of us? Smash? Smash? Okay, understood. Pass? Okay, Yuzu, thank you. See, Yuzu, this is why I appreciate you. It's not the art, it's not the AC advice, it is simply the fact that you will pass when I ask you a completely unreasonable Smash or pass. Do not the false Hydra. I worry the false Hydra would be a selfish lover. Okay. Who would ever give it a chance, though? Can you blame something for being selfish if it's never had the opportunity to get the experience to grow? Oh, I'm back on green path. Interesting. Ah. That it. Ah! I was overtaken by a shrubbery. Oh, I can just double jump. Yeah, I forgot. I'm silly. Green Path sure does link to more areas. Yeah, I kind of hated Green Path to begin with because of the Gamer Water. Now I'm immune to the Gamer Water. Green Path has no power over me, and I can actually respect it for what it is. It's like the idea of like when you really don't like a teacher because they have a position of authority over you, and then once you leave their class, you're like, actually, you're kind of cool. Has anyone experienced that? Or like a boss? Like once they stop being your boss, you're like, actually, I can appreciate who you are, what you're doing. It's just when you were in a position of authority over me, I really resented you because you were in a position of authority over me specifically. Now with Green Path, you have no way of hurting me. So I'm just kind of like, I've ascended through my own wisdom past you. I've had that with a coworker. The game has some crazy interactions. Yeah, it's a Metroidvania. I'm not going to pretend like that's unique to Hollow Knight, but it's always cool when it happens, right? I still remember when I first played Dark Souls 1, and when I realized after fighting the Tauros demon that I kicked down a ladder that brought me from what was it? The bridge with the worm, with the wyvern. That led me back down to the undead parish, and then I was like, whoa, I didn't realize that I was literally like above the area that I thought that I was like totally far away from. And then later, beneath the undead parish, you realize you're staring down at Lower Undead Burg. And then beneath Lower Undead Burg, there's the depths. Going from Firelink through the sewer into the parish, and then from the parish, you go through it, you turn around, you go up, you go on the bridge, you realize you can go back down into the parish to the bonfire. And then, if you literally just look down, if you jump effectively, you can just go to the Lower Undead Burg and no one can stop you. It's so pog. Why am I here? Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We doing pro gamer strat. Never mind. I take it all back. That's why I love Elden Ring. Yeah. Elden Ring is a game that I still haven't played. Frick, darn it, dang it. Elden Ring is a game I still haven't played because basically I want to play the other Souls-likes first. I played Dark Souls 1. Heck. Haha. I played Dark Souls 1, and then I played some of Dark Souls 2. Right? I put... Oh, it's a grub. I played some... I played some of Dark Souls 2 and then my computer crashed, so I ran out of Dark Souls 2 time. So I never beat Dark Souls 2, and I just haven't kept up with it since. I have the Dark Souls trilogy, and I want to play Dark Souls 2 and 3. But Elden Ring, I want to wait until I like play at least the original trilogy. I want to play Bloodborne. I want to play Sekiro, because I've heard good things about it. Ow! Hiveblood helps a lot with it. You're so right. I think that unironically Hiveblood might be like the way... I think Hiveblood might be the thing for me. Because my consistent... I'm gonna take a life. And it may be my own. Like, my biggest thing in this game has always been platforming, right? Do I have OG2 or Scholar? I have Scholar with First Sin. You have to play Kingsfield first? What does that mean? What I will say is that my current plan after Hollow Knight, because assuming that I beat this today, next week I'm actually going to be on a virtual convention. Fun fact, and I'm going to be streaming my perspective of that, where you can join me, I believe, for free. Where it's like a games con, but it's all digital. And then, ooh, I should go back. Nah, I can just heal. Oh, heck. We have an ad. A sort of predecessor to Demon Souls? Oh my god. Wait, I've heard of Kingsfield. What are you talking about? Goodness gracious. Stretch. You can place it. Wait. I forgot I had I forgot I had wormholes. You're so smart. Wait, how long does... If I... Okay, so it takes a bit of time. And then if I... Got it. Did that just spend essence? Interesting, interesting, interesting. Kingsfield is on the slow side for most people these days, but the world and lore is cool. Ooh. I do love good, cool world and lore. I will say, world and lore, very important to me. I enjoyed the combat of Dark Souls. I enjoyed the combat of AC6. The thing that kept me around was the vibes, was the lore, was the setting, was the story. And yes, AC6, I was quite critical of it on my first playthrough. I was quite critical of it, actually, with the characters and me not connecting to them and me feeling that I needed more from them and the story I didn't care about. But then playing the same story 3 times really makes you care about these characters. And not in the sense of I want good things to happen to them. I want to be the one to wring Iguazu's little whiny neck. And that means he's a good villain, right? I want to be the one to personally curb stomp Iguazu's throat in. I want to inflict incredible violence onto Snail, right? Well, welcome back from the ad, everyone. Warping consumes 1 essence, okay, but the game keeps track of how much essence you spent on it, and when it becomes too much, it boosts the chance of random drop. Thank you, understood. Dash, right. Oh, right, I forgot how scuffed my... I realized when talking about it, how scuffed my playstyle is. Do you want to know how I'm playing on this keyboard? I have my middle finger on jump. I have my index finger on slash, and I will take my slash and I will move my index finger off of slash to dash and then put it back on slash. Oh, arena. Oh, frick. Darn. Oh, heck. Ah! Cloth! Haha! Hello! You're a friend. Cloth is a cutie. I like Cloth. I hope Cloth doesn't die a horrible death. I'm frightened that they will. Oh, it's a fun fight. Hard, though? Ooh. Traitor... Ah. Well, I have a buddy. Honestly, I'm very huge on... I like summons. I don't know what it is. I just... Even if a fight is easy, I will absolutely, like, summon whatever ally I can. So the fact that I have Cloth for this makes me feel better just, like, on a spiritual level. Ah! On a spiritual level. Frick! I thought I healed. Cloth! No! I hope Cloth didn't die. That would suck. Oh, the warp... The warp stays. That's incredible. Being attached to anyone in Bug Dark Souls is about it. That's very true. But it ain't gonna stop me. Actually, that's super useful then. I can now ignore backtracking. Effectively. So what I can do is... I can consume the 1 essence. And I'm here. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yep. But yes, so... And you say don't get attached to anyone in Bug Dark Souls. I do push back on that because in Dark Souls, it's like you can get attached to people. And that's something that I like about something like Dark Souls over something like, well, I wouldn't say over something like Metroid. I've played Metroid Prime. I really enjoyed it. I played a little bit of Metroid 2. I didn't beat it though. I really like about Dark Souls and AC6 and all of these kind of like Souls-like games is that there are other characters for you to interact with, and they're sad, they're depressed, they are not having good time in their life, but they're characters. And Cloth, you're such a sweetie. There are other characters you can interact with, and sure, you might not have meaningful interactions with them, but it makes the world feel somewhat populated. And something as simple as like seeing Solaire and he talks to you about jolly cooperation is fun, right? People love Solaire, and not because he's a good character, not because he is particularly interesting, but entirely because he's just like a fun dude. He's a happy guy in an unhappy world, and that's very important to have. And this is kind of like the Kane video I just made where I talk about like downtime. You need to have a certain degree of... Oh, you deal 2 damage each. You need to have a certain degree of like joy in dark settings. You're meant to get attached to characters like Cornifer so that you feel the impact when they randomly die from tetanus, like Cornifer. Okay, they very poorly did Cornifer. Oh, I probably should have set my thing closer. Yeah, so they very poorly did... They very poorly did Cornifer because maybe it's just because his wife talks bad about him. But or maybe it's because like he constantly shows up in places that I was unable to. But my default reaction when I see Cornifer is almost always, oh, it's this guy. It's this mongrel. Which I don't think is the intended reaction. Isilda, sure. Quirrell, sure. Cloth, of course. You're an absolute cutie. However, when I see Cornifer of all people, of all bugs, nah, be gone. But like Solaire from Dark Souls 1, Siegmeyer from Dark Souls 1, these are both characters who like, their value in the game comes from being a breath of fresh air. Not because they're memorable, or not because inherently they are like really well-written characters that have emotional complexity and depth and whatever, but because they're just happy. And that's something that not a lot of characters in the game have. Oh, frick. Oh, so different moves deal different types of numbers of damage. Frick. Darn. Wait, Cornifer dies? Good, TBH? Yeah, but being alone is part of what Metroid experiences specifically. That's why all the worst ones have dialogue. No, so I know, and that's just like a preference thing. I'm not saying that it's better or worse for Metroid to have other characters. I'm just saying that personally, my preference is I like having other characters to bounce off of. I like having a situation where I'm not alone. I have other characters in this world with me. Heal myself now? I can't, I died. Silksong has dialogue and it's great. Yeah, it just goes Shaw. It just goes Shaw repeatedly, right? Yeah, I posted a meme in the Discord where it's just like Spider-Man, and he just goes, Hornet, this is where I watched my uncle die. And then it just shows Hornet on his shoulder going, Shaw! Oh no. Border! Hello, Border! Let me Maddie, if you're still here, can you give him a shout? Hey, robot. Can we get a Shaw in chat? And also, can we shoot the chatters? Because if you don't know, in Borderwise's chat, we shoot our raiders with a 1-point channel redeem Purge the Week. If you are found wanting, if you are found weak, you will be executed. Ow, I took damage. So, if you get banned, it's not personal. It is simply because you were found weak. So, just get good and that won't happen to you again. How about that?
Yummers.
But yes, currently we're playing Dark Souls. No, we're not playing Dark Souls. What am I talking about? We're currently playing Hollow Knight. I am near the end of the game. I don't know if I'm at the end of the game. I have, for those of you who know, I have encountered all 3 Dreamers. I am on my way to the final boss. And currently I am just exploring a couple areas that I missed. So like the Queen's Garden is an area that I hadn't explored even though I had it on the map. Beep. The new Dark Souls looks weird. Listen, the new Dark Souls has a lot of bugs in it. And I really think they need to fix that. But yes, what were you up to? I think it was a drawing stream unless I was mistaken. Darn, I was weak. Yeah, sorry.
Be gone, sucks!
So unfortunately, Draconic, that's not how that works. You have to say a specific name. I'm so sorry. But that is a you issue. Also, watching you fight this boss is going to give me a heart attack. Okay, Yuzu, look me in the eye and tell me that I'm bad at 2D platformers. Look me in the eye and tell me that you have seen me play video games before. And that this is significantly different. Ow! I'm trying to heal myself, you absolute buffoon. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Would you a dino with a massive jaw and a fat dragon? What is that, like a Thunderix from the D&D movie? Like Thunderjaw or whatever? I haven't. Okay, fun fact, as a TTRPG channel, I have not seen the D&D movie. wait. Yuzu, Automod just grabbed your message where you just did a keyboard smash for sexuality, sex, or gender. So apparently, it caught the fact that you're a bottom by the fact that you're keyboard smashing. I need you to know this. It could feel my gender. No, it could feel the fact that you're a bottom. I just told you. Ow! Make him key smash. Listen, I am so bad at this video game that people who are good at it can't help but key smash in just absolute defeat and despair. That's my goal, right? My goal is not to be good at the game. Do not smash in public. No, it's keyboard smashing, you animal. We're not smashing in public. It's a absolute animal thing to do that. Kill the traitor. I'm trying. Like, listen, if the Mantis Lords have my respect, I gotta, like, put respect on the Mantis Lords, you know? I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like respect can be given and not earned. I gotta respect those that respect me, you know? To be fair, you did destroy Hive Knight. Okay, but Hive Knight also wasn't hard. Like, unless it's like a hot take, which I doubt. Like, my assumption is that Hive Knight is kind of like the Dung Defender, where it's just like, ow! Where, like, it's not a hard fight, and I first tried it not because I was good at the game, but because it was easy. Ah, frick! You calculated my maneuver. Cloth. Honey. Sweetie. Darling. You're doing amazing. But also, what are you doing? The way to give a knight is harder... the what? Oh, the Hive Knight is harder than the actual boss fight? Oh, the way to get to Hive Knight, yes. Yeah. I love his shockwave attack. It does look cool. That's a pretty hot take as far as I've heard, but getting there is harder. I mean, like, Hive Knight was not difficult, right? Same thing with, like, the Dung Defender was not difficult. I'd say Hornet first try. Like, the first time I fought Hornet, I first tried Hornet, I'd say that was probably a bit more impressive because by that point I hadn't had experience with the game. I didn't have, like, basically any skills or maneuvers. So being able to first try Hornet was more of a proper achievement, right? But like by the time I fought like Hive Knight in the game, I had a double jump. I had like extra masks. I know how to play the game better. And wait, do you ever realize you're being stupid? Frick, darn it. Frick. So the reason I asked that is because I wear a hair tie for model tracking, right? Did that double hit me? Did that hit me twice? I've realized it all. Okay. Use it. Please. Please. Be kind. Be kind in this space. I realized, so I have a hair tie because I tie up my hair when I stream so I can have proper face tracking. And I realized that at some point I took it off my hair, put it on my finger, because like wrapping a hair tie around my finger like a ring is just something I do. And then I proceeded to let it fall off my finger, and it was getting in the way of me pressing keys. And I only realized I took out my hair tie when it got in the way of me playing Hollow Knight. I'm like, when did I do this? I do pony up the hair. Sometimes I do a bun. By the way, in terms of revisiting the spots you haven't been to, the Abyss you mentioned, the Traitor Daughter's... Oh, when I was talking about the Traitor Daughter's grave, there is something there. Awesome. Yeah, I tried using the nail there. Like that little area at the very left of the Abyss, I assume. I tried using the Dream Nail there, and I didn't get anything. So I assumed that there was just nothing there. Although maybe it's just like a skill issue on my part, and I should have realized better because I should have been smart. Yep. I think that the magic number is 2. I think the magic number is 2 swings. Ow! Ow! Okay, as soon as I claim to have a magic number, I immediately fail. Okay, don't you dare yell at me about... Frick! I dashed through it, but I dashed too early. Like I said, visit the Overground Mound. Yeah. Shut up. It does sound like they might have the ADH? Not to spoil too much with the Abyss thing, look at the walls. Was there a breakable wall there? Yeah, so, reminder for anyone in chat. No spoilers, but I'm at the part of the game where I'm about to fight the final boss soon. So if there's anything like, hey, you missed this in the Forgotten Mound, you can tell me to go check out the Forgotten Mound because that's not like final boss material. That's totally chill. Just don't like spoil like, oh, here's how you get to the Path of Pain. Like that stuff is a bit too far. But broadly speaking, if I'm like, hey, did I miss anything? You can tell me yes. You can tell me where it is, and then I'll just go find it out. Final boss is so incredibly peak. Is that like the woman? Is the final boss the woman? But the woman who's just like a giant thing of light? Is that the final boss? I actually don't know much about the end game of Hollow Knight. I know that the Path of Pain exists, and I know that there's a pantheon that you have to fight, but I actually don't know what that means in context of the game. Frick, darn, dang. Heck. The woman. Both though? Sealed Vessel is such a banger track. The woman. The men of war. You've played Sealed Vessel on violin, that track. Ooh. Arrow's a vampire now? What do you mean now? I've had vampire accusations the entire time I've been creating content. Which makes sense, I do talk about Vampire the Masquerade a bunch, but... Man, Hollow Knight has so much content, there's still a lot of game left? What the heck? Female and femboy are really just the same word if you... Wait. Wait, Yuzu. You ain't wrong. Because... Wait, is... Is that why so many straight men are obsessed with the idea of femboys being straight? Because they're just like, oh, it's the same. I mean, so... I will push back on it, not because you're wrong, but because I feel as though the cultural associations between boy and male are so distinct. In the same way that there is a difference... There's a functional societal difference between someone being a woman and being a girl. There is a less severe but still present difference between being a boy and being a man. Although this isn't a female, this is a female. So mayhaps it is exactly what you said. What charms are you using? I'm using Long Nail, Quick Strike, Compass, Focus. That gives me more soul per strike. And I have the Fungus, like Spore on heal. But that's literally just because I had an extra notch. It's not because I like it. At the moment, you probably won't fight Dumboth. Yeah, so I have these. I don't care about the Sports Room. Soul Catcher is nice, but I don't think I need it. So if I wanted, I could drop Wayward Compass, Sports Room, Soul Catcher, grab Hive Blood. What is this? Dream Builder? Yeah. Because, like, the Sports Room doesn't help. I just use it because I needed a one point. Like, I actually... I might just swap this out independent for this, just because it's more convenient then. Like, yeah, it's significantly faster. Do I get the Grim Child? Oh, wait, I do have the Grim Child. I do have the Grim Child. And I did level it up. Yeah, so this is my child. Say hello. Honestly, you might like to make space for Quick Focus. Quick Focus 3 slash the baby. Yeah. So fun fact, last stream I did the Grim stuff and then I went to go fight Grim and I fought Grim like 10 times and then I was like, is this another Soul Tyrant situation where I'm fighting someone that has like 10 times as much health as the normal enemies? And everyone in chat just goes, I'd wait until post game to fight him personally. And I'm like, got it. The baby. Shaman Stone is really... I don't like spells is my issue. My issue is I rarely use my Hadoken. The downward slam, I don't know if that deals damage. I rarely use it. Like, I rarely use my spells is my issue, which is why I don't have Shaman Stone. Grim is such a... Honestly, Grim was very fun. Grim was just a boss that everyone was like, wait until post game, and I was like, okay. That's what you call chat cowards and fight them anyway. Oh my gosh. What is this? Fear of the Fallen? I'm close to death? I mean, I am close to death a lot of the time. Do you think I could do a sustain build? Where I have Fury of the Fallen and I have Hive Blood? Would that be reasonable? Descent does do it. Really? I didn't know that. Downtime is very nice. Recommend to try it more. It can be nice with the Soulless. Ooh. I probably talked about the second... Fury of the Fallen. Oh my gosh. Wait, question. Does Fury of the Fallen count if you only have blue hearts? Because, like, could you do a Joni's Blessing, Lifeblood Heart, Fury of the Fallen build? Where you just have, like, 12 blue heart or 12 blue masks, but Fury of the Fallen is always active? Is Hiveblood Fury pretty darn ballin'? That sounds pretty darn ballin'. I want to try the child. I want the child to assist me. Fury only works at 1 HP, which can be messed up because it can kill you at 2, yeah. I mean, honestly, that just means I don't have to worry about it at 2 HP. I just have to get to stay at 1. Yes. Oh my gosh, wait, I can have a whole squad. Because I'll have Cloth, I'll have the child. We're a whole squad. Yay, we're a happy family. Average queer friend group. The unspeaking silent protagonist, the literal child, the massive creature with a hammer slamming down out of nowhere. That's your average queer friend group. Hello, Rail Planner. Have I been to Weaver's Den? I have been to all of the Dreamers. If you... By Weaver... What do you mean? If by Weaver, do you mean that one, like, Ko the Face Stealer looking one? Because there was a random NPC in the Spider's Den that I just fully encountered once. She tried to, like, eat my face, and then I just said no, and then she politely went away. And by politely went away, I mean she tried to kill me and I dodged, and then she ran away. Oh, you just beat Silksong yesterday? Oh my gosh. Ow, frick! Can I not dodge those? I dashed through it, and it just fully did not give me. Shaw! Okay, that one was fully, I dashed into it, and it did not give me the damage. The damage skip. Okay. Frick. Flying angry wizard child throwing fireballs is totally a staple of every party. I mean, yeah. Midwife is so silly. No, Weaver's Den is mostly abandoned. But you can get things there? Where is Weaver's Den? Because maybe. So I assume Weaver's Den is down here by Deep Nest, right? Unless... It's in Deep Nest? Like, that's where it sounded to be. Oh, also, there's this area here that I can't access. Can I access this area? By the tram at the very bottom of Deep Nest by the, hot spring? I'd like to see Arrow do Silksong, but I fear what platforming would do to them. So currently, I'm going to beat Hollow Knight. Then next week, and if I don't beat Hollow Knight today, I'll just beat it in 2 weeks. Or not in 2 weeks. Sorry. So my current schedule for Twitch streams is beat Hollow Knight, ideally, today. Next week, I'm going to do the online conference, the convention, the gaming thing. The week after that, I'm going to stream on Sunday, because Saturday I have a thing. And that is going to be Dispatch. I'm going to buy Dispatch. I'm going to play Dispatch. I've heard great things about Dispatch. Very excited for it. I've been spoiled on very little. I'm going in basically blind. So that is something that people have expressed an interest in me playing. So I figured, hey, I'll try it out. Why not? Shadowcloak Dash has a cooldown? It has a cooldown? What in the heck? I literally never noticed. No, 100%. I think that's what it is. Just be sure to turn on the nudity. Yeah. So I've heard about that. I've seen clips of people who like didn't have the nudity sensor on because they're like, oh, it can't be that bad. It was that bad. Yeah, it's not bad by any, like the cooldown is not that bad by any means. It's just literally a matter of, I didn't realize I had a cooldown. I thought it was every time I dashed. Frick. Yeah. Fireball child. Frick. Ah, you classified my moves, not classified countered. Planned for. Accounted for. Okay. Heck. Yeah, I think what it was is that I was dashing when I thought I had it. I had the shadow dash up, but I didn't. Because I didn't realize there's a freaking cooldown. Ah, dang it, I went too early. So if someone irons you into platforming shape, it'll be a good time once you get into the flow. Okay, Hollow Knight was supposed to do that too, and clearly that's not happening. Join our queer friend group. We have Silent Shadow Being, Flying Firebat, Big Girl with Bigger Hammer. That really is just your typical queer friend group. Hornet's crazy good at jumping. Okay, and so is the Hollow Knight. So is my little buddy. You don't see me going around saying like, oh, suddenly that made me good at platforming. You don't get into the flow with Silksong. I will say Cloth is a cutie. Cloth is an absolute cutie. When he jumps up, you can avoid him by just walking towards him. That's good to know. Money. I am making a lot of Geo from this. I'm also fully at the point where I don't care about Geo. However, it's nice to make Geo. Piss off. Arrow Nose of Tiffany? I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. Hornet jumps around Ghost? Oh my gosh. Wait, is the Hollow Knight called Ghost? Is that this little guy's name? I think I'd fall under Silent Shadow being in the friend group. I mean, yeah. I feel as though there's a certain vibe that you have to be like the fireball throwing baby. And I feel as though similarly the big girl with bigger hammer is just lesbians. Let's be real. Any lesbian. I don't jump at all during that fight, I think. Oh my gosh. Little Ghost or the Knight is... I've expressed how just obsessed I am with the little swimming animation that the Knight does, and I just need to remind you of that. I need to remind you of the little feats, of the little kicks that the Knight does when they swim. It is so cute. Like, I'm not... This game strikes me as they didn't try to make everything able to be a marketable plushie, but they succeeded, right? Hollow Knight is a game where just the art style by itself makes me want everything to be a marketable plushie. And I don't feel like it was intentional. I feel like it is completely accidental that everything in this game would make a fantastic marketable plushie. The grubs, the Knight, Hornet, Peck. I was trying to... I need quick focus. Everything in Hollow Knight is so shape. Exactly. What am I doing? 3. What's Long Nail doing for me? Okay, Soul Catcher is a boss. I don't need it. Very shape? Yes. Very shape indeed. Grimchild, I don't think you're dealing that much damage. I'm sorry. And then for the one... Like a good grub song. The boss. Compass for luck? Sure. Compass because we all need a compass in life. The accidental marketable plush boy. Grub song is always a... See, I was told that it's a noob trap. So I kind of avoided it. And also I just never really had space for it. Like, it never really appealed to me. Want to tip out Charm? Sure. Yeah, so like charm tips is something that is at this point in the game, by all means, just go off. I don't really care too much. Hey friends. Bow, bow, bow. Not like a dog, but like bowing. The fact I need to specify. Ow! Weird take, in my opinion. Grub song is nice. The reason that they said that is because it incentivizes being hit, which reducing the penalty of being hit, I don't think is incentivizing it, but I do know what they mean. Like, it's a bit of like a sweaty try-hard take, but I don't disagree that's correct, right? Like it strikes me as a very... The ethos makes sense to me. Wow. So what is that? Like, healing normally takes like 1 full second. Quick focus makes it take like half a second? Or is it like healing normally takes like 1.5 seconds and it becomes like 1 second? Frick, I was a quarter second off with my... Right, so in that situation, I can't immediately dash through both of them. I need to back off and then dash through the second one. That's what was getting me all those other times, is that I did not realize that I could not just dash through both. Understood. Frick. Heck. Darn. Dang. Drat. Have you been at Leg Eater? I've been to Leg Eater. Nothing that he had interested me. Because I assumed all of them were, once I buy it, if I die, it breaks. Or something similar. Use that. Oh, I keep forgetting about dive. I keep forgetting about the slam down. There's a charm that you missed back near the Mantis Lords. Do you mean quick dash? Because I have quick dash. Well, you can't say drat. Watch your language. Shut up. I am family friendly if your family is kind of weird. That's my take. No, another charm? If you put on the stinky charm, then the shopkeepers won't sell to you. I have the stinky charm. And Leg Eater gives you... Oh, okay, so if you have the stinky charm... Because that one's from, for the hero's charm, right? That's the one from Dung Defender. And I put that on. I saw it was like a stink cloud, and I'm like, gross. I hate this. It's funny that no one will sell to you, except Leg Eater gives you a discount. Like, that's the sort of stuff that is just silly. That's the kind of stuff I love. Frick. Harm. Tried saying darn. I was saying heck and darn at the same time. Man, like this Mantis Trader, I thought they were gonna be a slouch. They ain't nothing. Like they ain't not nothing. Eep. Eep. Don't worry, Cloth has got my back. Okay, that one was unfair. That one was unfair. That one was, I was up against the wall. I had no means of, I had my dash up. My dash didn't go through because it was charging, even though my dash was up. Fragile Strength is one of the best charms in the game. Like, it almost doubles your nail damage. I assumed the fragility was that if I took damage, it would break. Or if I, like, died, it would break. Without Quick Focus, it takes 1.15 with its 0.8. If you were Stinky Charm, Leg Eater will actually give you a discount. Hadouken does sound good in the fight. You think you've tried this fight like 15, 16 times? Oh my gosh. I mean, I could go to Leg Eater. When you die, it breaks, but Leg Eater can... Got it. Oh, okay. That's what you're saying with repairing. I might buy them then. Like, I have 600. I think I'll probably not do that this fight. I think I'll probably just fight this normally, because at that point, like, that would be such an out-of-the-way thing that... I think this is literally just a skill issue. I don't think that this is a, I need better gear. I think this is a, I just need to be better at the fight, personally. Some bosses can also not kill you, so they can't break. Oh. What bosses can't kill you? Every boss I've encountered, I've either defeated, like, first try, or they killed me. Oh, come on. I was gonna slam. Welcome to the jam. How do I this is embarrassing. Frick! Piss off! I forgot how to slam. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how to slam. It has been so long. And before you judge me, I have not played this game in a week. Okay, that one was fully, my thing was charged. Like, there have been multiple times where I'm like 90% sure that my dash was charged, and I dash into something and it still deals damage to me, even though it was charged. Tap focus? That's what I was doing. And then, piss off. Wait, was I not hitting focus? I was hitting the wrong one. I was hitting the crystal. Frick. I can neither slam nor jam. Well, so what I was doing is I was doing the what's it called? I was doing the crystal. The same button as crystal. I think that was the wrong one. I don't know. I played most things only on keyboard. I mean, I'm on keyboard right now. So my focus, the one that heals me, is A. My dash, like my crystal dash, is S, and my dream nail is D. The thing you can find underneath the tram in deepness? How do I get that? I tried going there and I just couldn't access it. Am I missing something? See, I love streaming games like this because I can play the game like 70% by myself, and then in the last 30%, I can just ask you to tell me. I can just ask you to tell me what to do. I can now? Got it. Ow! Ow! Frickin'. How do I avoid that? When I'm that close, I'm going to execute this Mantis Lord, this traitor Mantis Lord. Oh, I did it. I don't know how effective that was, but I don't know if it's only effective if you do the shaman, or if it's just more effective if you do that. Ow! We gotta charge up. Charge up. I'm gonna commit incredible violence. I'm gonna do things that I shouldn't do. I'm gonna take this traitor and I'm gonna feed them to the Mantis Lords. And the Mantis Lords are gonna say, wait a second, the Mantis Lords have a broken throne. Oh, this is that Mantis Lord. Oh, got it. That's cool. Ow. Yeah, I just had like a brain blast moment where I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna feed it to the Mantis Lords, even though they... Wait a second, the Mantis Lords have a broken throne. This is that Mantis Lord. I thought there was a broken throne because like it was dead. But no, it's because it's a traitor. It's because it's succumbed to the Fanta. Which I suppose I should probably ask, how do the Mantises avoid the Fanta? Or is that spoilers? Like, because as far as I'm aware, the Mantises like are fully not Fantified. When you fight them, they don't actually get Fanta. They don't have, when you slay them, they don't have the Fanta. When you fight against them, they actually are cognizant and have honor in their fight. I mean, you can make both things true. Oh my gosh. Okay. Again, 2 is magic number. I need to remember that. Get my 2 strikes. Ta. And then I run away. Oh! That's like the 3rd time that's happened. That's the 3rd time that they've hit me with the double dash and then a 3rd thing that I physically cannot get out of the way of. Which is so BS. But at the same time, like, I would do that too if I was the Mantis Lord, so I can't really blame them. But at the same time, I'm gonna be upset at them, you know? Cloth, sweetie, honey, darling. You need to be a bit more effective, hun. Like, I know you're an absolute dear. You're being very useful. I appreciate you. You're doing wonderful. Do more. Eep. I'm gonna remove Fanta from the FDA approved like consumption list. That's how you know it's bad. I'm really like, I'm really picking a fight with not even just like a brand. I'm picking a fight with a product. The Tang will never see the light of day again, and that includes in space. It was off screen too. It got censored. No! You were so cute. Your hammer was so big. You were the lesbian in our friend group. I will treasure the time we had together and how you overcame your cowardice in order to become brave. Cloth got off screen. No! I hate you. I hate you. Oh my gosh. They had to censor it. It was too impactful. It was too dangerous. Rip big lesbian friend. Honestly, Cloth was such a sweetie. And Cloth continuously was like, I'm scared, but I'm gonna try and be brave. And I respect that. Heck. Can I kill you? Can. Enter. What the heck? What the heck? No, I'm so sad. Oh. Hi. Oh. The White Lady. Oh, one arrives. Far it walks to find me. Did it seek my aid, or did the path carry it by chance so pertinent a place? I have no idea who you are. I think I've heard about like a white lady and a pale king. Respectfully, I don't know you. Tree Mother. It is true that you were awaited. No, perhaps that is inaccurate. True one like you was awaited. I have a gift, held long for one of your kind, half of a whole, when united, great power is granted, and on the path ahead, great power it will need. I'm assuming part of a mask? Oh, the white fragment. Bro, I can't believe Cloth died. I'm not gonna lie, like, full stop. I was not expecting Cloth to die. I was expecting Quirrell to die. I was expecting Quirrell the Dreamer to die. I was not expecting Cloth to die. I just kind of need to think about that for a second. Like, Zote strikes me as someone who's gonna die at the very end as like a redemption thing. Quirrell struck me as someone that was gonna die because he was tied to a dreamer. Cloth was just brave. I got Dark Souls, yeah. So can access a mind, then the seal shall break before its blade. It faced the gendered child. This is what happens every time I interact with someone who is binary. Ah, it faced the gendered child. She's a fierce foe, strong in mind and body, striking reflection of her mother, though the two were permitted little time together. I assume this is Hornet. Does that imply that the beast had genderless child? I never begrudged the worm's dalliance's bargain. In fact, I feel some affection for the creature birthed. Wait. So, if I'm getting this right, white lady, pale worm, item. Pale worm is not king. Pale worm, the beast, spider dreamer, Canoodle, make Hornet. White lady doesn't pull a Cinderella stepmom. Hornet's my half-sister? Hornet is very gender. Very gendered child. Yeah, so pale worm is the body in the resting ground, or the below the resting grounds in like the far reach. What are you doing, step half sister? Oh my gosh. White lady's married to Pale King Worm. So Pale Worm is Pale King. Worm got with Hera the Beast and Hornet is the daughter. Big item. Pale King. Okay, Pale King was Pale Worm. That is something that I wasn't 100% on. Like, I think I had heard that before. I think I was told that before. I wasn't sure. Glad. So Pale King is dead. And that's why I got the King's seal from the Pale Worm's corpse. And it's known that the Pale Worm is dead. This is well known. This is established. This is canon. I've heard people reference the king. I, for the longest time, thought the king was the final boss. But the Pale King is the Pale Worm. The Pale Worm is dead. People know the Pale Worm is the Pale King is dead. Correct? Yeah, so right now I'm asking on an in-universe, on a Watsonian perspective. Characters in this game, like people up in Dirtmouth, know that the king is dead. He's like the same dude, King and Worm. Pale Worm died and reincarnated in King, then King died. Got it. Understood. Understood. I never begrudged the Worm's dalliance's bargain. In fact, I feel some affection for the creature birthed. If your paths were ever to align, I imagine you might gain yourself a powerful ally. Is the final boss gonna be me and Hornet fighting it? That'd be so cool. Within my roots, the weakening of the vessel I plainly feel. Only two obvious outcomes there are from such a thing. The first is inevitable on current course. Regression, all minds relinquish that pernicious plague, which is what people have said is going to happen. That's what Hornet has been trying to avoid. The second I find preferable, and would seek your aid in its occurrence, replacement. I implore you, usurp the vessel. Its supposed strength was ill-judged. It was tarnished by an idea instilled, but you are free of such blemishes. You could contain that thing inside. So, no spoilers. Over and over, they've talked to a higher being. And my running theory has been I as the player, and or I as the shadow in the night, is that higher being. The night is just a vessel that is being piloted by a higher being, by a dreamer, by me, the player on a meta level, by something. And now I'm thinking the goal is that the higher being is piloting the night to fight the previous vessel who had the Fanta Plague, to defeat them, usurp them, and basically give the night, the body, not the higher being, but the body, the night with the nail, up as a new vessel for Hollowness? This is deep. It was tarnished in search of the Elden Ring. Most characters don't know the Pale Worm. If people refer to the Pale King as Worm, it is a sign that they're seriously got it. Because I think Hornet talked about that. Obviously, the White Ladies talked about that. I think the Dreamers have talked about that, which would make sense because they're in the know. I don't think any other character has made that explicit connection. So yeah, so no spoilers. I don't want confirmation on that, but that's my current running theory. So I, as a higher being, am piloting the night. The night is a vessel. The night is not actually cognizant or anything. I'm just piloting it. My goal as a higher being, as a dreamer, as something on the same level as these other higher beings, is making the night take on the previous vessel to become the new vessel, uncorrupted by the Fanta. And right there was the White Lady talking to the night, not to me, the higher being. I'll offer a fair warning. The vessel may itself be weak, but it is much empowered by that force within. To claim its role requires strength of some magnitude. Prepare yourself well before attempting the task. Prepare well, but don't dally. Were the vessel to break prematurely, that plague would unleash with rage and power built of ages chained. Okay. So that's my current theory. Also, can we just talk about how much of a cutie the Pale Lady is? Look at those eyes. They have the anime shimmer. Yeah, so no answer. White Lady, you gotta lock in. Thank you, Tree Mom. I see why you called her Tree Mom. Although, a question about Hornet and me. Someone said that, she's my half-sister? That we're, related? I guess don't tell me if spoilers, but is the Knight descended from the Pale Worm and the Pale Lady? Then? Yeah, same, Dad. I kind of want to give her head pats. I think she deserves it. Yeah. Wait, did I hear a grub? I hear a grub. Oh. Oh, these are... The reason this says protect is because this is a guardian, and there's dead mantises in front of it. It died protecting the Pale Lady. Environmental storytelling, folks. All the vessels were made from the Pale King and White Lady. Okay. Mask does not equal vessel. Correct? Because Everyone in the game thus far has had a mask, but that is not the same as being a vessel. You're so right. You're so right. The flying thing that respawned as soon as I re-entered the room, I shouldn't strike it. I should jump on it. What can I do? Where? I can't. Looks like you doesn't speak So if they can't speak, I haven't encountered anything that hasn't, outside of husks, I haven't encountered, and I guess the Mantis Lords, but the Mantis Lords very clearly were like bowing and communicating. I haven't encountered anything that looks like me and also doesn't speak. Vessels strictly Abyss related. Got it. They wear masks to hide their buggy shame. Broken vessel. Yes, that was a boss I fought. Yeah, boss before wings. So you remember the way Zote looks? He has a defined mouth. Yeah. The whole point of the vessels is that they're supposed to be empty. Right, which would make sense if I'm a higher being piloting the knight. The knight isn't actually a being with like a consciousness or anything. I'm just piloting it. What am I looking for? I hear blah, 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 over here. There's a flying creature, but I can't bounce off the flying creature. What else can I do with creatures? I can't... Hadoukening it would do nothing. There's no rumble on the ground. Is it a broken wall? I think you have to find a different way around. We're on the precipice of some deep lore, very happy but mildly scared. Also, Hornet looks similar because she's also a child of the Pale King, but isn't a vessel because she talks. That was my first thought. My first thought was, does that mean Hornet is vessel? No, she's a yapper. Also, your shell is paler compared to the non-Pale King. Really? Oh, right, because they're kind of like more of like a cream. They're more of like like even like right here. I'm like white. I am stark white. They're more of like an off gray. I can't reach the grub from here. Okay. Yeah, so for instance, like if I'm spending 5 minutes trying to do something that I physically cannot accomplish, I'm not upset by the idea of you. No! I'm not upset by you telling me that I can't do it. Well, no, that was something. A true battle of mighty warriors. So intense, so climactic. It's really everything I could have ever hoped for. Thanks for all your help, my friend. For a tiny bug, you set a valiant example. We'll meet again, I'm sure of it. Be on my way soon. Noah's waiting and I'm done down here, just savoring the moment a little longer. Okay, Cloth. I want you to think of the rabbits. Goodbye, Cloth. I wasn't expecting that. If you avoid the battles for long enough, Cloth survives and leaves Dirtmouth sad shooting to... Okay, so... Cloth is Siegmeyer. Cloth is Siegmeyer from Dark Souls 1. Did I just eat Cloth for edge? No, I set her to rest. That's what I did. I gave her peace in her time. How dare I? Straight murked. Okay, to be fair, I don't understand on a meta level what the idea behind Essence is. For all I know, I sent her to the afterlife peaceably. But like, I'm not gonna lie, that actually hit me way harder than I expected. Like, I fully was not expecting to actually be sad. I was more shocked to start, right? I began surprised, which is why I had such a reaction. I was not expecting to actually like literally be sad. Which, I mean, that's just, right, darn it. That's just a sign of good character work, right? That means, Rick, That means Team Cherry knows what they're doing. Cloth, it was in vain. You should have let me die. Okay, we have an ad break. Cloth will be with that vessel forever. I send her to the next dimension. Oh my gosh. Stretch. The squeaky platforms sound like buttons of my old micro. Ooh. Just like the rotating plate. Okay, so I'm gonna pause. We have an ad. All right. So I don't know if I'm going to encounter Quirrell again because he was tied to the Dreamer. I'm definitely not going to encounter Cloth again now that I banished her. Yay, ad break. Goodness gracious. Ah, yawn. I'm just gonna bob my head up and down. I hail hydrate, I yawn, I stretch, and do all the things I should be doing more of. Back is so tight. Arrow EP? No, I never am EP. Sometimes I'm tired, but I'm never EP. In this circumstance, I'm just yawning because basically when I'm live, I lock in, and then once there's an ad, I stop locking in for like 3 minutes, and just all of it catches up with me, and then I have to lock back in. Consider it bio breakage? No, I'm good. Arrow yawns as a siren song. No. What I think would be really funny is to just have a compilation made of me like yawning, and it just like have cat pictures over it, and like simultaneously have a different compilation of me like yelping or yipping and having pictures of like monkeys. Just like someone making a fan channel and just like it's just a matter of clipping and compilating all of the times I'm being silly. Though I must say, I don't think that would do numbers. I don't think the community would care much. Sad to say. Compilation me yipping when I get hit over footage of a dog having a nightmare. No, the little puppies that like their leg goes when they're having a nightmare. A music track made out of unedited arrow noises. Okay, that would go so hard. Like unironically, if someone made a track entirely a cappella out of different pitched noises that I have made, I would post that on main. I would put that on my channel and like give full credit whatever, and like I would signal boost it all to heck and back, because that's just cool. That's just something that doesn't happen every day. Of course, the one area I didn't go to was the stag. I just realized it's the stag because it's the stag beetle. Oh. Hello, friends. Are we having a fine, dandy jumping day? Well, I'm not going to interrupt. I said I wasn't going to interrupt. I was going to be kind about this, but apparently you're feeling quite unkind yourselves. That'd be so cute. It would be very fun. Because, like, I don't know, I make noises, and like, you could rock it if you're so inclined. Oh, we missing half the badges? Yeah. Oh? A massive stag head? Hello? Is that a giant stag beetle? They have Fanta in them? Yeah, I know. Oh, they're frogs. Is this Papa Stag Beetle? Is this the stag beetle to stag all beetles? Like, I was trying to be nice to these guys. I was trying to just pass them by. I understand that they have Fanta in them, so they don't deserve life or rights, but I wanted to be nice. Totally a giant beetle of some kind. Well, no, like the face. The face is the same face as like the sign and also of the stag beetle. Is that the Fool? I don't think so. Ow! I'm never drinking Fanta again. Honestly, Fanta and orange soda used to be one of my favorite sodas. And now that I have gone multiple years without having soda, I've gone multiple years without having soda with any degree of consistency. I'll like try soda if someone's like, hey, I got a vintage 1950s style cream soda. Do you want to try some? I'll try some. I'm not anti-soda. Similarly, if someone's like, hey, I just went to this store and they have this really funny like blue raspberry soda. Do you want to try it? Sure, I'll try it. But I'm usually not like drinking it for pleasure. I'm not drinking it. Heck. I'm not drinking it because I want soda. I'm drinking it to try a new thing, right? Frick. Heck. You stream with soda in front of you all the time? That's the thing. You ever seen like a bodybuilder? You know, like The Rock has a brand of alcohol that he peddles. Hi. And that's who you are. I found you. Oh. Got it. Understood. I could have made it. I just was not good at the game. I didn't go high-pitched enough. I'm sorry. My voice is... Heck. Yeah, my voice is just like stuck at a little bit of a lower register today. Where I hope that's not upsetting. Why are all the chompers here? There's so many chompers here. I like the chompers. I think that like piranha plant things are cool, but at the same time, why are you chomping me? I've got a root beer that's Canadian made and it's great. With real sugar, low calories, low sugar, and it's made of glacier water from the Rockies. It tastes like the mountains. Holy heck. That sounds incredible. What I will say is that I used to be a soda fiend. When I was a teenager, I would drink like multiple sodas a day. I just accidentally dodged it. So that was just a seal. That's nothing major. Loss. So when I dream nail a dead body, that's just like their last thought, right? Because a lot of times they'll say like lost, protect, scared, or whatever. But yeah, so I used to drink like multiple sodas a day back when I was a teenager. And then I kind of realized how unhealthy that was. And then I stopped because it was unhealthy. And I went down to like one a day, if that. Or no, I think I went from multiple a day to one a day. And then I kind of just like, in going one a day, I just started drinking them less. And then I would go to like, once I had them one a day, I would go to like once every couple days. And then it was like once a week. And then in, I talked about this before, at the very top of 2024, like right before the new year, at the very end of 2023, I got super stupid sick. I got so sick that I was bedridden for like a full 24 hours. I don't know what it was. And I just, because of that, I had a full like sugar detox accidentally because I wasn't eating anything. I just like was in bed sick for like 24 hours. And for all of 2024, I was like, I'm going to be really careful about my sugar intake because I went on a sugar detox. I just want to see how this goes. And then I now in 2025 went way more lenient. I pulled back from that significantly. I was way more, because like I'm not dieting or anything. I'm just kind of like, I decided to pull back on sugar after going on an accidental detox. And then I just kind of stuck with it. And then I decided, you know what? I'm not going to be super strict. I'm still going to watch my sugar intake. I'm still going to be careful. I'm still going to have good dieting procedures, but I'm not going to like be a jerk to myself about it like I was in 2024. Or I wasn't quite a jerk. I just was very strict. I didn't have many exceptions? Allowances? Oh, the queen is coming. I've been waiting so long and she's almost here. I feel like I'm about to burst. I've kept it safe. See, I've kept it safe. The sacred garden, I've kept it safe for all this time. Soon the queen will return and teach me to fly. Okay, you've done a terrible job of keeping this place safe. Respectfully. I understand you're dead, but you can't claim to have done a good job after dying and then expect me not to account for the time after you died where you didn't keep this place safe. You might have kept it safe up until your death, but clearly, the fact that you're talking to me and the fact that Cloth was responding to me post-mortem indicates that you yourself are cognizant. So you should be aware of the fact that you are a failure, and you should feel bad. Shall we wait together, stranger? Shall we play together? No, because I'm smart. Now I can challenge the warrior dream. Well, first I can do this. You should be aware of the fact you're okay, that actually reminds me. With the morning cloak video I did the other day, everyone is... Oh! This is why I couldn't find the stag. Because it's all the way over here. Is this? Nice. Where is this? Is this? What? Where is this? Oh, I know where this is. Oh, heck. I need to go up for that grub. Heck. I need to go up for the grub. Remember the grub where I kept falling? And then you said, like, the hive would be really good? Arrow, you're talking to them like I talk to myself. That's mean. Maybe you should talk to yourself better. Maybe you should be kinder to yourself, and then that would allow you to be kinder to others. Have you considered that the fact that you spend so much mental energy on beating yourself up over things that no one cares about except for you because you think they care about it would be better spent on being kind and or productive for others? If you really want to treat yourself like your only value is being able to assist others, you would be better at fulfilling this maladapted agenda that you have adopted by simply investing all of that time and energy into actually helping them instead of feeling sorry for yourself and beating yourself up. Because when you spend the time and energy in order to assist someone, you are still not prioritizing yourself, and you are still allowing yourself to have that self-destructive nature of, I'm not good enough, I don't deserve this, blah, 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 blah. But you're actually being useful instead of also not being useful on top of self-sabotaging. And then once you start being useful, you'll start getting a lot of people telling you you're useful. And then that external validation will assist you in overcoming that internal disvalidation, that internal struggle that you have where you don't feel you are deserving of these things. And then suddenly, you will no longer be prioritizing other people over yourself. You will be helping them out of habit and good nature in addition to assisting yourself. It's an upward spiral. But if you spend all of your time beating yourself up and then saying that it's because you don't deserve good things, all you're doing is kicking yourself while you're down and also not being useful. That's what my therapist told me too. Yeah. Professional motivation roast. See, that's the thing, right? Like, people at the morning cloak video were telling me how raw I was, how like roasting I was, how mean and like, oh man, I'm really cutting deep. And I'm like, I held back so much on the morning cloak. I could have said so much worse. I was saying it in like a funny and productive way. I could be so much worse. It took me a long time to break the internal self-hatred and being helpful about that stuff. Words of wisdom. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I went through a period of my life where I was like, oh yeah, my only value is the assistance I can provide to others. The only thing I'm good for in life is nothing. So therefore, I need to make up for the fact that I'm good for nothing by assisting others in my life. I'm going to beat myself up. I'm going to be super sad about it. I'm going to be depressed and no one's going to like me. And that's just reinforcing the fact that no one should like me because no one likes me now. And then I kind of just devoted myself to helping out others. I kind of just devoted myself and my time and energy to being useful and helpful and as kind as I could be despite my circumstances and despite the fact that I was not kind to myself. And then it just kind of turned into, oh, I can say all of the mean things about myself that I want. 5 other people are saying that's stupid every time I say that. And just in the same way that it's hard to keep up a positive mindset when everyone around you is tearing you down, it's kind of hard to keep a negative mindset when everyone around you is building you up. And then eventually I got to the point where I still don't have a good relationship with myself. I still struggle with myself, but I'm at the point where I don't throw myself at helping others as a last-ditch desperate effort in order to prove my value to a universe that I feel I am undeserving of. It's because I want to. It's because I think it's the right thing to do. it's because my model is breaking, and by appeasing the machine spirit via connecting with my fellows in a chant for the Omnissiah, I will be able to continue streaming without my model breaking, please. Stag beetle time.
Little one, I found it. The stag nest where I was born and raised. I've yet to go there again. My duty binds me to travel only where I am called, but if you wish to see it yourself, I can take you there. None may remain to welcome us, but the nest is still a sight to behold. Give me the word and we will go there at once.
Oh. Where is that? I would love to go there. Take me to your home. Yeah, Stagnus is so sad. It's a secret. That's pretty much where I'm at. Also the turning point, before the turning point part. The flesh is weak, exactly. Oh. Is this a secret area? That I only got because I got so many stags? Open all of Hellena's stag stations and discover the stag. Yeah, it's because I got all of them. So I get a reward. But... wow. This isn't even... wow, this is just like... they're everywhere. Like, I wasn't expecting it to be... I wasn't expecting it to be pretty, but I certainly wasn't expecting it to just be a series of corpses. There's another achievement here if you explore around. Oh, it's not totally hopeless. I mean, yeah, nothing is totally hopeless. Even the worst time of your life will have the simple fact of the fact that it is the worst time of your life. It will be better from there. An empty egg. Wait. Is our stag gonna be a parent? Are they going to adopt a baby stag? Remember the mantra: suffering builds character, suffering builds character, suffering builds character, suffering builds character. Howling clip. Wait. What? We're up here. Of all places. Huh. Why? How? Interesting. Wait, so there's a baby somewhere. No. Hope? I got the achievement Hope, but I don't know where the baby is. I need to find the baby. Let me talk to you.
What do you think of my old home, little one? It was full of life once. Stags coming and going, swapping stories of the places they'd been and the passengers they'd met. For a long time now, I've considered myself the only one remaining, the last stag. But being in the nest again, there's something in the air, a smell, or a warmth, or a presence perhaps. Could it be other stags have made their way out into the wider world? Yes, I will hold on to the hope.
The name change! From the last stag to the old stag. Wait.
Yes, I will hold on to that hope. My kin, still alive, still out there, journeying beyond these lands. But for me, I could never abandon the stagways, not as long as passengers still need them. I can tell you still have important work to do. I will be your companion as long as my old body still serves. Let us enjoy the old stagways of this kingdom together a little longer.
Wait, that's so heartwarming. Let me do another pass, just in case. I didn't know what the egg... yeah, there's a broken egg. Which implies that it's not just like being Delulu. Oh, is this big? This is a big thing for the stags. And then there's a little one for the passengers. Like, I was trying to get the stag to go on that one, but... Can I find the little one? Can I find... Or is this literally just the Easter egg? Last time Arrow found a hidden tunnel, I never... Yeah! I found a tunnel in Deep Nest. that let me go around one of like the spider dudes. You can't find baby? Aw. The other stags have left Hellenist. Is there any reason for me to be up here, or should I just take the stagway path back? Hi, Can. So, I want to fight that ghost. Do big zoom? What, like this? I've already done Howling Cliff stuff. I already have the Nailsmith up here. I already fought the Great Gorb, or whatever his name is. Overground Mound, I was told to go to. So I should go there. I want to fight that boyo. Super Dash? Where? Oh, is that how I get to Crystal Peak? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Wait, that would be so smart. Because I sail over Dirt Path. What? No? Oh. Boo. Boo. There's also a thing that I've heard about, and even before that read before an example in the fantasy book, an inner watcher that analyzes your thought before you commit to that thought, a thing you train yourself to do. I haven't been trying that as much as I should. So what you're saying is you're thinking regulation. You're saying like emotional, instinctual regulation, the idea of instead of just doing impulsive thoughts, instead of having intrusive thoughts, instead of just speaking without thinking, you have that half second of, is this something that I want to align with what I'm saying? And what I'll tell you is that that's useful for not just before I focus on this thing, is this something I want to focus on? I have the thought in my head that I'm bad and should feel bad. Do I want to focus on that? No, then I can just kind of move on. Yes, I had that thought, but I can move past it. I can emotionally regulate to focus on the things I want to focus on. That's like locking in, so to speak. But what I will say is that if you want to get into content creation, that's something you absolutely need to do. You absolutely need to get to the point where you understand. I forgot Zote was the final boss of the arena phase 1. If you want to be a content creator, that's something you need to understand, because you need to be able to say, I'm going to make a joke about this thing. Maybe I shouldn't because that's not really brand friendly. Maybe I shouldn't because that's not how I want to present myself and be perceived. Maybe I shouldn't say this thing because of the unintended consequences of someone interpreting that. You made it to the top of Crystal Peak? No, so I haven't been to the top of Crystal Peak yet. That's what I was saying, is that there's an area at the top of Crystal Peak that I've been trying to get to. Question, is that little, do you see that thing right above the bench? That little Crystal Peak to the left? Is that just a King's Seal? Yeah, you get DLC automatic. I bought Hollow Knight, or I think I got Hollow Knight gifted to me. I automatically got the DLC. I can make Leg Eater's charms unbreakable? What the heck? Yep, that's what it is. And also, it's about your own thought. Catch bad thoughts and be like, okay, I have that thought. It's not true. Not even it's not true. It's, this does not bring me joy. I have the thought of, I should stop content creation because I'm not getting any views. Well, am I doing it for the views, or am I doing it because it's fun? I'm doing it because it's fun. So, it's not even just, it's not true. I'm not getting any views in this hypothetical. It's literally not what I'm looking for. I'm not trying to do this to get $1 million and 1 million subscribers and super famous. I'm doing this because I want to have fun with it. So that's not a productive thought. That's not a thought I want to focus on, so it leaves my brain. Now, I might have to push it out of my brain. Personally, in my thought process, when I have thoughts that I don't like, I literally think of like a furnace in my brain that I push them into, and I burn them. And that doesn't get rid of them. That just means that I am mentally making the segmentation of, this is something I don't want to think about. I am pushing it in the fire. I'm burning it away. I don't want it. And if it's something that I want to not think about, but I don't think it's bad, I'll lock it in a vault. I'll put it in a box. I will like seal it away and not think about it. But that doesn't mean that it's bad. That doesn't mean that I don't want it in my brain anymore. That just means I'm not focused on this right now. It's not something that I'm dealing with right now. Lock it in a box. Versus this is something I don't want to think. It's something I don't think is productive. It's something I disagree with. Burn it. And that's just me and my idiosyncrasies, which I'm also aphantasia. I have aphantasia. So it's not literally like I'm thinking about this. It's kind of just like the best way I can describe the feeling of it. I don't literally like see in my brain like a fire, but that's just kind of like the vibes that I go for. My Lancer players completely derailed my plans the week before last and uncovered the whole plot beat early and forced my hand before I was ready. Was that from a Way of Kings book? Well, the Way of Kings is just the first Stormlight archive, no? That line of thought is broken logic because it implies no views as a reason to quit. Views aren't a reason you're doing it in the first place, so it'd be untrue. Exactly. But there are people who, I want to get into content creation because I want to get 1 million views and I want to be a full-time content creator. And if they get 10 views on a short, if they get 100 views on a short, they'll see that as a failure and they'll be disheartened and give up. And if they have that thought, there's nothing wrong. Remember, there's nothing wrong. Listen to Zote when you hear this. There's nothing wrong with accepting an uncomfortable reality so long as it vibes with your internal schema and agenda. If you want to be a content creator and you're not getting views and you feel disheartened and you want to give up, it is okay to stop content creation because you are not getting the results you want in the time you wanted and it's not feasible. Similarly, don't focus on thoughts that are not aligned with your goals and your core values and your convictions. Because if you're not getting views, but you're doing content creation for fun, then you should not stop based off of not getting views. You should continue doing it for fun. And that's kind of where I think a lot of people go one way or the other. They say, always do the one or always do the other. It's always should be. What am I doing? I went over to chat, so I wasn't on game. Where am I going? I guess I'm going back to Queen's Garden. But so it's a situation where what's it called? It's okay to have a quote-unquote like unhealthy thought if it fits your schema. The thought of I should quit because I'm not successful is not something I would necessarily say you should be thinking. I would encourage against that, but you're not bad for thinking that. And if it aligns with the idea you have of what you're trying to accomplish with content creation, if your goal behind content creation is to get views and you're not getting views, it's okay to say, I want to quit because I'm not getting views. Right? I think that that's something where a lot of people get uncomfortable with that idea because they're like, oh, well, no, you should never say that kind of thing. But like, no, if you're not getting the results you want, it's okay to quit. It's okay to back off. It's okay to change your mind. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's fight a warrior. Oh. Sorry. Ah! Ball. Ow. So I've noticed that all of these ghosts have a gimmick, which I don't dislike. I like that they each have like an easy recognizable gimmick. Like one had the shield. Ow. One had the shield. I forget what Gorb did. Did Gorb have copies? Gorb strikes me as a copy kind of guy. Frick. What is a boss? A miserable collection of gimmicks. Where are any of us going really? True. You can climb up from Dirtmouth or from... So, I mean, I could have climbed up, but I wanted to come back here anyway, so... I want to imagine that Zoe is talking in the background because he is translating what Arrow's saying to Bretta. That'd be kind of funny. I don't think Zoe would like me. Which, I don't really care. I don't care about Zoe. I'm not like... But I feel as though I am someone who is... I would not... Despite the fact that I have done this plenty of times with other people in my life, I would not feed into Zote's delusions. And I don't think he would appreciate that. Frick. Hello? Wait, is it? Don't tell me this is all I have to do. I'm sorry, just... Wait! They're making me noises. You hear this? Heck. Of course, as soon as I say, is this all I have to do, it immediately... Oh my gosh! Heck. The throat, so... Oh my gosh. Gorb has a collection of spears, Zero has swords, Marmu has a ball, Galen has a scythe, Who has ring drops, and Markov is Satan. I don't think I know Markov. Very sorry if this counts as advertising, but it's a good example. When I started streaming, I jumped into it because a significantly bigger streamer inspired me to do it. They managed like 180 to 120 views. And then for a while, no one watched my streams. It got demoralized, but then I started doing it because I'm inspired. And then you like the yapping in video games, and that brought back the enjoyment. Yeah, so something to just keep in mind. When it comes to like advertising, at least on my channel, everyone treats it differently. I'm very much don't be a jerk about it. I don't care if you say that like, oh yeah, when I was streaming, I did XYZ, because that's just context, right? What I do care is that if someone is like, hey, check out my stream, or like, I'm doing this thing. Well, no. I'm sorry, I normally mute when I sneeze, but my hands are on the keyboard. Yeah, do the freaking loser noise, the ball. Yeah, so if... Dang. Sneeze. Markov is shield guy. Oh, got it. So I did them. Are on the cusp of howling? No. Yeah, so if you were like, hey, when I was making a video, or when I was streaming, or when I was creating this video game, like, that's fine. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you like you're not allowed to talk about things relevant to your life. That's chill. And the sun is in my eye. I went to the bathroom earlier today, but accidentally left my mouth closed, so it caused a siphon effect and left me completely desiccated. That's a wild thing to have as a first-time chatter. I will just tell you that straight up. You had to be resuscitated by your roommate throwing you into the tub. What are you, a goldfish? Be gone with your desiccation of the flesh. Your scales lack in luster. You are unmoisturized. You are unhydrated. You are dry as the Sahara, yet half as coarse and rough and getting everywhere, simply by nature of the fact that you can't get nothing. You are so milquetoast that you are unable to be coarse. You are so inoffensive that you are unable to be rough. You are so soft and sensitive that you are incapable of the ability to get on people's nerves. For that would imply you being able to be of the amount of notice that they would even pay you mind. I'm sorry, I just decided to riff as I was fighting. I mean no ill will against you, in particular. Hey, do you like tabletop games? Do you like cool monsters like werewolves and vampires? Come check out my stream. Blatant satire at CoolDude420. Oh my gosh, I know blatant satire at CoolDude69. Are you like siblings? Well, no, that wasn't Maddie. Also, unless I'm mistaken, Maddie is currently trying out they, them pronouns, so be cognizant of that. Kills you when you're in ball form. Like, listen, if I had a dog and I showed them this clip, they would go crazy. Imagine fighting against like a canine wolf enemy. Imagine fighting a werewolf and you have a strategy where you just become a ball and then it just becomes a weapon against you because the canine is just like, ooh, zoomies. A miserable collection of grubs and secrets. I'm always disappointed every time I don't first try like a Dreamer or a Ghost boss, because there have been bosses in this game that I have first tried and they were pretty easy. And there are bosses in this game where they feel like they should be easy, and to not first try them feels like I'm treating them like, or that I'm struggling with them more than I did other bosses, which functionally, yes, is true. But like, this was not that difficult to fight. The fact that it took me like 4 tries should not have happened. My pronouns are currently I don't care. Yo, you and me both. I gotta fix my pronoun extension. Oh, stranger, you're strong. Much stronger than me. I've been waiting a long time, stranger. I've been fighting a long time, stranger. I'm very, very tired. The queen will be here soon, and I just need to sleep a little. Wake me up when the queen arrives, stranger. Perhaps the queen will teach us both to fly, stranger. That would be fun, wouldn't it? You're not cloth. I don't care about you. Nice. Thing with Markoth is, when you fight him on a harder difficulty, he just removes the entire floor, and the platforms are visually a bit irritating. What do you mean a higher difficulty? I thought this was the highest difficulty. Is there like a new game plus extra super hard mode that I don't know about? Protector of Root and Leaf, we honor you. What the hecky heck? That's why we fight a werewolf, you only pretend to throw a ball, gets him every time. You're evil. That's called psychological warfare. More like shibbolings. Oh my gosh. Someone wanted me to go to Fog Canyon Overgrown Mound. I'm actually closer to the Overgrown Mound here than if I went to... No, I can go Queen Station. I'll go Queen Station. Just don't worry about the harder version, okay? Oh no. One of the DLCs is a boss rush mode where you can crank up the difficulty to 14. Like Hades' Pact of Punishment? Is that what we're talking? So I know that the, oh, question. Actual genuine question. What is the Path of Pain? Is the Path of Pain DLC? Is the Path of Pain the final boss? Is the Path of Pain, like, required? Someone told me in chat that it was not required, it's optional. But when I hear about, like, endgame Hollow Knight, I basically only hear about Path of Pain. And I think it's Empress of Light? Although I said that last time, and then someone was like, that's not the correct name. And I'm like, okay, sorry. Ow, frick, heck. So, like, what, like, I suppose, just give me a straight answer. If I go to the frickin' Dreamer, the Black Egg Temple, I was told that is the end of the game, ending 1. There are multiple endings to this video game. What are we feeling? Are we feeling that's something I should just, like, do now? Get out of the way? Or... Not DLC, it's a platforming gauntlet. Oh! So I'm not doing it then. The Path of Pain is optional, but it does give you a hint as to why Hollow Knight is completely hollow. I love lore. Why do they have to make lore difficult? Oh, I could have just gone up through the Queen's Garden. Was I dumb? No, it was still a bit of a hike. This is fine. Where am I going? Going over now. But does lore love you back? I don't know. I feel like lore is usually pretty good to me. Like, I might be stupid. That's it. That's the whole sentence. Like, I don't know what else you were expecting. Oh, I went down. Whoops. If you go to the temple now, you get the first ending. The other endings are locked away. Is the first ending, like, worth it? Or is it just kind of like a, you got the bad ending, haha, point and laugh, and then you go and find the actual endings? Because if it's a situation where, like, the first ending doesn't really hold any value, I'll just skip it. Because, like, I could do it. I'm usually interested in that kind of stuff, but... Have I been to the Overground Mound before? Like, this seems kind of familiar. Also, I just realized that I mean, I realized this before, but I'm realizing again. The spider, the hunter. Oh, I don't think I have been here. Have I not been here? What the heck? The spider symbol, the hunter, changes based on how many of the guy I've killed. I just had like a full like crest symbol in the bottom left instead of just the 6 eyes. Also, is the hunter a spider? It only has 6 eyes. Because I know the beast was a spider, presumably. Yeep. New World of Darkness, Spider, the Huntering. Oh my gosh. I'd say it's worth it. It's not the best ending, but it is worth it. Okay. Then I can check it out. I don't know if I want to touch that. Hear me. Hear me. I fear what will happen if I insert my knight into this hole. Howling Wraiths. Tap A while holding up. Spells with... Oh! It's an up tilt. It's an up smash. Got it. Understood. At first I heard Howling Wraiths and I was just like... Neat. At first I saw Howling Wraiths and I'm like, oh, it's the ghostly whale from Danny Phantom. Probably because I just made a video talking about Danny Phantom, but... Hear me. Now go up. I can upgrade my abilities? Use Knight on Hull. Yeah, if you kill enough of the same thing, you get extra out of the journal. As Hunter said, with your hunting mastery growing, you are able to read more of the script. Yeah, and I love lore. Stuff like the hunting journal, where I just kill stuff. Yeah, Hair of the Spider was a spider, a weaver to be precise. The hunter's not a spider, right? Yeah. When it comes to like, gosh, the sun is directly on my eye. Ow, heck. When it comes to like the hunting journal, I usually don't care about that. I'm not a completionist. I'm not trying to like 100% it. But at the same time, I do love lore. And I'm not going to sit here and read all the lore entries for the enemy. Did I just fully miss the overground mound before? I guess I did. Weird. I did not find this on my first run until after the final boss. Do the wraiths look familiar? Do they? I mean, it kind of looked like a mask, but... Because, like, when I was down in the Abyss, there was a bunch of the empty vessels. There's a bunch of the vessel-less empty stuff. I was told to go to the Abyss. How are we feeling on that? There's some interesting stuff in the journal, but yeah, there are a lot of enemies. Yeah, and I'm just like... I think it's cool. That's like, in any game, really. Not just in Hollow Knight, but, like, in most games, that just doesn't really appeal to me. Like, just grinding that. I love... Honestly, the ability to swim in acid, much more useful than I thought it would be. Go to the Abyss? Okay. Lore tidbits are the arrow equivalent to Scooby Snacks. Do you want some more lore? Make it 2 bits of lore. Like, that's how you get me to do nonsense in a game. Okay, let me go down to... Oh, heck. Darn, dang. If I could swim in acid, I would basically do it all the time unprovoked. Okay, legitimate question. Please answer honestly. How often are you encountering just vats of acid that you could swim in should the fancy arise? Have I ever Yes, I found that the bank was apparently a scam. I think I put my money in and then I took it out and then the bank went down. I think I didn't lose that much money, but it is very funny that I went back to the bank so I could deposit like 4,000 geo. And then I was just like, oh, what happened to you? And then everyone's like, "Ha, you got scammed." You like some abyssal? Huh? Where is? So the abyss is beneath Palace Ground. Got it. Hidden station, I assume. You can find them and get the money back. Oh, that's so funny. Wait, I didn't realize that. Yeah, so here. Yeah, like this dude is protected. A corpse in white armor. How do I... You're protected, but you have the thing. You have the icon that if I smack you, I can fight you. Should have left my Geo and... Okay, so that's the thing. I actually don't think I got duped that much. I put in like 4,000 at one point, and then I remember taking out the 4,000. So I definitely didn't lose the 4,000. I don't actually think I lost more than like a couple hundred Geo. Maybe I lost 1,000. If I could swim in acid, I would seek out acid. Maybe even make me acid baths on occasion. So that's a good question. When we say immune to acid, what are we saying? When we say immune to acid, are we feeling? How do we feel? Wait. Yeah, what's here? What's here? How do I get in here? I forgot about this. A deep blue stone of... How do I... Forgot about this. Your dream nail isn't... Huh? Oh, when I do the essence, does that upgrade my dream nail? And I didn't realize there was strengths to the dream nail. Got it. I was unaware that like there was strengths to the dream. Wanna know what I should have done? I should have set up a teleportation. I still have one. So it's not like I don't have one. I assume all liquids of No, so I'm not saying like what counts as an acid. I'm saying like how would a protection benefit you? Is it just like you don't get corroded at all? Because like how would that affect your stomach acid? Is it just the outside? What if you accidentally swallow some? Are your eyes protected in the same way that your skin is protected? I think fully immune to all negative effects of acid. Well, okay, what's a negative effect of acid? Oh, wait. These guys look like this. So do I do this? What the heck? What did I just do? I upgraded it. Oh. Now is it just like bigger? And it's black. Okay, so this is a situation where like people told me, "Hey, check out that room in the abyss again." And I was like, "Okay, weird." And then independent of that, I also went to get the abyss streak. Wow. I didn't realize you could like upgrade abilities. Oh. Is there an upgrade to the double jump that makes me like get a triple jump? Or like makes my double jump higher and that's how I get to the top of the crystal caves? Got it. Understood. Would still be bad for my gut microbacteria, of course, if it got in there. Yeah. Well, so like if you get a superpower that says you're just immune to fire, for instance, right? You're immune to fire damage. Does that protect all of like the microbacteria inside you as well? Because they're basically part of you, but they aren't you. They're separate, but they've been with you all your life and you need them to survive. I should just peace out. Don't say anything. Please, for my own mental well-being. We got a bit of a hike across us now. You may have picked up on what I did on accident. Don't judge me because I'm not going to cry. I'm not a crier, but... Hadouken! Oh, wait, what? How'd you survive? Is my Hadouken really that weak? hardcore judges you, I am gonna stop streaming. I'm gonna quit because I can't handle the judgment of others. Particularly when it's like Guy Dude McFacto 420 who tells me that like I will never not have XY chromosomes, and I'm just like, I never said anything else. I don't know where you're getting this information from. Which is always funny when I get It's always funny when I get comments like that. They're just like, they're hitting me with a zinger that like they're gonna absolutely destroy my entire career, and I'm just like, do you think you're worthy of my attention, let alone upsetting me with how much I focus on you? No. I don't even remember your name 3 seconds after I scroll past you. All I remember that you said is you said something negative that I can turn into content. Like, although I will say the one exception to that absolutely was Impeach Obama ASAP 2010. That name lives rent-free in my brain. Like, some names are just too good, right? Some names I just simply am incapable of divorcing myself from. And I think that needs to be normalized. I think that we need to normalize having nemeses that you don't actually know anything about and have never done anything bad to you. It's simply a matter of like, you just vibe with them. Like, hey, I saw you from across the battlefield. I liked your vibe. Let's be nemeses. By the way, did you ask about this bluestone? Yeah. With the bluestone door, can I get a hint on that? like with the door down here, that's like a blue door with the flowers. I assume it's like I have to find every flower. I have to have a certain amount of blue masks. We didn't turn on the lighthouse. I once got told women weren't real while standing right next to a group of my friends who happened to be women. You know, people say the darndest stuff, really. Blue stone, blue butterflies, blue glowing, yeah. Well, so I'm assuming I need to like go into it with enough like blue hearts. So I guess what I could do, I might have tried this already. I don't know if I did. Many blue hearts. So what I could do is I could think this is sufficient? Do we think this will be enough? Lots of things aren't real. Fairies, the moon, birds. Yeah, and women. The only thing that exists are men and females. I need 15 hearts? I have 10. Go try. Ugh. How did I do that? So I have a charm that replaces all of my normal health with blue hearts. And I think also gives me some extra. Beep. Oh. Understood. So it's like the Master Sword from Breath of the Wild. Okay, so I need 5 more. I can do that. So what I need to do, I need to... What I can do, I can drop my teleport here. I can climb back out. I can... I'll hit up the Deep Nest one, because why not? Where are some of the blue boys? Where are my blueberries? Cocoon? Are they cocoons? Are the blueberries the cocoons? You can swap it with the weaker lifeblood one, but the bulbs stay lit. You don't need to have 50... The other lifeblood... What? What did... So I'm confused now. What? So I need to approach it when I have 15 total from different sources, it sounds like. So if I go over here, I swap this off. I go to this one. And then I like pick up the you. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh! The white fragment's part of a charm. What the heck? So let's drop you. Let's grab my child. My child can join me. So I have 2. Where's the one that it gives me more? When get a coating of lifeblood. Do you want to finish? I kind of want to finish the game today. I kind of want to just like I'm enjoying this game. I kind of just want to be done with it though. You need 15 in total. So if I this is 13, it looks like. This is 12. So I need to go grab 3 more, is what it is. I need to go grab 3 more, and then I need to rest, correct? You can bring them independently. You don't need all of them at the exact same time. Yeah, I did want to finish the game today, but like I'm also doing side quest stuff. So if I don't finish the game today, that'll suck. I might do a gorilla stream at some point. But yeah, you know what? Legit, the first time I've ever been like, what is arrows? And then I instantly went, oh, okay. Like, what is my sex? As in, it doesn't really matter. Well, if I'm androgynous enough that you can't tell, that's a plus. So right now I have 12. Do I need to go grab 3? If I rest the... So I need to, from here, without resting, go find another 3 lifeblood cocoons, correct? Is that what I'm understanding? So where is the nearest cocoon? The nearest cocoon to a stag station. I mean, the safest one is probably the one in King's Pass. There's the one at the Ancestral Mound. But that's infected. There's the failed tramway, but that would be all the way through Deep Nest. As an enemy myself, my gender is whatever's funniest at the moment. True. I think the Dream Gate does work with Lifeblood just fine, as well as Stag. Without taking damage, yeah. Because that's my issue, right? I've tried out this combo before, the 2 Lifeblood ones, and obviously I got like a stupid amount, but I can't heal it. I think that my best bet is probably go Dirtmouth King's Pass. Honestly, I might just go Howling Cliffs King's Pass. Gaming? Yes, Archivist. We are gaming. Let's game some more. So I'm going to not take any damage. I'm going to be the coolest cat you've ever even seen. I am going to strike fear into the hearts of those of weaker will. And I am going to tear down the establishment run by a group of non-vegetarians, people in their 90s, who are keeping me held down. Oh, figure. We are not cooler than Cool Cat. Okay, Cool Cat's pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna go Dirtmouth. If I go up to the King's Pass, I should be able to grab 3 parts very easily. It is a low level area. I should be able to just dodge it quite easy. You're so smart. Oh my gosh, you are so smart. Can you try to farm up some soul and try blasting bugs in your wake? Yeah, that could work. My take on the whole gender stuff is you do you. I don't even know what that stuff feels. I mean, my take on the gender stuff is like, I don't care. Respectively. I don't care about gender. I do care about gender role because that has an appreciable effect on my life. Oh, I don't have the compass. Like, how gender roles are does have an effect on my life, so I do care about that. That was only 2? So I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12... No, I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I literally need one more. Heck. Heck. Hope the stream is going well. I hope so. Otherwise, that would be a pretty poor time for me. I'm just enjoying Hollow Knight. So we have an ad break in progress. I'm enjoying myself. I'm just currently trying to finish up Hollow Knight. I'm on a bit of a time limit. The knight is overdosing on blue, fair. Gender roll, dice time. We did that in the Discord, where apparently there's a D20 system where you can just roll for gender, and it is a bunch of stupid options. I highly recommend it. So I don't want to rest, because I would lose it. I want to go to stag. Personally, I think gender is stupid and we should abolish it. Listen, the two types of non-binary are we need more genders and we should abolish gender. I'm definitely much more in the camp of we should abolish gender. I think gender doesn't really serve much function. That being said, I understand there are some people that really enjoy gender and it does work well for them. So I'm not going to sit here and tell them how to live their life. But I am going to sit here and tell them that the way that it impacts people in the intersection of gender and societal role is kind of stupid. Like, just, it's mean. It's rude. I would prefer if it did not exist in the way that it does. Personally. Do not bench? I did not bench. What's my best option? I feel like my best option is probably Queen's Station to the Fog Canyon? Or are we thinking Ancestral Mound from Dirtmouth? I think Ancestral Mound from Dirtmouth. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell someone who enjoys being a man and their society and their role in society and the ability and privilege and position that they're in for being a man or for being a woman or anything. Oh, heck. Okay, that was my one hit. And it was on the most baby of dudes. Right? It was on a dude that was super simple that I could have avoided and that I didn't because I'm bad at video games. But I do have one hit because I should be getting 2 more, right? Meaning, is it here? No, I think it's one more. Oh my gosh. That counted as a kill at least. I think this is the wrong spot. Yep, I'm 1 too high. Well. Ain't this just the darndest thing? Don't worry, always pogging. Mound pretty good indeed. I mean, the mound is pretty good. However, did I fall past it? Frick. Yeah, was it here? Did I go down far? No? What? Oh, I have to go down past it. I was trying to go in the bottom right. It's just down in center. Oops. This is what happens when I don't have a freaking compass. This is when I put away my compass and don't wield it like a keyboard warrior of the compass kind. Come now. Come now, Betsy. Don't tell me that's what you're doing to me. You don't have a good track record with mounds, though? I don't. I think that comes with being AMAB. The fact that small bugs are seemingly completely unaffected is big cool. I mean, yeah, they're so low that they're not even affected by the bugging out. So it appears that I'm unable to get to the blue, okay. Let's try this again. It's in the building. Is it? I'm gonna trust you. If you lie to me, I will be very minorly upset at you because you spread misinformation on the internet. Who are you? I don't even remember. Have I done this? Have I been here before? I don't even remember this spot. Oh, I can't remember this spot. Never mind. Nah, we good. We chilling. Buy the charm. But you can also buy the charm from Leg Eater. Which charm? Is there a charm that Leg Eater sells that gives me blue? Because right now I'm just looking for blue. I'm looking for temp HP. I'm looking for overshield. Darn, dang. I was surprised. Where is the blue in here? Hello, blue? Does anyone have blue raspberry? I'm on team blue raspberry. I think blue raspberry is one of the best flavors. I have heard the take that it is the worst flavor. And I disagree. You can also buy the fragile heart charm. Over behind the boards when I first went up. Okay. Like at this point, I think Leg Eater might be the better option. Over the boards when I first went up. See, at this point, I'm playing with fire. If I take any damage, if I am to have a single misstep, all of this is for naught. I think I'm gonna just like execute the entirety of my community. Not for anything you did, but purely to sate my own ego. Fragile Heart gives you extra mass. Joni's blessing turns blue. I guess I'm going to Leg Eater, like, because evidently this is not working for me. Because I need to re-rest anyway. And, okay. I'm just... Thank you for the protective shield. I'm just calling it. What? Oh, I guess I can't teleport. Can I not teleport when I'm in, like, a building? Good to know. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave. Where are you again? Sensing a new power about you, one that will crack the rock beneath us. Oh. What? Was I supposed to come back here earlier? Is this... Was this a place that I came to, left, and then didn't... Okay, let me drop these real quick. Let me prepare myself. Child. So, where am I slamming? Proud to spell out of my larger cousin, did you? Aren't you the charming one? She's not usually generous sort, certainly not as giving as myself, but she does have that wonderful voice. Not surprised her spells take on such an oral force. Is there a floor that I need to break? Is that what they're talking about? Well, so they mentioned you now have a spell that you can break the floor. Where is the floor they want broken? I don't see rumbles. That scream? Oh, distorted in such a way. Oh, you're just commenting on the various abilities I have. It's not within the scales of us snails to do a thing. Wherever you draw this new power from, it's not a place my kind ever thought to look. Oh ho, what you brought back here, little shadow? Are you lost? Don't worry about me, I don't need anything more from you. Never mind. Oral force. What the heck, yeah? Poking around in the dreams of others. You're more curious than you look. Oh ho ho ho. So I don't think I can actually do much. So where's Leg Eater? Leg Eater, Leg Eater. Leg Eater, Leg Eater. Leg Eater's in... right there. Leg Eater is right at Green Path. Or Fungal Wastes, sorry. Top of Fungal Wastes. I could go to the City of Tears, go over to Leg Eater. I could equip the charm. Gosh. So I'm in the Ancestral Map. I could just go down at this rate. I don't even need to Stag Tunnel. I can just run down. I'm just going to run down. But I am probably going to remove you. I'm going to put on you. So I have one. I can just put on I'll do you. Fungo Waste. Planning is planning. Yeah, that is the person that gave you the Soul Fireball. Yeah, this was my very first ability. It's just they commented on the fact that, oh, I have an ability I can, like, break through rock now. I assumed that meant they wanted me to. And that this was a situation where because I came back later, they were appreciative and that was more quests, but I do not believe so. Ah! Saved. Never punished. Nothing in this game has ever bad happened to me. See? That enemy literally just ran into a worm. All is according to expectation. And I got hit by little buddies. W save, exactly. Everyone cheer. I want applause. I want accolades. I want laurels resting upon mine head that I can immediately let go to my head. This is not what I wanted. Heck! Wait, no. This is what I wanted. Not heck. Oh, have I been here before? I must have. Surely I've been here before. Huzzah! Thank you. I appreciate it. What? Wait. Did I... Wait. No. This isn't bad. This is bad. I can go down still. This is what happens when I'm good at video games. This is what happens when I'm smart. This is what happens when I take 2 points of damage that I don't need to take right back to back. I do like the little, I like the little joint areas. I need to go up, no? I like little areas that clearly have... Oh, no. Cool. I like the little areas that are clearly like a transitory point between one and the other. Geo. They wanted money. They were greedy. Chop. Fragile Heart. If you're afraid of dying, you need this charm. Sure. Sure, I'll just buy all of your stuff because I don't think I ever will come back to you. Are you curious? You're wondering how I make my special gifts? Don't try to steal my secret. I'll steal them right back. If you're cruel to me, you'll be sorry. I'll make more and they'll give me more Geo. If someone comes by, they have to give me their Geo. If you have enough Geo, you become a king. When I get enough Geo, I'll become a king. You're such a silly guy. Okay, so now, with Fragile Heart and the 2 blue ones, let me just real quick. Fragile Heart, you. And then Compass for Luck. Oh, this is more than enough, right? Because this is 2, 5, 7, 10, 15. So now if I... Blueberry Blast! And then I'm up here, it's just a matter of going down there and not taking a single point of damage on the myriad of foes that I might face down here, even though I could have set my teleport down by it, and I chose not to. Don't jump in the spikes? You say that, presumably jokingly. That is a very real concern that I am actually, like, legitimately concerned about. Cool. Go to the troop? Why would I go to the Grimm's troop? Yeah, because I saw this and I'm like, I know this is blueberries. I just assumed that it was like I had to find blueberries on the map or something. Hog. What is here? Whoa. Let me slay all of it. Was this like a little mini dungeon? Whoa. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting just like a reward. Let me slay all of the blueberries. Aha! You've been slain. I'm a genius. I am the best 2D platformer. I don't think I can make that jump, can I? Beep. The troop likes the fragile. Oh, that's neat. I should check that out. Don't do it. No. Don't do what? Ah! I squawk like a bird. Frick. Heck. Okay. What? That was death? Why did I die? That was bad? I thought I wanted to go down. No? Did I... Was I found unworthy? Did I kill... Heck. Did I kill too many of the flowers? Frick! Don't forget... Oh, I can pogo! You're so right. I did forget I can pogo. Pogoing is like the thing you do in this game. Let's go to the right this time. Frick. Heck. This is a dream realm, and when you fall out of bounds... Understood. I did not realize this was a dream realm. I suppose I should have realized when the dream realm, like, circles were in front of me. Watch this programmer move. They hate a winner. They hate to see you win. Lifeblood core. Oh boy! A charm that I'm never gonna use. Okay, let's see what this was. Was this worth it? Contains a living core that bleeds precious lifeblood. When resting, the bearer gains a coating of lifeblood. Okay, so it's just a better version of Lifeblood Heart. So this was not worth it. At all. I'm not gonna use this. Fun little side adventure. Guten Morgen. Hello. Okay, so let's get back an actual reasonable comp. Quick slash. Long now. I have room for 3. If I don't take Soul Catcher, I can do Quick Focus. Seems good. You can learn more about Lifeblood and Sokong. Okay. I want... What are we feeling? I feel like I go up to the tram. I take the tram over to Deep Nest. I can apparently go down here now. So I'm going to try there. And then I think I go for ending 1. Right? Because I have the arena. I have that one grub up in Green Path. Don't let me forget the grub. If you let me forgive the grub, I'm not going to forgive you. And then we have the ending, which I don't know what else I can do. Obviously, I have the white fragment. I assume the white fragment is plot important, but the white fragment kind of came out of nowhere. I ain't gonna lie. The white fragment came in from a place where I was not expecting to find it. Y'all have a good rest of your days. I'm gonna head out now. Enjoy. Troop. Oh, you want me to show the troop the fragile ones? Okay. The old stag. Wait, what am I doing? I don't want to come here. I want my muscle memory. I want to go up. I want the tram. I can simply improvise, adapt, overcome. Ah! Please don't judge me for yelping. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to be stoic and cool and mysterious and enigmatic. What was I saying about the white fragment? The white fragment is something that I don't know what it does. I'm assuming that's important to the ending. is my guess, but I don't know. So I'm wondering where the other white fragment is, because this one kind of came out of nowhere. The pale lady came out of nowhere for me. So I'm in Deep Nest now. And I want to go down, right, this section. Not go to the left? No, I can't. At least go up. I can go here. With here. Go there. I can go down. And I can go down and to the right. And I don't know what's over here. Okay, it's one of those dashes. Understood. Frick. Heck. Oh, I can just go through these guys. Neat. Huh. Okay, so that's one of these. One of these I can go through. I forgot that it was... Frick, heck, darn. Oh! It's a little baby version, because I need to... Oh! That's... Honestly, I'm liking how they're, like, remixing all of the encounters where I have to dash through them. Sharp Shadow. Is that what I deal damage when I dash through someone? When using Shadow Dash, it becomes sharpen and damage enemies. I might use that. I do like dashing in enemies. Like, it is pretty useful. And then here's how I get out. Understood, understood. Okay, so that was useful. That wasn't, like, the best thing, but that's certainly useful. Oh, the entryway from... Can Dream Nail... You can Dream Nail these guys? What the heck? Wait, so like these big worm dudes. Frick. If I had the quick dream now. Light, danger. Oh my gosh. Wait, I didn't realize you could do that. That's so cool. Okay, so genuine question. Oh, I need to stop hitting I. I need to start hitting M because I assume M is map. This area that's connected to the fungal wastes. This area connected to the fungal wastes. There's an area that can go up, but I can't access it. Can I destroy terrain with the Shriek? The big vertical ones, and indeed, if you time it right, you can dream out basically every enemy in the game. That's crazy. That's wild to me. Is there a... So the fungal waste over to the right, there's like that one that goes up, right? That's where I first came in here from the Mantis Lords, right? And I can't go up there. Can I use my Shriek to destroy floor pieces? Interesting. Okay. So if I want, I could go fight more ghosts in the fungal waste. If I want, I could properly explore the infected crossroads. If I want, I could go take on the arena. I have to drop down from the front. Okay, that's what I thought it might be, but I don't know. Oh, I think I did do that then. Okay, I think I did that. Because it's here. Right, I didn't have it for a while and then I got it. So I know you want me to show off the troop and see what happens when I have fragile charms. Is there anything obvious I'm missing? Like, obviously there's the ghosts that I could go take out. But is there anything obvious I'm missing? Whether it's like a character beat or anything like that? Because I'm thinking I might just go fight the final boss, because that tells me like completion percentage. I don't know where I would find the other part of the Pale Fragment. I could go fight the Colosseum. Collecting essence for the seer. Yeah. Which, like, that seems pretty important. I'm not gonna lie. It started out as just kind of like, oh, haha, it's kind of like a secondary thing. No, it's kind of struck me that's a fairly important dealio. Do I have all the nail arts? I have 3 of them. I don't use them ever because they're just not that good. But I do have all of them. I assume I have 2 more abilities I can grab, unless these are like 2 more consumables I can grab. Sorry, I yawn. Also, is the coiled nail? Is the coiled nail the best I can upgrade my nail? How much essence do I have? I just showed you. I think it's 1,900. I need 100 more, basically. So if I go take on, because I'm assuming the fact that there's 2 more ghosts that I can see implies that I think 1,200 is probably the second to last one, is my guess. Oh, that's a whispering root. Oh, so I have 1 more ghost and I have 1 more whispering root. Understood, understood. When you get to the best nail, you'll know it's the best. Understood, understood. I haven't found much pale ore recently. After I got to the coiled nail. I think I go to the fungal wastes. I was just there, which kind of sucks, but I can go to the fungal wastes. I can fight the ghost and I can grab the mantis village tree. And then that should give me enough essence, ideally, for... I mean, definitely for the 1,200, but I don't know if it's going to be like anything past the 1,200. Okay. So, I know I'm spending essence by doing this, but I don't really care, because it's only 1 at a time, and I was informed that it increases the random essence drops of enemies. Yeah, right. Pale ore is elusive, and I wasn't expecting to find it super easily. The last upgrade needs... Yeah, I think it needs 3, and I have 0. Because I spent 1 on the first one, I spent 2 on the second one, and I don't think I found any sense. What was that thing in the Crystal Mound, by the way? Someplace too high? Yeah, so there's a place in the Crystal Peak that I can't access. You see how it kind of like goes up? All of those spots, even with double jump, I can't access, at least as far as I can tell. There is this little area that has like a little lock symbol that I don't, like, if you see to the top left of the bench, I don't know if that needs the king's seal, so I might try that. Yeah, I think at this point I'm probably not beating the game today, but that's okay. I want to get to the point where like I can beat it in 1 stream. Up. And you are going to bring me to Queen Station. I think that's the closest. You can also beat some dream variants of bosses like the False Knight. Yeah, so I tried fighting the Soul Tyrant, and I spent an hour and a half on it until I realized that I was not getting anywhere. So I haven't had the best experience. Actually, the City of Tears one. No, is that door closed or open? Oh no. I think this is my best bet. I can access it with my current stuff. Understood. How long are you planning to be on for? I generally go 6-7 hours. My throat is kind of bothering me, in part because of yesterday, so I might not go a full 6-7 hours. I've gone upwards of 8 hours. So, like, it's definitely reasonable for me to play this game for, like, 4 more hours. It's just not guaranteed, right? Like, I'm not going to say that I'm not committing to 4 more hours. Well, that's why I started stream instantly with Hollow Knight, because I'm like, I want to get as much as possible. Soul Tyrant is one of those bosses where you can safely use Fragile Strength because he cannot... Right, because the dream. Right, I forgot I got Fragile Strength. I'm gonna go for the... I guess I'm going for the fighter, the ghost first. Oh. Whoa. Hello, friend. A thing that cannot encounter. Hello. What secrets do you hold? How might I acquire them? Oh ho ho. It has been quite some time since I traipsed through the fungal waste. Simple as. I assumed it was going to be like a Wanderer's Journal, but it's still cool to see that stuff and be like, I can access this now. It is a peculiar style of lever. The mantis village really did leave a number on this area. Although I did kind of mention this before. Are the mantis people just built different? Is it like literally just they're like, nah, I'd win, and then they won against the Fanta? Or is there like lore stuff that I don't know because I haven't had the Fanta explained? Because my assumption is that it's like the Fanta, the mantis people were strong enough and honor bound enough that they weren't going to go around Fantaing in whatever capacity that means. Whereas the other bugs were like weaker, they were like seduced by its power, and or they just physically could not stop it. Is this a king's? How do I? Yeah, I can't open this. Dash. We'd love it. There's lore stuff? Yeah, I assumed. Like, the Mantis people, like, the Mantis village is probably one of the most interesting things about this game for me. Just full stop. Wait, child, why have you come here? Have you come to tame this savage, ruined land? Many have come to purify this place, but all who dwell here are eventually consumed. Yes, even the wild bugs lurking out below. They were once proud like you, but now they are only monsters. Beware dreams of glory, child. Turn back and do not return. Here. Oh, so you're calling the Mantis folk... Oh, I see what you mean about rings. Oh. It's actually super cool, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm kind of digging the... Like, anytime you have a non-conventional fighting style and or like a weapon that is not typical, I'm just gonna be like, wow, neat. Oh, so you're a coward who hides when you do that move, and then you run away, so it's hard for me to strike you. So you strike me definitely more as like a bullet hell boss, right? Your threat is not you, and you don't probably have a lot of health. It's just a matter of, can you learn the patterns, can you avoid them effectively? At least that's what I'm feeling right now. You're right, because every time I run to the side to avoid the rings, you go to the other side. Like a coward. Like a pathetic weenie baby. That is undeserving of love or affection. Though I suppose that makes sense given that your grave is so uninspired and so out of the way that I didn't even know about it up until right now. Because you just gave me your whole I just met you for the first time spiel instead of just the, hey, do you want to fight real cool? Which means I don't even care about you to have discovered you before. And I'm playing this game like a lore hound, right? I'm not going through every single monster entry, certainly. But I am definitely asking questions about the lore. I'm trying to figure out the story even without full information. And you are so insignificant that I didn't even know about you. And once I learned about you, I just first tried you. Pathetic, both from a narrative, mechanical, and simple relevance perspective. Let's be real. My mind, it clears. Have we been sleeping, child? Ah, I remember. Those proud lords. Were they truly monsters? I remember their eyes now, bright and clear. Why then did I fear them so? If there was a madness in that village, it was I who brought it. They were right to cast me out. Boom! See? Mantis lords, justified. Best characters in the game. When I was attacked, they were right to kill. To kill me? Ah. You can read the inscription on the grave? Yeah. Because the last guy I fought also had an inscription. Oh, I'm at 1191. Will you remember the elder? So I assume the Mantis Lords gave him this grave. Dang, he's already dead. Yeah, and I just sent him to the afterlife. Both physically, via my nail, and spiritually, via my words. Like, okay, but like unironically, I don't know if it's... Y'all are saying that it's explained in the lore. so I don't want spoilers, but the Mantis Lords are probably my most interesting component, like one of the most interesting factions in this game for me. Because there's the Mantis Lords, there's the Vessels, there's the, or not the Mantis Lords, the Mantis Village. There is, like, the Dreamers, and maybe it's because the Mantis Lords are just kind of like an enemy faction that, I don't know. One of the fastest ways to get me engaged in an enemy type is to have them... Oh, frick, I forgot. One of the fastest ways to get me engaged in an enemy type is to present them not as an enemy. As odd as that is. Hey, Doomington. If you present me with an enemy, and you present them in a way where I can non-hostily interact with them, I will be much more inclined to connect with them and be engaged with them and be interested in them than if they were a really cool only hostile monster, right? Anytime you give me the ability to interface with them in a way that is separate from just fighting them, that will instantly make me care about them significantly more. And that's what the Mantis Lords are. At first, I thought they were just like weird, right? I thought they were just like, oh wow, why are they aggressive? I didn't even notice that they didn't have the Phantom. But then once I beat them and they like started bowing in respect to me, I was like, Pog. Unlike other streamers, who I won't name, Rorston VT, who went around and started killing the Mantis people for sport and geo after they surrendered, or after they like acquiesced. The enemy-shaped non-enemy? Yeah. Or no, not even the enemy-shaped non-enemy. The enemy-shaped enemy who has periods where they're not your enemy. It can be as simple as, for this one mission, you're fighting Faction X. And then once you fight Faction X, or like the game fight is fighting Faction X. And then after a certain point, Faction X looks at you, and you look at Faction X, and you realize that Faction Y is coming, and you neither want Faction, like neither of you want Faction Y to win, the enemy of my enemy. Something as simple as, we still don't like each other, we still hate each other, we're still aggressive towards each other, but we hate Faction Y more, right? Banish the evil Rockman, yes, yes! I had the Dream Shield when I won, I felt so bad when I accidentally hit a bunch of them. That's kind of funny. Me and the boys on a Saturday night. And good way to put it, but also enemies sometimes are characters. Yeah, and that's the thing. Where am I going? I think I just got enough essence. Yes, 1209, so I want to go to a Stagway. Where's the nearest Stagway? Well, wait, actually, in the Mantis Village. Heck. How do you live like this? Who lives like this? Have I not gone this way? There's a path here. Oh. You bow. Yeah, I apparently haven't been here. But you bow nonetheless. Can I rob your place? Do you mind? Like, are we chill with that? Oh, yeah, I was expecting something like that. Like a... Oh. I think this is activated, but just in case, yeah. Okay. You're so polite. You bow to me because I asserted my dominance over you.
Yummers.
I do enjoy that. Fallout 1 and 2 are like that with the main enemy factions. You can encounter both super mutants and enclave and non-combat encounters. Super mutants after they've taken over Necropolis, and enclave by disguising as one of their soldiers. The spikes keep them in shape. Please rob them. Okay. Oh, that is a good amount of geo. I would have liked that earlier in the game had I come over here instead of not. Yeah, I've actually played a bit of Fallout 1. Oh, a bench. This would have been nice to have a while ago. This whole time, I didn't have a bench in the Mantis Village. Heck. I had the bench right outside of it. Yeah, so I played a little bit of Fallout 1. I didn't get very far, and for whatever reason, the most recent times I've played it, like, this was years ago at this point. I have not tried this in a while. Heck. I have not tried this in a while. It just wouldn't load. Also, hello? Oh, wait, I'm dumb. I was trying to, like, figure out how to get in here, and it was literally just an open mark of pride. What the heck? Freely given by the Mantis tribe to those they respect. I took this. I stole this. Let's be real. Greatly increases the range of the bearer's nail, allowing them to strike. Okay, so question. So like when Rory was playing this, he said that he played with long nail. Long nail was worth it. Is Mark of Pride worth it? And or is Mark of Pride worth it if I stack it with long nail? Or is 3 just not worth it? It's your favorite charm? Yeah, so I saw the other chest. I just didn't know how to find it because I didn't process that this was a pass. Is Mark of Pride worth it? Like, should I swap out long nail for it? Because if I do that, I could swap out quick focus, long nail, go Mark of Pride, soul catcher. So that does seem pretty good. You think it's worth it, but it's personal taste? Yeah, it's one of those yeah. So you think it's worth it? I'll see how I feel. Mark of Pride is longer and they do stack and it's great. Little Ghost goes, Sephiroth. Bum 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 bum. Sephiroth. Also, bow back. Gotta be respectful. Yeah, it's one of those games that's so old it's utterly unplayable without modding. No, so when I say I tried playing it, like literally it stopped working. Like it stopped functioning on the Steam browser. For whatever reason, like it just would not launch properly. And I initially played it for a couple hours, like years and years ago. But every time I've tried it since, it just didn't work. I use Mark of Pride, Unbreakable Strength. I assume Unbreakable Strength is upgraded Fragile Strength. Sharp Shadow and Quick Slash. Oh, I should check out Sharp Shadow, actually. So if I go here, drop Soul Catcher, Sharp Shadow. Oh, yeah, that actually like, what, 50% increases my dash? In addition to making it deal damage? That's pretty pog, not gonna lie. That's what I meant? Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah. Because there are some games where it's just like, they're old school, but they still are fine. And there are some games where it's like, no, you physically cannot make it work. I don't know what happened to them. I'm in a bad spot for Stag, but I'm gonna TP to here just because it's more convenient. What? Why is this? Oh no, it's got the little dream stuff. You get it. I was like, how do I make it obvious? I mean Sephiroth and Sing Song Yue and just gave up. But I understand. Listen, anytime I read Sephiroth, I just go, Sephiroth. Dun 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 dun. As someone that has never played a Final Fantasy game, I just know. Wait, if I go this way, I'll just go back the same way I came. So I want to go up. Bum 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 bum. Sephiroth. It's just like One Winged Angel. One Winged Angel is just one of those things where it's just like, I don't care if you've never played a Final Fantasy game, you kind of need to know it if you've played a video game, right? I would argue it's that iconic. And another one that I think that you're gonna argue against, I would say Megalovania. Even if you don't play video games, you kind of need to recognize Megalovania. Even if you've never played Undertale, you kind of just need to recognize Megalovania if you play video games. Not because it's like the best song that's ever been made. It's just so iconic at this point, right? And I feel like there's a big pushback, there's a big resistance to modern versions of something becoming iconic. A lot of people assume that you can only... I'm going to try going up. A lot of people assume that only like classics can be iconic, but no, I feel like even though it was made in like 2016, Undertale has had a significant impact on the game dev sphere, particularly the indie game dev sphere. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like we know what its impact fully was. It might be forgotten in 10 years. I doubt it, but it might be. But I do think that there is this is almost like elitism, where it's assumed that unless something is retro, it can't have had an impact. And I think part of that is basing on the fact that, well, to put it simply, oof, I still took damage harsh. Part of that is like the 20 years rule for history. You can't judge something as being historical until it's been like 20 years, just because you don't know the impacts that it had. For instance, 9/11 is something that was not considered history until like the 2020s, like 2021, because we were still seeing the ongoing effects of what happened, right? And now I would say 20 years is not a bad benchmark. We basically know the long and short of what happened as a result of that. We know what happened with like American interventionism and foreign policy and all of that. Like it's not, again, why am I going this way? I don't need to go this way. We basically know like what happened as a result of it, as best as we're going to know in 10 years from now, for instance. Ah! I went the wrong way. Ha! Get struck, idiot. Ow! I was the idiot. My roommate just laughed at me. Good thing I'm already old. Listen, if you are more than 20 years old, you're just downright historical, I'm sorry to say. I don't make the rules no more. Except that's a lie. I absolutely do make the rules. My channel, my rules. That's what you need to understand. Heck. Honestly, the infected crossroads, there are more difficult enemy and I forgot about this. Well, at this point, I might as well just take the tram, right? I might as well just... Actually, the charm cellar is here. You can check out the charm cellar. Like, at this point, I might as well just take the tram and take the long way to the resting grounds. In this cult... Arrow... In this cult... Arrow sets all the rules. Well, I try, and then you don't listen to me when you don't like the rule. I tell you, hey, there's nothing adorable about me. And then you say, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Oh my gosh, those explodey dudes are so silly. And by silly, I mean terrifying. Because imagine being infected by a disease of Fanta. Ah! Imagine being infected by Fanta that makes you blow up on people. SNES, that meme variant of Sans, oh my gosh. I must say, I am not a huge fan of just how crazy people went with like Sans and Undertale and whatever, but I do like the creativity behind it. Charm Notch, awesome. That's what I was hoping for. Like, I think people went too far with it in multiple aspects, but I don't think that's like, I don't think people should feel bad for expressing their joy and creativity. I just think it is something where a lot of people kind of went crazy. I think it's something where a lot of people, primarily younger folks, kind of, I don't know. It's just not to my taste how crazy people went with it. Am I going the right way? I don't even know where I'm going. I also don't know what I was saying with that Sans thing. I had a point that I was not thinking about properly. I mean, this is, I can just take the tram. It'll be faster. But I can also go this way. Well, because nothing adorable about me is clear. That's very true. Dare I even challenge you to start listing things? I fear you will simply begin spreading lies and slander and call it the truth. Okay. Look at this swim. Look at how cute this is. Look at the little feet. Hollow Knight swim. Oh. Hey.
Go on now.
Again we meet, my short friend. Here at last, I feel at peace. Twice I've seen this world, and through my service may have stripped the first experience from me. I'm thankful I could witness its beauty again. Hellenist is a vast and wondrous thing, but with as many wonders as it holds, I've seen nothing quite as intriguing as you. Ha! My flattery returns only silent stoicism. I like that. I like that very much. Incredible. Oh, wait, spend a final moment with Quirrell? Is he gonna die? We'll live in age, yet remember so little. Perhaps I should be thankful. All tragedy erased, I see only wonders. I like Quirrell. I can't be cringe, I'm too pog. My hypothesis is that every person is born with a certain amount of cringe that they have to expel over the course of their life, and I'm glad that people blow it all in the edgy skeleton. Blue like cooler, yeah. Oh, so it is kind of funny that Quirrell's here, because I'm assuming Quirrell's always here, right? I'm assuming that once you do the Dreamer, Quirrell's always at this specific spot at the Blue Lake, and it just completely happened chance that I happened to come here at this time, which I think is neat. I happen to be like, I'm going to take the blue path. I'm going to take the Blue Lake instead of taking the tram. 20-hour sit stream. See, you are adorable right now. Adorably adoring the adorableness of the... No. I can't be cringe. I'm too pog. That's what I tell myself every morning. So is Quirrell going to die? Or is this just like the last time Quirrell shows up? So real quick, like actual genuine question. Please tell me the answer to this. Of the quote unquote like storyline characters that have a storyline, there's Cloth, there's Quirrell, there's Zote, there is the guy who's at the arena, I'm assuming. The guy who's like, I'm so excited to go to the arena past the City of Tears. Is there anyone I'm forgetting? He goes to play Subnautica. No! If you come back later after talking to him, only his blade will remain here. Oh no. Also, is Quirrell like stupid old? Because he's commented that like he doesn't have memory. He's commented that he doesn't remember the time before, and he was tied to the Dreamer, right? But I actually don't know much like what the deal with that is. The Bonneman mask made him not age. Oh, so he had the Dreamer's mask, wasn't aging, so he's super old, but then he forgot a bunch of stuff, and now he's gonna die of old age because he doesn't have the mask anymore. So if I leave and I come back and it's just his sword, yeah. See, and this is what I like. I like being sad. This is like the Dark Souls style of characterization where no one has a happy ending, but you can kind of have some happiness in those endings because they're closure, they're catharsis. You have characters that are living their own life, doing their own thing, and then they have their own sad ending. AC6 does this too. FromSoft as a whole does this, but also just Dark Souls likes, like Souls likes. They tend to have a couple side characters who have their own storyline you can interface with, you can assist however you wish, and then they have a sad ending. But you're happy that you were with them to begin with. Quirrell was given the mask of the Dreamer back when she became the Dreamer. Oh, so that's why his mask was... Because I immediately clocked his mask was the same as Monoman's. I didn't know what that meant, though. I thought that meant he was going to either be the Dreamer or the incarnation of the Dreamer, or I was going to have to fight him to get to the Dreamer, something like that. And what it turned out was that he literally just had her mask. Interesting. He might drown while playing Subnautica. Yeah, he doesn't have a mask anymore. He is ancient? Oh my gosh. This is a paratextual material that implies Quirrell lost his memory because he left Hellenist for... Huh. Interesting. Hello, Abyssalite. Do you find happiness in Iguazu's ending? I find happiness in every ending where Iguazu is bullied into the ground and I call him a pathetic worm. And I do this for free. $20 is $20. I do this for the love of the game. I'm gonna put that man on a leash, smack him down in public, and then tell him to bark for me. And that's not because I want that. That's because I know he doesn't want that. I have such a fire of hatred in my heart for Iguazu because he's such a pathetic loser of a man. And that's why I love him. I want to make him hurt. Oh yeah, the mask maker talked about losing memories when leaving Hellenus with the mask. Oh, interesting. Right, so crystallized mound. I want to go up because I'm going to the Moth Seer. Yeah, so question, can I do anything with the mask maker? Oh, wait. Did you see that? They scream. There's a ghost. Cursed are those who turn against the king. Can I scream here? Yes, also, legitimate question. Please tell me the answer. Does the mask maker do anything? I don't know what they do. So to protect the vessel, I'm trying to take out the vessel. The dreamers lay sleeping. I did all the dreamers. Through their devotion, Hellenus lasts eternal. Everyone is basically saying, get rid of the seal. It does nothing, just lore? Okay. That's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure. Yeah, so the whole resting ground has these, like, screaming faces. Nope. Wielder, you've returned. Let me have a look at the dream now. It glows bright. It holds over 1,200 essence. Looking into it, I can see so many memories peering back at me. Can you see Cloth? Wave. Say hi, Cloth. You're trapped in this nail now. None of us can live forever, and so we ask those who survive to remember us. Hold something in your mind and it lives on with you, but forget it, and you seal it away forever. That is the only death that matters. Ha! So they say. Enough of that. Take this relic and come back to me with 1,500 essence. You're just gonna give me like a money thing, aren't you? Arcane egg. What? What? Oh, I thought King's Idol was the best. 15. Okay. How do I get 1,500 essence? I've taken on every ghost. I have found every whispering root. Cloth forever with you, remembered? Exactly. We'll never be apart. I have to defeat dream bosses. Question, what was the ability that people were saying don't fight the Colosseum of Fools until you get it? What was the feature that people were saying, hey, hold off on Colosseum of Fools until you get to this? Easiest is Soul Tyrant? I mean, if I have Fragile Strength, that might help. Oh, Abyss Shriek? Okay. So I'm gonna go do the tournament then. I thought it might be Abyss Shriek, but that didn't seem to make sense to me. Okay. We're about to have an ad, heads up. Once I get in there, I can drop the compass. I can drop the shroom spore. Pick up what? Long nail? Just get really long nail? What if I do... That's kind of funny. Although I don't think that's necessarily good. I think that's just funny. I do like compass for luck. I'm not gonna lie. I always feel bad wearing the compass, but if to just say compass for luck is very funny. I might go steady body, actually. Lost kin is also okay? What is lost kin? What? Lost kin? I don't know what lost kin is. Nails thrice the height of the night. The third trial was hard as balls. I was kind of struggling with the second trial, not gonna lie. Fragile strength doesn't break if you die in a dream. Okay. Dream nail the corpse of a broken vessel. I could do Broken Vessel. Did I first try Broken? I think I second tried Broken Vessel. Or Empty Vessel. Each Dream Boss gives you 300, so I have to defeat 2. I'm gonna start with the arena. Let's start with the arena, because I'm right here anyway. And then I can try Dream Bosses. So we have an ad, heads up. Lost Kin gives 400? What is Lost Kin? Or sorry, is Lost Kin the Empty Vessel? So I could just do the Empty Vessel one? Hey, the coffins? Yeah, I wanted to see if I could Abyss Streak on it, but I don't have enough. Steady Body is true arrow Chad move. Is that a good one? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Lost Kin is Broken Vessel. That might be worth it to just do the one. Oh, heck. Oh, perfect parry. I mean, I will say, it's very satisfying when I get a parry off, even though it is almost entirely, completely accidental. Me need sleep, good night. Good night. For me, it's only 3:30 in the afternoon, so... Where was the Broken Vessel? The wings were in the Ancient Basin? That strikes me as a lower one. Yeah, the Ancient Vessel was way left on the Ancient Basin. I could do that after the arena. What the heck? No, I want to go up. Why did I go down? It's midnight. I haven't slept at all today. Sleeping is for the week. Have you considered that we are currently on the weekend? So if sleeping is for the week, it's currently the weekend. What? Oh, I did want to go down. Never mind. It does actually make some strats easier to pull off. Steady Body can be very strong, but a bunch of people are just of the mind. Just hold forward. That's what I've done up until now, right? So I'm not going to say, like, I'm not that sort of person. However, I did figure I'd just try it for free, because I don't think I get much damage really at all based on the Spore Cloud. I just don't think it's that useful. Oh yeah, no, this is platforming. This is playing the game optimally. Oh my gosh, it's so silly. Heck yeah, that's the spirit. We should not be indulging in people's maladapted strategies. Right. Remember back when I first fought the arena and I didn't realize? Oh! Ren! Welcome back, everyone. I was just traveling. So I was traveling through the break. Look back for the ad, everyone. Tizo! The dude I was talking about. Hail one. You found it too, then, this perfect place. I'll soon be entering the battle, just taking a moment to rest first. Though few could truly challenge me, I'm hoping this arena presents the sort of brutal challenge I'm after. You think of this shell a defensive arm? Well, I'll give you a fair warning. It conceals a deadly surprise. Pray you never find out what it is. I'll crush them all. Oh, and you? You'll see me at my deadly best. Well, okay, Tizo. The perfect challenge. I can already taste my victory. The ad could not contain me, for I am too powerful. See, that's what you need to say more of. You need to say more of that about yourself. Yeah, remember the first time I did the arena and I didn't realize that the soul was in that little chamber to the left? So then I just went around like not doing that. I just went into the fight not grabbing my soul. Try out the fool. I'm all about crushingly crushy crush. I think a lot of my audience is based on prior comments on YouTube videos. Very well then, a new trial is open to you. I hope your performance is spectacular. Let's do this thing. First try. We don't even stop to think. We're just right in it. Also, question. I think I've asked this before. I think I've literally asked this exact question before. Hollowness is broadly screwed, right? Why are there so many presumably unhuskified people in the stand? Like, where did they come from? Where did they go? Where did they come from, Kyle and Joe? Like, is that just me asking questions that aren't really important, or is that a good question? Are you winning, Arrow? I mean, kinda. Look, how polite of you to let me fool. Oh, heck. Oh, Abyss Shriek. Heck. And smack, 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 smack. Presumably all over. Well, so I more meant in the case of, from what I've seen thus far. Oh, okay, that's kind of funny. Like, oh, we're gonna set up a new challenge in this arena. We're gonna make the spike up. We're gonna make the floor all spiky. Also, we're gonna put guys that don't have the ability to deal with that on the floor. Ah, I see why people, or maybe I see, maybe I don't. Maybe I'm just trying to see why people were telling me to get the Abyss Shriek without actually seeing. They might live here now if they were here or close enough when the infection started. Yeah. Well, because the impression I've gotten is that Hallownest is like, oh, fully taken over, right? Hallownest as a nation has fallen. Oh, there we go. Like, there is no Hallownest the kingdom anymore. It fell. And the fact that there is a dead, presumably leader. Oh, heck. Heck. Oh, that's that. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. The pretty consistent friendly fire in Arena 3, so, ooh, what the heck are you? In Arena 3 thus far has been very comedic to me. Oh, I've fought these guys before. I just got a high tier spider. Or hunter. Ooh, interesting. Heck. Well, if I just stand under this, I think I'm safe.
Yummers.
So my theory is that all these guys are just too into their game to care about anything else? Sure. Okay. Oh, man, they're liking these guys. Okay. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Ah! This is symbolic of the bourgeois pits. The working class have one against one another so they don't realize the actual threats they're dealing with. You've been playing too much Disco Elysium. And of course, by too much, I only mean not enough. You should play more. The bourgeois are not human. Ow. No. Heal. My personal theory is that the bugs are under the Lord Fools. I assume that's the dead guy? I don't know the Lord Fool. Yeah, I need to get better about... frick, darn. For the unionization! What do you mean too much Disco Elysium? Mewy. I mean that you're a communist, you're a fascist, you're a moralist, and you're an ultra-liberal. All in one alcoholic trench coat. You're not Dick Mullen. You're not psychic. And I cannot stress this enough. You are not a superstar. That is my answer to that. Arrow spiked. True.
Yummers.
But yes, for anyone who was not here for my Disco Elysium playthrough, which I did, I think at the top of this year, I think it was at the top of 2025. I ended up Superstar Apocalypse Cop, and I went a little bit ultra liberal, a little bit communist. But like, I think at the end of the tribunal, or not the tribunal, the very end of the game. At the very end of the game, Kim described me as an apocalypse cop and as both a communist and an ultra liberal. But I also had a bunch of points of superstar. So Take that as you will. Ow, heck. What does soup even do? It times you out for 15 seconds. Why would you want that? I don't know. Some people do. Arrow, stop getting impaled on camera. You've got an arena to win. Shut up, okay? I can get impaled on camera. I just have to charge for it. And then the friendly fire, which is, it's so silly to me. Ow! Ow! Frick. Darn. Again, if you don't know me, I make noises on the internet and people seem to like it. Arrow, are women bourgeois? Harry Dubois. Well, listen. The main issue and the tenet of foolishism, of traditionalism, is hating women, the men of woo. Oh, I got essence thing. Would you like a primal aspid? I don't know what that means. Oh, right, I forgot about friendly fire. Forgot friendly fire. I could take an Insulindian Phasmid if that's what you're offering, but that doesn't sound like that's what you are. Sorry, now I'm talking Disco Elysium nonsense. I made one comment about it, and that's all the stream becomes. I'm too tired to type correctly. Well, get more sleep, I guess. Like, rest well. Drink some coffee, maybe. Some tea, if that's your thing. The Insulindian Phasmid. So much chaos, I love it. Oh my gosh. Not the Deltarune reference. I played part 1 of Deltarune back when it came out. And then I proceeded to not keep up with it in any capacity. But I do know about Jevil. Fun fact, it's called the Insulindian Phasmid because it provides free insulin to all the diabetics in Revachol. I don't think that's true. I think that if you brought that up to the moralists, the moral intern would say that that would not work with the price stabilité. And I think that if you brought that up to anyone else, they would call you communist. So, you know, like real life. What's the freedom motif? Sorry, what? What's the freedom motif typing thing again? I'm unfamiliar what you mean. If you're referring to my community. Ah! I need to finish Disco Elysium, but that can happen one day. I'd recommend it, personally. I had a great time with it. Obviously no spoilers, but I had a great time. Yeah, the freedom motif. Are you talking about for the community or for Disco Elysium? People type the freedom motif in lines like, Arrow the Impaled. Listen. That's certainly a title of a video on another site. I see I missed some funny chats in the chat. Exactly. I get to finally see Arrow live, at least instead on YouTube. Oh, well, happy to have you. Yes. I definitely... Honestly, I did not think I would enjoy streaming. I did not think I would enjoy streaming as much as I have. Like, just full stop. I kind of love it. Mostly because it just lets me rant about my hyperfixations and then people get excited. And it's really cool and fun and awesome to have other cool, awesome people get excited about stuff you're excited about. Like, who'd have thought? Ow! I just yelped and I didn't even take damage. Wow. But yes, so I suppose I should probably mention, just in case anyone doesn't know, I primarily make YouTube videos. I primarily make TTRPG, D&D style videos on YouTube. And I also stream on YouTube where I do just chatting streams. I do Zatsus. And that's where a lot of my audience comes from. And that's where I spend a lot of my time. Frick. Listen, the friendly fire will continue to be funny until morale improves. Ow! I should have pogoed. Listen, the friendly fire will continue until morale improves. I just need to inform you of that. Yeah, I need to get my pogo game up, because when I think Hollow Knight, I think pogoing. Like, before I knew anything about Hollow Knight, I knew you were a cute little knight and that you pogo. You must be truly insane. I wish I had hyperfixations. So I actually don't know what the definition is. I just know the vibes. And I use hyperfixation to describe something that has occupied the majority of my focus and that I would take over my other interests. And that oftentimes I have to struggle to not let it overtake my responsibilities, lasting a couple months or more. I would consider a special interest something that lasts like years. And I have both of those. Ow. And I will say that having a hyperfixation that you know how to self-regulate is one of the best things. Just like, because you're never not entertained, right? You can always find entertainment. You can always find something interesting to talk about with basically anyone. Because even if you're talking to someone and, like, I don't know, your hyperfixation is, I don't know, the history of golf, and you're talking to someone who has never cared about any sport in their life, you can still make that interesting if you learn, and this is what I was talking about with the Finding Love short recently. If you can learn to turn your fixation, your interest, into something that someone who doesn't know and doesn't care about the thing can find interesting. Like, did you know that, and this is just literally, I'm making this up, this is not real. Did you know that historically, golf sports betting has had the highest per capita rate of cheating and scandals in the $1 million range than any other sport? And then I'm like, how the heck is there this like ring of golf cheating going on? And then you're like, it's actually so interesting. So back in like the 1700s, there was this group of aristocrats who started effectively sports betting. Now, they weren't allowed to gamble, but they were allowed to place non-binding wagers that they then pressured one another into following. And then like you go on a tangent like that. And then suddenly I care about the history of golf, right? You told me in such a way that I could find something that interested me about your niche interest, right? And that's when a hyperfixation, like, unironically kind of becomes a superpower. It's when it gets in the way of your life. It's when that you don't know how to connect with others about it. It's when you feel like it is something that no one will ever understand and that you were ostracized for. That is where it goes from being a superpower to like being your kryptonite. And that is a very real divide that I think a lot of neurodivergent folks struggle with. Oh. Hi guys. It's been a minute. Wait. I kind of like that. It's enemies from a bunch of different regions. Ow. Ow. Frick. Dang. Is this that one where you're like, be an interesting person, nerd? Exactly. Is there anyone who knows how to stream on Twitch on PS4? I do not. That's just what a YouTube channel is. I mean, I have I would say I've had modest success. I've had appreciable returns on the effort I have put in of my channel. And I think a large part of that is because I know I am speaking to an audience of both people that know what this is and think it's cool, people that know what this is and think it's lame, people that don't know what this is and think it's cool, people that don't know what this is and think it's lame. Because I talk TTRPGs, which is such a wide net that there's so many different people in all of those demographics that if I make content that is oriented towards one of those groups, I can pretty confidently position it in a way where it will get someone interested. For instance, my Lancer frame reviews. Those are basically for people that already know and play Lancer, right? You're not watching my Lancer frame review because you're trying to get into Lancer and I'm explaining how the mechanics of the game work. I'm telling you, hey, this frame that you think is stupid is kind of like Danny Phantom. Here's why that's funny. I don't know what anything is, but things sure are interesting. Listen, if you don't know what things are, if you don't know what things are you really a person? Knowing things is what makes you a person. The difference between you and a baby is that you know things the baby doesn't. And the baby's coming for you. And there can always be a baby, but there must always be a baby. So if you don't know things, once that child learns like pre-algebra, you're done. You are the baby now. I don't care that you have 10 years on that like 13-year-old. You are now the baby. And they must, I was gonna say sit you, because like babysit, but that sounds kind of weird. Ow, frick, heck, darn. There's a hot springs in the arena? What the heck? Heck, darn. I'm not interested in TTRPGs. What are you talking about? I didn't listen to the whole false Hydra video. What are you talking about? Exactly. I've had people who commented both. I watched this video without knowing what a false Hydra is, and I thought this was so cool. And I've also had people who said, I watched this video without knowing what a false Hydra video was. This video sucked. I was so confused. Which, I think that's a little bit of a self-report. I think that's a little bit of demonstrating critical thinking. Because I feel that the video was pretty straightforward in, okay, you might not know what Werewolf the Apocalypse is, but you can probably figure out what a false Hydra is. And given by the fact multiple people said that, yes, I don't know what a false Hydra is, but I enjoyed the video because I got it as it was happening and I thought it was so cool to hear about. Oh no, it's a little bit of a self-report. I still don't know what a false Hydra is. I assume it's not them from Magnus Archive. I'm not familiar with Magnus Archive. The best thing I can ascribe it is that it's a big monster, that it has a song that it sings. And whenever it eats someone, if you can hear its song, you will forget that anyone it has eaten existed. Right? So also, you will forget the false Hydra existed if you can hear the song. So the idea behind a false Hydra is that it goes around and it eats people. And then, oh right, I forgot. Friendly fire. With the false Hydra eating people, people are constantly disappearing, but everyone forgets that they existed. So they'll realize, wait, why do we have, I don't know, a blacksmith shop? Turns out we had a blacksmith. But no one remembers that the blacksmith existed. They just think it's weird that they have a blacksmith shop. That's the core of a false Hydra. And what I did is I basically just extended that to, what if I made the player forget? Instead of just telling the player their character forgot. What if I made the player feel like they forgot? I will admit, if I didn't know what the false Hydra was before the video, I would struggle to understand anything. Yeah, and I mean, that's something where I was talking on stream about it to an audience that knows TTRPGs. So someone in the comments brought up like I have no idea what a false Hydra is. Like, you didn't explain what it was. You should have explained dislike. And then my response to that was just like, yeah, probably should have. That's fair argument. That's fair criticism. I'll fix that in future stream highlights. And their response to that was, oh, I removed my dislike. Thank you for accepting criticism. Which, like, is kind of cutie. I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate how frequently arguments in my comment section / like negative comments in my comment section get resolved purely with just someone being like, okay, thank you, or I didn't mean anything mean by that. I hope you know. Kill. Hell. Heck. Since I knew what a false Hydra was before the video, it was riveting and I was hooked listening on my way to work. So if it eats someone's parents, does everyone just wonder where the child came from? They think they're an orphan. Like, would I remember little Timmy because I knew him since he was born, but I would have no idea. So if little Timmy had parents that got eaten by false Hydra, you would say, wow, it's weird that little Timmy lives alone in that house without any job to support himself and is also a 12-year-old. That's weird. And then you would kind of move on with your life because the false hydra doesn't rewrite reality. It just makes you forget. So you forget that little Timmy had parents, but you don't forget little Timmy lives at that house. Yeah, that's Timmy's house. How does Timmy pay for that house? I don't know. He's like a 12-year-old. I never thought to ask him how he paid for an entire house. If someone's like sister or like sibling gets eaten, you might be like, hey, why do you have a spare bedroom in your house that seems like it's being occupied? I don't know. It's always just kind of been there, and I guess like I just like to keep the guest room full. The fun of a false hydra, which I think a lot of people don't agree with me, is the fun, is that it leaves gaps, is that it's imperfect, is that the false hydra's memory loss is not accurate. Right? The false hydra's memory loss is not something that it will be a perfect recreation or make you forget. It is literally just like plugging holes. Oh, I just fought you guys. The false hydra's memory loss is something where it is very easy to realize something is wrong, and that's what makes a false hydra so compelling to me, is because you know something's wrong. You don't know what's wrong. You don't know who you forgot. Frick. Darn. Heck. Rat. Okay, they're gonna launch it, and now I can heal. Ow! Ow! Heck. Darn. Dang. Frick. Dang. Darn. Oh my gosh, man's just emoted on me. What in the hecky heck? Gosh darn it. I'm gonna slit his throat and eat until I get sick. Sorry, I've been listening to a lot of Butcher Vanity. I've just been listening to the song Butcher Vanity on repeat for the past like 72 or 24 hours. So one of the lines, it's a song about cannibalism. And one of the lines is, I want to slit your throat and eat until I get sick. And I don't know. I feel like that goes kind of hard. Presumably for a cannibal, right? Like, it's kind of unique and niche in its perspective. Also, wait, if this is an arena, I just realized these guys don't have orange eyes, but they do have orange Fanta blood. Do they just capture the Fantas? Do they just capture their fellow husks? Well, I suppose actually, are the audience watchers? Are the audience members, are they husks? I asked this before, but it does occur to me that there are characters in this game like the miners who are husks, who just kind of continue doing their job despite being husks. They're all infected. I think they, yeah. See, because it would make sense if the audience was also infected. Oh my gosh. Because then it's a situation where like their role that the husk is making them play is audience member, which is why all they do is just sit there and throw Geo. Although that does make me wonder, like, are the people who are tied up in the previous room, are they husks? Probably not, because they're talking. I forgot. Now I can heal. The fighter fools took infection into them willingly. Oh, so same thing with like the mantis. Understood. Oh, frick, heck, darn. Oh, I forgot. This is friendly fire. I'm currently, I just wanted to do that. I'm sorry. I'm silly. I'm dumb. I just wanted to noise. I know it's not good content, but I thought it would be fun. I don't even know why I'm making noise. I'm a genius! Ha! I have defeated these weird spider creatures. I shall slay them. Eep. Ow! Ow! Sorry. I know in the arena I get locked in. I should be yapping more. I know I should be yapping more. I'm a yapper. Ow, frick. Heck. Ow. Okay, let's go heal. Like the Trader Mantis? Yeah. So interesting how like the Coliseum of Fools seems to be like its own faction basically. Ow, frick. Are you serious? I hate you. Almost as much as that one guy that was emoting on me. Heck. They're all infected, but they're not husks? It doesn't progress. I assume that's... Normally infected creatures become aggressive, but obviously, like, if they're already in the arena and their whole life is being aggressive, I wouldn't be surprised if that was like... That didn't even hit me! Stupid. Become aggressive and or confused, then they die and they reanimate as a husk, but the people in the Coliseum don't for some reason. Probably because they're actively inflicting violence, right? Like if your life is violence and you get infected with the inflicting violence disease, I think you're going to be fine, right? If your whole life is fighting and you get the, oh no, like if your whole life is fighting in a pit and you get infected with rabies, you still have rabies. But it's not going to be as noticeable as if you weren't in the pit. My apologies for my noises. You fool, you utter imbecile. I will defeat you with the power of the French. Ooh, that's... Don't worry about it. I just clicked buttons really hard and then it worked. Okay, let's take you out. Ah! I hate you. Ah! I hate you. So question. All of the people who were saying to wait for the third fight until I got the Abyss Shriek, is it for these flyers here, or is there something later that I know for a fact I'm gonna need it? Frick, darn. Frick, darn. Heck! Blast! Watch this. Don't watch this, actually. I take it back. You should not watch me in any capacity. You should close the stream right now. Or if you're watching the VOD, you should close the video. I need to get better about striking earlier. Right, I keep forgetting this is the self-destruct. Oh, you're gonna know when it comes? Understood. I wonder, how are my charms? How do we feel about my charms? Is it... I think this is just a skill issue. I think this is just a, I will get better at this as I do it more. But are we feeling that I'm gonna need more charms? Like better charms? Because right now, it's really just a matter of health management, right? I'm not even really struggling the encounters too much. It's literally just like managing my health. Yeah, like stupid hits like that. So I'm gonna go after these guys first because these guys very much so have been not a thorn in my side, but like Fanta in my boot, you know? You know that vibe? Because I haven't been prioritizing them up to now. Although I really should have been. I should have been there. I should not have just walked off there like a cretin, like an absolute animal. Napoleon frame. Activate La Franche power. Running away. Oh, you meant true back reality. Well, we went two different directions that I think were kind of similar. I think we're on the same vibe. All right, these guys. Ah! Well, that's one way to... That... Yeah. Okay, that one was just incompetence on my part. Okay, that one was also incompetence on my part, but to a different extreme. We heal! We heal! We heal! I will say the diversity of encounters is much more interesting in this one than the previous ones, because before in both the second and the first one, there was just kind of like a lot of we're gonna throw 5 of the same enemy at you, whereas this one actually has like party comps, right? Frick. Let me try this. Do you know that in games, most of the religious factions end up either antagonistic or overly glorified? Sometimes through games take a very thoughtful approach, for example, having it be a philosophical movement. Yeah? What about that? Because like that's the thing. In most pieces of media, religion is either going to be something that is set dressing or plot integral. If it is plot integral, that's going to be a story about faith, or that's going to be a story where a character is of a certain religion and that impacts their morals and their characteristics. That is going to be a situation where in a fantasy world, the god of creation and goodness is going to be responsible for stopping the god of destruction and darkness, right? Like, those are situations where like religion is important. And then in ones where it's just set dressing, it's almost always going to just align with what the author's personal views on what organized religion is. Like, whether that's positive or negative, whether that's fair or unfair. If it's just set dressing, it's almost always going to turn out to just be, oh, I am a devout follower of this religion. I'm going to just base this fantasy religion off of my real life religion. And I'm going to make it so that everyone who follows it is morally correct in everything they do. And if not, then they're going to be bad people for bad reasons because they're not actually true followers. And conversely, if you're not religious and you write just for set dressing, oftentimes it's going to turn out where the religion is evil for the sake of being evil because only bad people would subscribe to a belief system for some reason. Like, I feel like as though it's very... I mean, like, it's easy to look at something and say, oh, it needs nuance in its interpretation. But like, no, like with religion in particular, I feel like it's very often just when it's included in this in the setting, it is literally just what the author's views on whatever the closest organized faith is. Which there's a time and place for that. I'm not gonna say you can't do that as an author, but I am gonna say, like, be interested. Don't just say thing I don't like bad, and I'm gonna make it so that everyone thinks that, and if they don't think that, it's because they are bad. Similarly, don't say thing I like is good, and everyone who likes it is good. That's just boring. Like, I'm not even saying that from like a let people make their own decisions perspective. I'm saying that from a narratively that's not interesting. It can be plot integral and also not all-encompassing. Yeah. And that's what I was getting at, right? Is I feel as though the biggest offenders of this are when it is a background element. It is not fully present. And there is just kind of like, oh, well, I need to talk about this because it's part of the setting. So I'm just going to like add my own personal views. Which, again, you're allowed to do. You're not allowed to do that. It's just not super interesting when it's the same like one of two takes. I need to stop walking into them. I think cats can have a little salami and everyone who agrees is good. Listen, I understand that's your religion, but you can't come in here and just start proselytizing like that. Seriously, Neko. What's next? You're gonna speak the word of the tuna can? Oh, there you go. Heck. Death. Woe be upon ye. Frick! Frick! Well, I guess I'm killing you, like... Counterpoint, you could also have a little... I did have... Actually, my breakfast today was a little salami. My breakfast today was some cheese, a little bit of salami, much like a cat. Although cats should not have cheese, I believe. What? I smacked you. Kills you, kills you, kills you, kills you, kills you. I'm turning into AE, what the heck? I'm ranting about sensitive subjects. I'm saying kills you, kills you, kills you. Being bad at video games. I hate these orange Fanta dudes. These orange Fanta dudes. They don't even emote on me when they get me. They just straight up are mean. What's the difference between a hippo and a zippo? One is real and one is not? Okay. Play your last pathetic boomerang so I can heal. Hey, this is how you exploit the AI. Yeah, because these guys are easier to kite, so I can heal off them. Heck. Right, so you're the guy who emoted on me last time. So if I just... Frick. I spoke too soon. Okay. We're doing the strat. I don't care. I want to beat this arena. I want to beat this game, ideally, by the end of the day. But I don't think that's going to happen. So I'll settle for beating this arena. And if I have to use, like, absolute rat tactics to do it... Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, indeed. Oh, no, these guys. Okay, they went down easy. Oh, there's a little dude. Didn't Rockman say it'd take you 2+... So he said it would take him 1 stream, it would take me 2 streams. But that was also just him clowning on me. So I don't accept that as his reality. I accept that as purely fictional. Ow. I mean, and also it probably will take me 2 streams at this point. Explicitly because I went around and did a bunch of side content. Like, had I not done the side content, had I just kind of like focused on the main story, I think I would have been chilling. Frick! Tried pogoing you. Heck! Darn it. Okay, this is annoying. Okay, you're dead because you're annoying. Frick. Darn. Frick. Darn. Okay. So I can just heal. Just heal. Okay. Frick! Okay. I don't know, when I fight enemies whose whole thing is just teleporting away from me really quickly before I can even strike them, I don't think, wow, this is a tough fight. I think, wow, this is a BS enemy. Oh, I just got pushed. Push. teleports behind you. Listen, I just talked about the morning cloak. Perfect one. Luckily, with my long nail, with my mark of the elite or whatever, I can do stupid long damage where I attack everyone. What a fight. What a challenger to overcome. Oh. Oh, interesting. Ah! I see! Wait, this is cute! The little dodging section. Ah! Oh no. I can pogo just as well as anyone else. Now you'll see. Oh. Did I even hit them? I think I did. I'll be the one to make it to Nationals of the Hollow Knight Pogoing Championship. Okay, that's no good. In fact, I would say that's very bad. Although, all is well. I will simply win. This doesn't seem like winning. Frick! You're just a third-rate bug with a fourth-rate pogo. You take that back right now. My name ain't Joey Wheeler, but I do have that Brooklyn rage. Arrow, I'm sorry, but you failed the bounce on him skill check. No, I was bouncing on him crazy style earlier. You can't say that to me. Wait, religion is a sensitive subject? Bad choice of a hook then? Yeah. You're streaking. How dare you? How dare you do that? You're about halfway. Shut up. That is not the halfway point. It's gotta be like 2/3, 3/4. I do not believe you. Do you think my bug ever gets cold? Do you think my knight ever gets cold? I just realized that like I haven't had any upgrades or changes to the cloak. And I was just like, what if the bug gets cold? What if the knight wants to be warm? Is that what the hot spring is for? I will say, I do like being able to just spam my attack button because I have long range and enhanced speed. That is very silly to me. Frick! I need to get better about dash, dodging, recovery. Heck. That was a complete miss. What the? Flip! Flip! There's a reason the ghost doesn't require food or water. No, I know. I've sussed together. I have put my peepers to the paper and put together that the knight is a vessel. I'm going to replace the previous vessel. Vessels aren't real. They're just like simulacrums that a higher being must inhabit. A force must give life to. And that... Yeah. God. Darn it. And it's really just a matter of like, I am piloting. The lights aren't even on. No one's home, right? Right. I forgot. This is the no good time. Wait, have we made a joke about Arrow in Hollow being a moth girl? No, we have not. And I don't think that we need to start that. I think that you're obsessed with the idea of me being your idealized e-girl. I think that you should really calm down, buddy, with your projection. Knight being a vessel is that tough stuff. They can even swim in acid. Well, they had to get a blessing for that. I feel like if I got blessed by like the deity responsible for acid burns, I could avoid acid burns just as well as the knight. Although maybe that's just Maybe that's my ego. Maybe I need to kill my ego before I can proceed further. No, because moths are jerks. This is shown extensively in the lore. Well, no, I'm a villain. I'm a bit of a jerk. I'm mean. I'm rude. Jerk. Stupid spider urchin. See? It's mean. You're literally... I'm not a puppy girl. Also, I just realized your name was Hello Nate. Hollow Nate? Nate, not Nate. Knight. I just realized that. That is very funny. I would simply not touch the acid. Okay, well, have you considered that maybe the acid is lonely and touch-starved, and I am doing a service by touching this acid with its explicit written and verbal consent because it wants company, and I'm gonna slam my head against the wall? Stretch. The secret to ghost toughness, it wipes its butt with... No, we're not talking about butt wiping. I played with Terraria with Arrow. I will disagree. Okay, Terraria was a different story. Looks can be deceiving. Hornet and Knight, that's true. Iguazu from AC7, or AC6, sorry. I misread that. He'll tell you how mean Arrow is. Listen, Iguazu, I like him more than Swinburne because he's funny. But also, like, both of them are pathetic, absolutely, like, worthless men. Iguazu makes me want to put him in his place. Meanwhile, like, Swinburne just makes me want to be done with him. I literally don't remember him when I think about, like, memorable characters from AC6. That's how bad he is. That's how pathetic of a man he is. And I don't think he appreciates that. I think that he needs to better appreciate his just lack of impact on the world. The shrinking legacy he strives so hard to impart upon the Vespers fades beyond even the memory of those he has fought in combat. It is not so much that he is a pathetic man. It is more so that he is an idea of a passing pathetic impulse that I cannot even be so bothered as to pay heed to outside of taking damage when I shouldn't have. That was stupid. This game is stupid. I hate this game. I don't like this game. Why am I playing this game? The arena is bad. I'm mean. It's stupid. Haven't played in a while. Swinburne being I think it's Vesper 7, the guy who like makes a deal with you to not kill him. Yeah, I have to put away my headphones. My headphones just died. Wah! Iguana the punk. Listen, the funny Iguana Man becoming one of the major antagonists of the game is not something I expected. I expected when in the third ending, spoilers, in the third ending, he jacks your fight with Snail. That would have been a perfect send-off as a like secondary antagonist. Snail and Iguazu, both are characters you don't like. They get taken out at the same time. It's a very clean narrative reason to allow you to remove these two like characters you want to know what happens to them. You want to take them out, but they're not really important enough to be central to the main plot, like the main villain. So they get taken out at the same time. They have a fun moment where they're like, I'll wipe out both of you at the same time, and then they just go away. No, funny Iguana Man comes back round 2. Oh frick, heck, darn, dang, imbecile, cretin, mongrel, ragamuffin. I gotta go make pizza. Someone else take a turn clowning Arrow. You're asking the wrong crowd for that, bro. Sharp Shadow. I do have fun. I do have Sharp Shadow. I thought you were saying it could be fun, so I was like, I do have it. He does what to our fight? What did I say? Listen, I thought it's been very well established. I do not speak words good. Frick you. Heck you. I don't words good. And this is awkward because I'm a writer. Oh, I was hitting the wrong button. Somehow, I managed to misplace my fingers on the keyboard. Yep, this is the... He jacked her. Yeah, he steals it. He jacks it. I didn't say he did anything else. I didn't say anything inappropriate. Words are hard, particularly when you're stupid. Arrow writes 2025. Heck, darn, dang, darn, drat, heck, blast. I'm gonna never recover from this. Ow, frick. Okay, that one was calculated. That one was bullying. Who up jacking they fights? I want you to shut your mouth. You sure got excited about your fight though? Yeah. So maybe he was jacking it. I don't know, like... I'm not the weirdo here. I bet your mech was awesome too. My mech was not awesome. My mech... I had a couple different mechs throughout it. The first one I started, I painted to fit my color scheme of like black, gray, and gold. But then I made the arms red, white, and blue, and I named it the 4th of July because I was bringing freedom to the people of Rubicon. And by freedom to the people of Rubicon, I mean I went around with twin bazookas and I blew up the local populace's resistance fighters. Which, like, you know, it's just business. Every time I watch a stream instead of a YouTube video, you feel so... It's so high quality. What do you mean? Wait, whoa. What do you mean by that? What do you mean you feel it's so high quality? Like the YouTube videos? Or are you saying that my YouTube videos are so low quality that my stream seem better by comparison? Frick you. Heck. Ah! I didn't see that one. Freedom! Exactly. Scotland forever. I didn't even know you had a YouTube. Yeah. So, I'm primarily a YouTuber. I make TTRPG videos. I make videos about D&D, Kane, Lancer, Warhammer 40k, a ton of different videos. Shorts come out basically every day. I stream twice a week over on YouTube, once a week on Twitch. So, I'm actually not really a Twitch streamer. I consider this like tertiary, if anything. Because I consider myself like a YouTube video creator, first and foremost. Like brand-wise. And then I consider myself like a YouTube streamer, secondarily. It is tertiarily that I consider myself like a Twitch streamer. Frick you and your Fanta balls that can go die in a hole. If I sent you to the moon, I wouldn't give you any Tang Pie, because you have too much Tang. Why did you moan? Why are you pulling at me? Only true Undertale fans will understand. I'm sorry, I never played Undertale. I watched a playthrough of it. I watched several, actually, which is why I haven't played it, because I know the special bits. Like, it would not be interesting for me to play through it. Can you please get... Thank you. Like... That was actually gonna, like, tilt me if it just stayed above out of my range of view, and then every time I jumped up to hit it, I physically could not see it. So I would always take damage. Like, that would have tilted me. You have no idea what that means? You can take Arrow's life, but you can never force him to wear pants. Okay, shut up. I'm currently in pajama shorts, or I'm actually currently in normal shorts right now. So even when I'm not in pajama shorts, I still don't wear pants. Think of it as notes on a keyboard. Da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun-da-da-da-da. That's what I'm assuming you're doing. So now it's gonna be... Is it wait? Wait, I don't remember the words. I was gonna start singing Master Destruction, but I don't remember the words off the top of my head. Because I am, in fact, a fake Persona fan. How did you know? I have only played the games. Not even all of them. I want to play Persona 5. I need time to play Persona 5. I do not have the time. Okay, that's one spike ball down. I see the projection patterns on these guys is pretty easy to track, but it's not trivial. Like, you still have to kind of like do guesswork of where they're gonna land. Oh, frick. Okay. Okay, we are executing with extreme prejudice. Frick, 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 frick. Okay, I'm back up. That's what matters. Okay, I'm healing. I'm using the cover to protect me from the Fanta. And it didn't even work. I'm gonna take a life. I'm gonna take multiple lives. Yeah, so we're currently in ad jail. My apologies. Unfortunately, I can't control that. I am just fighting the same fight over and over, so I don't actually know if you're interested. Normally, I would pause if we're making advancements, but this is not really advancement. This is just kind of the same thing over and over again. Over and over, over and over. Sorry. I was just thinking 3 days grace. Okay, we're gonna do the same strat. We're gonna do the same strat of just... And then we kill him. Kill him! Oh, yeah. Like, Sharp Shadow or whatever this is, goated. Okay, this attack pattern is sucking. Okay. Okay, now I think I can do 2. Okay. And now we grab that. And then it's dead. Boom, we healed. Right, now we're at the frogs. I will say, the arena, great way to fill out the bestiary. Okay, now it's just the little dudes, so I take you out, I heal. Hi, welcome back from the ads, everyone. I did not pause because we're just fighting the exact same enemies over and over, so I'm sorry. Like, my apologies if you wanted to see me fight the same enemies for the 3rd, 5th, 7th, 8th time. That would be my beat, as the kids say. Right. Okay, 5 hits. Brick. I need to get better about pogoing. You're only 3. Frick, frick, frick. I need the pogo. Don't ask me why I went to... You went to what? The microwave? Okay, I just took those hits because I know I could heal it. And kills you. This guy is significantly easier to deal with. That's what happens when you deal with a marshal and then a caster, or a caster and then a marshal. You deal with the caster first, the marshal's easy. Although this is more like an Eldritch Knight because you do have some fire magic. Let's just bounce off you. Crazy style. And then we're gonna bounce off you, normal style. Right, okay. And then there's gonna be... All right, I froze the big guy next. Okay, then it's gonna be a big guy. Oh, I tried dashing through you and it did not work. Yep, and now this is where we have the worm. Oh, you should not, yeah, you should not put a spoon in the microwave. That is a very bad decision. You know, outside of Hellenus, these guys, like, outside of Deepness, these guys are just kind of cuties. I'm not a fan of centipedes, personally. They are somewhat, not cash money, I would go so far as to say. In their appearance and their creep factor. Frick. Okay, I'm doing so poorly with this. What the heck? Frick! I hate my wife. I'm a boomer now. You can't even bind a centipede. The others are so much better. I mean, you can. It just hasn't been recorded. Centipedes have not been ever recorded to be bound, which makes sense given that they hate their own. They hate their host, which would be very interesting if you had a bound centipede. Drip shadow kills are pog. That is very pog. Also, you can dream nail some enemies. Yes, I know I can dream some enemies. That doesn't matter when I'm fighting for my life. And like, I can't charge that up. What do you think I am? Who do you think I am? Someone who's good at this game? Do you expect me to pogo my way to victory? No. I expect me to face tank all of the damage, to not actually learn the attack patterns of my enemies. And if someone throws Fanta at me, I'm gonna take damage and complain about it. Who do you think I am? Frick! Darn, I thought I killed you. When it's dodging section with the centipedes, it's easy though. Exactly! So I just need to grab the centipedes and pick out their brain, except I already did that. I need to get better at pogo. I know. This is the time for pogo. I need to get better about pogoing back to recovery. Honestly, you should never die from spikes in this game. If you ever die from spikes in this game that are on the floor, you are a bad Hollow Knight player. I would know because I've seen people who do that, but I would never do that because I'm too good at the game. I'm too good at pogoing to ever be caught out by spikes. An actual play I've been watching has a binder PC with a bound centipede. Oh my gosh. Like, a bound centipede sounds super interesting because it's basically, like, the best equivalent I can have is a person who's, like, their special power is like, nukes, right? Their special power is zombies. You're in, like, a D&D setting, and you have someone, like, alongside the paladin and the fighter and the rogue, you have someone who their whole shtick is that they just have, like, a horde of zombies. And not, like, necromancer D&D zombies. I mean, like, if they bite you, they infect you and you become a zombie. Like proper zombies. That's not something you want. Heck. Kill, kill. Violence, violence, kill, 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 kill. I'm going to commit Sudoku, and by Sudoku I mean seppuku. I mean ritualistic disembowelment. I'm Am I Hadoken because I don't have the thing that upgrades it and I never upgraded it? It's not even that good. Okay, cool. Taking damage and complaining is totally valid. My favorite way to do on a first playthrough. Yeah, I mean, is it really? Is it really like a roguelike? Is it really like a Souls-like? Is it really a platformer? Unless you're constantly complaining anytime anything happens. Like, I feel like that's unironically part of the charm. I feel like part of Dark Souls, part of Hollow Knight, part of difficult games is, I'm so frustrated by this game. It's so annoying. But like having a good time with it, you know? Frick. Okay, and I get my 2. Frick! I hit my thing and it didn't work. Because it's dumb and stupid. Should feel bad. Frick! I was standing on it. I'm not upset. I'm okay. I'm gonna beat this, and it will take me 5 more hours, and I will not beat the game today because I'm busy in the arena, but I will beat this. Anyway, how's your day been? I'm excited. I was talking earlier. You make me feel sad for society. You motorcyclist who zooms down a residential street without any sort of like muffling on your engine. But yeah, on exactly the opposite side of your shade room is another useful. Oh, is that? Oh, I guess I've never checked out there, have I? I bet that's where the hot spring is, isn't it? Because someone said that there was a hot spring here. That would make sense, wouldn't it? I am going to mod the game to remove these orange spitter dudes from it. I am going to commit crimes against humanity. I'm gonna end stream if this one bug kills me. Thank you. Like, let's just beat up those guys. I'm just pressing attack button. Frick. Heck, darn, I jumped in. I hate this dude. Like, I'm unironically getting so tilted at this. Not because I think that I'm, like, failing and I should be better, but because I think that there are legitimately unfair hits in this. Primarily from those orange dudes. Luckily, the arena is structured in such a way that, like, a section like this is super slow. Super slow, you take it at your own pace. You can heal up, it's whatever. But, like, there have been many times where I just straight up do not think I should have gotten hit. That... I've never understood raging at a game or breaking your controller or like being nasty or anything. This is making me start to get it. This makes me want to break the thing that I'm inputting on because it makes me unhappy. If you die to another primal aspid, no. Oh, those are the primal aspids. Got it. That's what you were asking earlier. No, so if I die to a different one, I won't. I was saying specifically that one in particular. Because it was so frustrating to me. Like, if I die to a different one, that's just par for the course at this point. Like, I'm farming essence. That's my justification here. Like, there are certain things in this game where I'm just like, am I just doing it wrong? Am I just bad at the game? Or is it that the game is being stupid? Ah, so now you understand the... Honestly, for the longest time, until like literally right now, they were not that big of an issue. I don't know what it is.
For whatever reason, the primal aphids all game have been fine. And it's only now in this arena, on the day of my daughter's wedding, that I'm finding such vitriol for them in my heart. I did not jump, I hit attack. Hate you? Hate. Like, these guys are legitimately not fun to fight against. A lot of these other enemies are. A lot. And when I do that, I don't enjoy it. What happens? But like, these flying guys, sure, I've had some times where they're annoying. I have fun fighting them. They're fun to fight against. When it comes to the aphids, I just legitimately think that I would have more fun if they were not in the game. Like, even these like red dudes who I find super annoying and I actually really struggle with, right? They're annoying, but I'll deal with them. And I'm not gonna like complain about them too much because it's literally just a timing thing. With the aphids, it literally is hitting me when I'm not seeing it, and I feel it I feel that it's unfair. Like, that was a time where I saw it. That was a time where I also saw it, and I had no agency because I am frustrated with this game. Okay, we doing this again. I'm glad that I'm not the only one. Like, knowing that everyone hates them makes me feel better about it, you know? It's one of those things where I can accept it if everyone has a bad time with them, but if it's just me, if I'm like the only person that sucks, that would make me feel bad. Congrats to you and your daughter. Thank you. You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding, congratulating me for my daughter's wedding. How dare you? Okay, fun fact, I have never seen The Godfather. Like, that's been on my active list, like, of, oh, I should watch this soon, for years. And I've just never watched it, despite the fact that I've heard nothing but amazing things about The Godfather. And I don't know if I don't know if it's one of those things where I just, like, I need to watch it, like, instantly. I don't know if it's one of those things that, like, there's a time in your life you should watch it, because some media is definitely like, you need to watch this when you're a teenager. Some media is, you need to watch this when you're, like, going through a midlife crisis. It will hit different. You can watch it beforehand, but it will not be the same, right? And one that I've heard is Catcher in the Rye is one where RT Game, a streamer I watch, mentioned that he recently reread it, or like he read it as like a college student, I think it was, and he had a completely different understanding of the story, because in it, Holden is just like a kid. When you're older than Holden, you don't think he's cool, you don't think he's edgy, you just think he's a scared kid that doesn't know what's going on in his life. And apparently that completely recontextualizes the entire story. And that's why the other year I pulled up Catcher in the Rye and I started listening to an audiobook of it, and it's so boring. I had such a not good time with it. Like, it wasn't even like the whole serial killer thing of like, oh no, like incels love this, serial killers love this. It was literally just, it was not a well constructed story to me. Like, you hate Catcher in the Rye because you think that it promotes poor ideals in young men. I hate Catcher in the Rye because I think it's a bad story. We are not the same. Yep, this is where I get pushed. Oh, I thought this was the Tetris section. Nope. Yep, so we got these boys. Then we have more of them. Pya, pya. Man, if only there was a way, oh my gosh. If only there was a way to heal. Well, I'm going to snap something over my leg. I don't know if it's gonna be my keyboard or your spine or my mask. But I've heard great things about The Godfather. Oh. That would explain why I didn't know about it. Hi! Hi, friend. Why does it disturb me? I'm spooky. I'm scary. I'm a skeleton. Yeah, your spine. What, would you prefer that I break some other part of your body over my knee? Like, if only there was a way to heal while midair, you say. Yeah, that... Is there a way to heal midair? Can I heal midair? This entire time, can I have healed midair? Is that a thing I can do? Okay. I was about to, like... Okay, give me a moment. I need to turn on... If I went at this point, like 35 hours of this game without realizing that you could heal in the air, I would have been honestly just only a little salty. It wouldn't have bothered me that much. So I have a genuine question. I've heard Silk Song is hard because it was supposed to be Hollow Knight DLC. How is it? I think I've heard good things, but like, is it, oh my gosh, it's more Hollow Knight good things, or is it like, no, by itself as its own property, it is really good? Because like, obviously, if you enjoy Hollow Knight, and it plays like Hollow Knight, but like, I don't know, maybe faster, right? You're gonna enjoy Silk Song. But what about on its merits, like completely divorced from Hollow Knight, just kind of as its own game? That'd be a funny surprise though. No, that not that it won't pop up earlier. Protective shield? Yes, thank you for the protective shield. Sometimes you just need to protect your streamer from the bad vibes, and that's what this is, right? It's bad vibes. I'm being protected by you from being sassy. You're making me feel better. And I appreciate you for that. You make me happy. Like, unironically, like, just full stop. Like, no irony. I'm not playing this up for a bit. My community, you in particular, make me feel so validated in so many things I do. Whether it is when you comment on YouTube videos, or you show up in stream chat, or I just like post a dumb meme in the Discord server and people react to it. It is very affirming to me, socially. And I understand that that is parasocial to say, but it is true. So I'm just gonna give you some like good vibes. I'm just going to express my appreciation for you to kind of counter the negativity of here. The negativity of this space that this arena is trying to cultivate. You know, we deserve good things in life. You deserve good things in life. And I think that one of those good things is not to have to fight in an arena against a bunch of Fanta-fueled zombies that are leaping around and phasmid blasting you. I don't know. I was not listening and just watching gameplay. Honestly, that's fair. You're so valid for that. I'm gonna just like affirm whatever you say. I'm gonna be the ultimate yes man just to increase the positivity of this stream because I feel like the vibes have gone down. Darn, dang, drat, crash. I'm thankful for the things in my life. Honestly, with American Thanksgiving coming up, I'm thankful for my community. I'm thankful for the growth that I've had. I'm thankful for the laughs we've shared, the stories we've told. I'm not thankful for the red-nosed, spear-nosed piercer that just jumps into my space, piercing my boundaries, apparently skewering my spirit because you sure as heck didn't actually hit my body. You were a foot away from me, and apparently I was so overcome with shock at the appearance of the pin-nosed, red-striped, armored beetle that was flying towards me that I just had a heart attack and died. That's like the third time that's happened. And I only know it's 3 times because those are times that I died, and it paused the game to show me you weren't touching me. Are you gonna come visit me and try my potato soup if you're ever in Europe? Probably not. Full stop. I think it would be weird if I was going around visiting viewers. Like, that's the reason. I would love to have some of your potato soup, and I think it would be cool. But at the same time, I think it would be really weird and an improper power balance for me to go around and like meet up with people who are fans of the channel. What if they brought the soup to me and said, yeah, I'd do that. Like, what are they gonna do? Poison me? Like, oh no, I got poisoned by a fan. I can make it into good content. Oh no, I died from poisoning from a fan. Post-mortem, that do numbers. Like, maybe I'm a little blasé with my life. maybe I should take that a bit more seriously. Ow. Yeah, please don't poison me. Luckily, I don't have any allergies, so if I do die from something you make me, I will know it was intentional. I can send the soup by mail instead. Send it by carrier pigeon and we have it. I can't even stand still. I can't even. And we have a deal. Carrier pigeon or bust. There was actually a business in Africa where, I think it was sub-Saharan Africa, where one of the employees was complaining about the internet speed and how slow it was. And the boss was just like, basically challenged them. Or basically was just like, okay, let's test this. And they grabbed a carrier pigeon. They wrote up the information they needed to send via email to someone. They sent the carrier pigeon to the other site, which was kilometers away. Like, it was not a short distance. And then they sent an email. And the carrier pigeon got there first because the email was so slow. The internet connection was... Are you serious? Are you for real? Are you Ryuji Tatsumi? I think it's Tatsumi. Or Sakamoto. Are you Ryuji Sakamotoing me right now? For real? Ah, frick. I was jumping, you buffoon, you tatterdemalion, you ragamuffin, you absolute 3 precious donkey, you precious triple donkey, you soft shell crab of a cretin, you absolute mongrel of a monster, you mayhapping scientist of an ill repute. I don't think you want to know what's going on in the dark twisted machinations of my mind, you absolute Mongolian throat-singing, yellow-bellied, Turkish delight, Eastern European, British Isles, French flag-waving, international disappointment. A fan of Hollow Knight, of course. Ah, yes. I'm having a great time. like the orange Fanta dudes aside, I'm actually really enjoying my time. And that's not cope. That is literally me just being like, yeah, no, this is a fun game. I enjoy this game. I'm having a good time. It is when I feel the game is unfair, like with these nonsensical losers, that I don't have a good time. But that's not all or even most of the enemies, right? Okay, don't you do it. I'm gonna commit Persona 3. I'm gonna burn my bread. I'm going to take an evoker and I'm going to put it against my brain case. And I'm going to pull the trigger, and then I'm going to realize that I'm not playing Persona 3, I'm playing Persona 5. So it's not an evoker. Get him, Arrow! You can't escape Persona 5? Well, I can't escape it either, because I just started playing it like a month ago, and I've only played 3 times. Okay, so in Persona 3, there is a mechanic where you take an evoker, which is a device that is basically like signaled to your psychic potential. You put it, and basically it is not a gun, but it looks like a gun. So you take the evoker and you put it against your head and you pull the trigger. And that is how you summon your persona, because the idea is you are facing your mortality. You are putting yourself in a situation where your body has a panic response of, oh no, we're about to die. Your persona comes out. And that's your magic power, that's your JoJo stands, that's your whatever. In Persona 3, the final boss theme is, which like, it is not like the theme of the boss, it's like the triumphant hurrah kind of deal. It's called Burn My Dread, but a lot of people mishear it, and they hear it as Burn My Bread. So it has now become slang in the Persona fandom to refer to someone that is shooting themselves to be burning their bread, because it is a Persona 3 reference on multiple levels. So I'm going to burn my bread means I am going to take a firearm and launch projectiles from it at a high velocity at my cranium, which are things that I cannot say explicitly on sites such as YouTube, even if I know that I don't mean it, and even if it is clear that it is a joke, because they will flag it anyway, because they use AI for everything now. Burn my bread. Exactly. You'd think it'd stop working once you've done it a few times. No, that's what I was thinking. You'd think it would stop working a few times, but I think it's more so like at a certain point just becomes the symbology of it. Like in Persona 4, the way you summon your persona is by crushing a tarot card, because it is the rejection of fate. You are rejecting the fate that you are ascribed, and you are pursuing the truth, independent of how uncomfortable it may be. And in Persona 5, you rip off your mask, because quite literally, you are wearing a mask in society that you have to remove from yourself in order to unlock your inner rebel. It is the idea of you have to show your true face in a sense. You have to show off not what society wants you to be showing off, but your true self, and that is how you show off your rebellion, your rebel spirit. Looking cool, Joker. Frick, heck darn. And I feel as though Persona 3 is definitely the one that, like, if I got used to that, I don't know how effective it would be, but at a certain point I think it's just kind of like you learn how to summon it normally, and that's just kind of like the somatic component almost. Like, even if it had a meaning, what matters is that you know how to do it at that point. Okay. Don't do it. Don't try it, Anakin. Don't try it. Yes. Okay. I executed you with extreme prejudice. I hate you. Frick. Okay. Fun fact about microwaves, spoons make stuff heat up faster. Yeah, and also, you shouldn't put metallic objects in a microwave, because the way microwaves work is they basically blast it with light, and based off of the microwave's like internal composition, it has a very specific way to not turn into a bomb. It has very specific methodology in order so that it doesn't blow up, and anything reflective messes with that. That is why if you put a utensil in the microwave, it has a chance to blow up, and you should not play with that. Dang. Ah. What? I ran back into it. Yoop. Okay. Okay. Crinkle some aluminum foil and stick it in there. Yeah, for added flavor. Like, if you ever have leftovers just wrapped up in an aluminum foil container, oh yeah, just add it in. It'll add some crunch. It makes it crisp. It's like a Hot Pocket. It makes it crisp faster. Okay, you are at the same time now. Live on the edge. I feel like that's past the edge, and that's more so just off the cliff. Though maybe that's my preconceived biases. Now the forks make the food spicy. I don't think you know what spicy means. Spicy is not hot. All right, frogs. I was like, why is it taking so long? Oh, right, frogs. The frogs do like taking their time, don't they? And yes, I know they're not frogs. I call them frogs. I don't know why. Guys, Pog, no frog. Listen. Look at these guys and tell me they don't look like frogs. Ah! Also, these guys have like weird ghost things that follow them around, and I don't know how I feel about that. Like, yes, from a mechanical perspective, that makes it easier because I can stall them out to heal. However, I don't know the thematic component behind that. Frick. I'm trying to get to you, you absolute animal. I'm gonna punch someone. I am going, Neko, I'm gonna meet up with you and clock you in the face due to misplaced aggression that I never learned how to actually manage properly due to being male socialized. I'm going to inflict violence upon my fellows. Anyways, now that... No. What did you send me? Arachnophobia? Dog, who cares if two spiders get married? It doesn't affect you. It's like when I see a dog that has homophobia. It's so cute. The eyes are different colors. A ritual tied to the expression or invocation of power can be a potent way of doing it. The creation of an associative connection between an easy action and a difficult to achieve mindset, and you trigger it basically instantly. Yeah. And that's not even like just setting nonsense. That is like literally actually in real life. For instance, if you are a boxer and you want to get in the zone, you'll probably make a little ritual you do right before you get in the ring, or maybe even once you step on the ring, that gets you into the mindset of like, oh, I need to like punch this dude or get out of the way, right? I need to be in the position where I am not just like fit, I am actively primed to be in a fight. And it gets you in that state of mind. It changes your actions, your mentality, your mindset, your Sigma grind set. Arrow, I believe that is heterochromia. Okay, heterochromia isn't real. There is not such a thing as that, because with how present straight people are in society, like, you can't have the same level of like discrimination as someone who is straight that you can have when you're gay. So I appreciate you trying to like be like inclusive, but we don't really do that here. That's just kind of like being a pedant. So I appreciate if you didn't do that. Hey, Carbon. Ah! Secret way to win a fight, microwave plus spoon. Literally, in one of the Marvel movies, like Tony Stark literally won a fight like that. He put a fork in a microwave, and that's how he beat someone when he didn't have a suit. I think it was Iron Man 3. Aes Sedai powers are pretty cool. Okay, I never got into wheel time. I don't want to get into wheel time. Let me clarify. Because if there is a multi-book long section where everyone in the fandom agrees this is not good, and you still have to read it because you need context, but like the slog is real, and also it lasts multiple books, that is not something I want to deal with. Like, with all due respect. Chance of accidentally blowing up with a flash. Beep. Be hollowing out a place in the world where we can commit incredible violence on the Fanta. And I've done this enough times that if I fail at this, I am truly worth nothing, and I deserve nothing, up to and including ridicule. I am simply deserving of the passing, nonsensical thought that I am undeserving. But if I should pass through this tribunal, that which I have taken the hike many a time yet never reached the summit, I shall reach the point of ascension. I shall reach the point of self-actualization. I shall reach the point of being home in a world where home is both with and without. I killed the ace. That's all that matters. That's all that matters to me. Life goal completed. Heck. Did someone mention critically acclaimed? Oh, shush now, Squeebles. Listen, I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't have some sort of Final Fantasy here. Shoot. Although, fun fact, the original Final Fantasy game was named thus because it was literally intended to be the devs, like the director's last game. And then obviously that didn't pan out. But it is funny. Ow! 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 Okay, we heal. Yeah, and then they made like 20 of them. Did they make 20 of them? I thought they made like 15. Like, I'm not gonna be disrespectful if to the extent that they don't deserve it. I want my roast to be truthful. I want my insults to go for the heart. I don't want none of this like, oh, it's hyperbole nonsense. I want it to be everything I say is true. You can look it up and you will find a citation. If I'm gonna clown on Final Fantasy for having too many games, I'm not gonna do the COD nonsense of like COD 27. I'm gonna do the Final Fantasy nonsense of this is Final Fantasy 15-2-365 days Part B Bravo Alpha. Although maybe that's Kingdom Hearts. Maybe I'm being a little harsh. Wheel of Time is long and has flaws, but it's pretty good. I've heard it's worth it. But also, and I'm very open about this, I've heard One Piece is worth it. And I'm not saying One Piece is bad, but I'm saying One Piece is not accessible to new readers. I am someone who has heard literally nothing but amazing things about One Piece. I am never going to read or watch One Piece because I don't want to sign up for thousands of episodes, thousands of chapters, right? Heck, darn, dang, frick! Frick! Should poke him. Fighting Fantasy was already taking. Wait, BRB, let me check my brain files to count if the FF games. Okay, you let me know. Also, for the longest time, I didn't realize Final Fantasy 14 was an MMO. Like, yes, I know it's an MMO, but I just kind of assumed that a Final Fantasy game was going to be a Final Fantasy game. Arrow impaled number, I don't know anymore. Listen, I've been impaled more times than I can count. Be the dragon or a story or something else. Hey, actually, that's a myth. Final Fantasy was named after because they just wanted a cool alliteration. Really? Well, that would actually make sense with translation. It's 2 a.m. right now. You should go to bed. You did not need to add. I was stretching my back because I have been hunched over playing this game for hours upon hours, and my spine is getting tilted. I emotionally am not getting tilted. Why would you ever think that? I'm actually in a Zen state right now, in case you couldn't tell. I hate these orange, bloated sacks of Fanta that think themselves tall because they have unlocked a fluttering flight that is but a false facsimile of what avians established in the Cretaceous. You are not but an insult upon insect kind. I will not suffer such injustice, such as to suffer you to live. The stain must be wiped away. And I'll be the one to do it. Beep, 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 beep. Keep forgetting I can double jump. I cannot handle the mental strain required in order to both double jump and pogo hop. Chill out, it's just a drawing. Oh my gosh. This drawing fills me with rage. Rage and hatred for all things beautiful. Because I understand that they have to share the same imperfect world as whoever thought it would be a good idea to give the floating lava lamp projectiles in a tri-spread of all things. Death, woe be upon ye. Rage Shadow Legends? No. Although I was in a call with someone the other day where... Was it Rory's brother? I was in a call with someone the other day where someone unironically was like, yeah, I've played Rage Shadow Legends, and I'm like, who are you? What do you do with your life? Oh my gosh, my father, I believe my father has played Rage Shadow Legends. Because I remember years ago, he would like play games on his phone, right? And then I've never played Raid Shadow Legends. It looked like Raid Shadow Legends. And I don't understand why someone would do that to themselves. Like, League of Legends, I understand, is an addiction. Like, you can get help for it, but you need therapy. Raid Shadow Legends? That's just like the bottom of the barrel, bro. Why would you do that to yourself? Frogs? No? Not frogs. Right, frogs come after mantis. Oh, question. If someone says, dang, tell us how you really feel, after you just told them how you felt, what does that mean? Because I on the Morning Cloak video, someone commented, dang, tell us how you really feel. And I'm like, but I just did. I thought I made that very clear. I'm assuming that's like, oof, like, wow. Your thoughts sure were emotionally driven and or had a drive behind them outside of pure emotion, like outside of pure logic. It means you told them how you really, but I just did. Why would... This is the same thing where I learned like a week ago off of like a Twitter post that apparently if someone has like a honk if you X, that doesn't mean that like honk if you like Hollow Knight does not mean I'm going to honk at you if I like Hollow Knight. It means if I honk at you, that is implying that the reason I honked at you is because of Hollow Knight. My entire life, up until this was literally explained to me in text by someone who was like, that is not what that means. I thought it meant it is encouraging people to honk at them because they want you to honk at them to show you like Hollow Knight. Okay, mainline games including remakes, there's over 30. What about not including remakes? What if we're going strict numeralist? What if we're going strict like, oh, this is called Final Fantasy VII? It doesn't matter how many Final Fantasy VIIs there were. There is only one Final Fantasy VII. And when I found out that she wasn't actually into the game, I stopped. Oh my gosh. Raid Shadow Legends is just click, 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 spend money, click, click, click. Honestly, how would you feel if I did like a Raid Shadow Legends sponsor where I just kind of like got the lowest barrel, will pay you $20 for everyone that makes a new account, and then just say, hey, I'm gonna do a sponsored segment, I'll have an affiliate code, and I have to stream it for 2 hours. So if you make an account, don't spend any money on it, but I will make like 20 bucks. How funny would that be? Oh my gosh, you read my maneuver because I wasn't dodging because I'm dumb and I'm stupid and I should feel bad. If I die here, 10 and 13 have direct sequels, which brings it to 18. Is the sequel to 13 not 14? Why would they do this? Do they hate themselves? Do they hate numerologists? Like, do they hate... I'm not gonna do the end screen bit, since I've done it basically every single stream. And my roommate is here. Otherwise, I would let out a bestial scream to express my displeasure at what is currently happening in this day. Bro, fit the please speed, I need this face. What does that mean? Have you been foreheading this for 6 hours? I've been foreheading this for like an hour. Like, I started the arena within the last like hour and a half. No, so my roommate isn't in the room with me right now. My roommate was in the room with me earlier and was laughing at me. I don't know if you heard them bless me when I sneezed, but my roommate is like in the house. Or multiple of my roommates I think are actually. Actually, some of them I think are over. Ah, frick. I hate the government. And by the government, I mean the Hollowness government that allowed for this to happen with bug payer geo dollars, you know? Saying, dang, how you tell us how you really feel is a way to exasperatedly say, you really said how you felt, and I want to say it in a way that is humorous, like I didn't understand it, but truthfully I did. Just funny if I acted like how I didn't understand. Got it. So it's just like a humorous rebuttal. Understood. Like that's what I thought it was, right? I thought it was you say it in response to someone that was just honest with you, and you are humorously responding as if they were not honest with you. That's my understanding of it, but I wanted to make sure. Oh, Squeebles, I forgot that you're very not normal about Final Fantasy. Thank you for being my little, like, Final Fantasy homunculus. That answers my question. Wait, I'm sorry, does anyone... If I say the Catholic homunculus meme, does anyone know what that means? Does anyone have any context? Because there's a meme, I think it's like a Tumblr post, where it's, oh man, the worst part about praying is that like it takes up so much time in my day. I wish I could just have like a little homunculus that is free of sin because it was constructed by me. Then I keep it in a cage under my bed where I can beat it into praying for me all day, every day. And anytime I hear the word homunculus, that's just the first thing I think of. I have no idea why this person came up with that, but I find the idea very funny of creating something that is free of sin and to have it pray for you all day, every day. Yeah, that homunculus story. It's incredibly funny to me to just have this idea of like, I created this homunculus just to pray for me. Like a cleric that just has like a little gremlin creature that just prays for it. Heck. Oh, that's automation outsourcing? Okay, is a homunculus automation? A homunculus being constructed, you made it, it is artificial, but it's like sentient. Is sentient robotics automation? Or is that outsourcing? Because I feel as though if it's a robot that like you can ask it and you say like, are you alive? And it says, yes, I am alive. I passed the Turing test. I have autonomy and I can choose my own direction and choices. And you like convince it to do something for you. Is that automation or outsourcing? Faith exploitation, factorial soul cultivation. I unfortunately am not the neurodivergent that would enjoy Factorio. I've played Terraria, and that was too much spreadsheets for me. That was too much wiki pages for me. I played Stardew Valley, and that was too much spreadsheets for me. When I play a game, I want to play the game. I don't want to look at the wiki to optimally figure out how to play this video game. Wait. Wow, tell us how you really feel. Did I use it right? I feel like I used it right. It felt right. And I think that's what matters. When it comes to language, it doesn't matter what the actual meaning is. It matters if you understood what I meant. And I feel as though I communicated my thoughts about what that person was doing very clearly. TTRPG player complains about too much spreadsheets. I don't play 3.5. I don't play Pathfinder. I play narrative games where it's literally just me playing make-believe, but I get to roll dice. It's the best of both worlds. It's not complicated, and I get to just click-clack math rock. You shut your mouth, you Battletech player. You battle mech player. You absolute hard sci-fi enjoyer. You also play Lancer, which... Okay, to be fair, I've played Lancer once. I ran Lancer once, which was conveniently a very nice time in order to test my module that I was writing up. Which, the module is another thing that I want to work on. Like, I have a Lancer module that I was writing up where the idea is that it's a intro to the game LL1 or LL0 adventure that can be completed in like a couple sessions, right? That's the conceit behind it. Frick. Kills you with malicious intent. We dash. Heal. You got 2d6 with your name on it? Heck! I could have dashed it in. I'm getting into the habit of not dashing twice in succession because I think that I'm not gonna... Because I don't get my shadow. But that's being a really bad habit because now I'm not dashing twice in succession when I need to dash twice in succession. Frick. Heck. I just headbutted you. Furthermore, I have German Steiners with assault mech and pretzels. Okay, that's pretty pog, I'm not gonna lie. Like, that would absolutely... If you said like, hey, wanna come over to my place? And I'm like, no, I'm busy. And then you said, I have Steiners with assault mech and pretzels. I would absolutely like, be like, okay, well, I mean, I can play for, I can pay for the plane ticket. I like pretzels, I like mechs. Kills you, kills you, kills you, kills you, kills you, kills you. Violence. Violence inherent in the system. Why? I still have 32 hours before I have to go to work in? Okay. That's pretty good. Oh no, I can't pogo you. I can't do that. And we can kill you. So I need to stay up is my issue. Oh, you can get knocked back, but I don't. Nice. Okay, you're dead. You're about to be dead. Heck, I keep forgetting about you. Oh, I didn't have my dash up. Steady body, baby. Yeah, I didn't realize that I would push them back. I thought it was just I got pushed back less. Right. I forgot. Well, thank you for the follow. Ow, heck, darn. Okay, we're currently... Okay, I could keep playing here. I think we're far enough in that I don't think that... I'm on low health. I should just continue. But we're in an ad break. I'm going to drink some water. I'm going to stretch and release some of the tension. Release of tension. Be gone. Why is my hair down? When did I take my hair down? I keep taking my hair out of a ponytail without realizing. I keep crashing out when I should be locking in. Girl, why are you moaning? I'm releasing tension. I am simply breathing out. That is how I communicate. You both always get pushed with steady body. You just stay in place. Got it. It's been 6 hours. Goodness gracious. I'm definitely not beating the game today, but... Oh no, Neko's sending me more memes. Oh no. Sorry, now I'm checking my Discord. AE has a shock collar stream. Very silly of him. Show us the memes. Some of them are less kosher than others. So what I will say is that this is the one he sent me before. Right? This one is silly. I don't think Arrow can show them on stream. Squeebles knows him quite well. There's some people who just moan if they stretch or yawn. I've learned that that's just how with people. And that's the thing. I didn't used to do this, but then I've since started doing it where I'll get like a really good stretch. And it's just kind of like I make noise. I think it's because now I'm more comfortable like being expressive. I'm more comfortable like expressing myself with the noises that I naturally am inclined to make. Yeah, Neko sends me absolute nonsense. And he sends that to everyone because that's just who he is. Him and Rory, absolute degenerates, which is why I love them, right? Which is why I hang out with them. But never tell them that. They don't need to know. Yeah, so this is just the meme from before. Ah, my back. Heck. Darn it. He is Neko? I mean, he is Neko. That is who he is. Anyway, I paused for the stream. You're back from Agile? Yeah, you would be back from Agile. You would do that. All right, it's these guys. I forgot. Ah! Ow, frick, heck. Man, the ability to quickly recharge my health would go so hard. If only I had some sort of charm that allowed me to do that. Never have I so wanted to just punch my monitor. I don't know why I got hit by that impulse. So I've heard of a very weird thought about a combination of charms in the game and it's suggestive. Brain, why? What is that? Wait, you've been distracted from your purpose? What is your purpose? What have you been conspiring to do behind my back? They're beginning to believe. At least you have impulse. Okay, no one here has impulse control, and that's a problem. I am glad that I can have people here to yell at you who are not sleeping at a reasonable time, so I don't have to do it. Let's start on the left side. Already, horrible start. Already, I hate this. Cursed beginning. I'm going to destroy... I'm just going to destroy the entire eastern seaboard. Out of misplaced anger. venting, catharsis. Heck, darn. I was gonna say no, but I'm your mod and this isn't the right time for that. Oh my gosh. Arrow House Pantheon. This is not Pantheon. This is literally just the normal arena, and I've been struggling with it for probably an hour and a half at this rate. I'm not even at like the super special hard parts of this game. I'm literally struggling on the normal encounters. You have no power here. I mean, actually, everyone has power here. You can shoot whoever you want. You can just straight up execute people in my chat. I think you're forgetting this. Have you considered taking a water break? I just had an ad break and I had some water. That's sufficient, right? Like, unironically, I did need a moment to just kind of like cool down, because when I'm just throwing my brain, I'm just throwing my brain in a circle, as it were. I am not I'm gonna slay a child. The child will be evil, don't worry. But it's Grimm's child. But I will slay a child nonetheless. I would rather not execute people here. Well, okay, well, we can't all be brave. Some of us have to be cowards, and that's okay. I'm not gonna stop you. I will judge you, and I will shame you, humiliate you publicly. But I'm not gonna say that you can't do that. No, we're tolerant here. Carbon, why are you sad? Ow, heck. Frick. I walked into that. That's fine by me. Oh my gosh. Am I encountering people wanting to be shamed? Is that what this is? Okay. We are going to take out the great enemy. The great enemy being oh no. Why are you no-youing? Why are you no-youing one another? Oh, I can Pogo Ecrogore. Okay. I appreciate that you redeemed the watch streak, presumably so that you could get more ammunition. You know, the words written does kind of fit with it being arrow rights as like the channel points. But I did consider naming my channel points bullets, and then realized that might be in poor taste. Because it is 1-to-1 with how many shots you can fire. So I'm not going to pretend like it wouldn't be accurate. Noom. 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 Frick. Heck. Frick. Darn. Question, does anyone like... What are your thoughts on the fact that, despite the fact that I don't curse, I will still like yell out pseudo expletives? Oh, heck, darn, dang it. Like, do you find it funny? Is it annoying? I honestly can't tell. Because growing up, when I watched children's media, I knew about cursing. I knew what curses were, and I knew that like you said them when bad stuff, that when you didn't want something happening. And I always got really frustrated when characters would say like, oh, what the heck? And I'm just like, why would you not say something more intense than that? And now that I'm at the point in my life where I'm the one saying what the heck. I am heavy weapons guy, and this is my chat. Okay, we have to dodge the floor. We have to go up high. Simply curse like an episode of SpongeBob. Honestly, if I could just naturally do the dolphin noise, that would be pretty pog. That'd be very funny. Although if you're saying like to say like, oh, barnacles, I don't think that's quite my vibe. Although maybe it could be. Frick! You absolute mongrel buffoon. I hate frogs. I hate wizards. I'm not a big fan of the wizardmen. 30 on 30 on 30 on. I don't think this is entertaining for you. I'm not gonna lie. This is me foreheading the same fight over and over and over, and not even getting farther each time. I'm quite literally slamming my head against the wall, and the wall will shift, and sometimes I hit it in such a way that I reset the masonry and make it stronger. It's incredibly cute. No, shut up. I've experienced... It's fun because expressing emotion is useful, and sanitizing it can be useful in some contexts, and just due to personal preference, of course, and has a comedic effect in high volume. Like, I unironically think if I was as vocal as I am, but I use like F-bombs, I don't think that my VODs would be allowed on YouTube. Authentic Arena of Fools experience. Listen, as long as anyone can appreciate the fact of how difficult the Arena of Fools is. Arrow slapped, someone's frustrated. Well, no, so I clapped my hands. I clapped my hands. Stop emoting on me, you cretin. You absolute ragamuffin. You third-rate scientist from a fourth-rate arena. Yeah, I know you. I know your game. And I know the fact that you're entirely held up by Daddy's research grant. I understand that your research holds no intrinsic value, and that the only reason that you got your project approved is because of your father's inheritance. I'm not blind to the ways of the world. I have geo to spare. And I might not have the generational wealth of going back a whole 3 years like your family does. But I understand how this world works, and I understand that folks like you get squashed under the heel of the actual bugs that make this place run. On guard. Listen, the one thing that you can be in for is, am I considered a cozy streamer? I feel like I can't because I'm too loud. But I was gonna say, like, the one thing you can like be assured when you come to my stream is it's not gonna be quiet. You don't gotta worry about none of that, like, oh, streamer's not saying anything for 5 whole minutes arc. You're gonna hear yelps. You're gonna hear fricks. You're gonna hear hex, and you might just hear a drat or two. Parent advisory warning. Is stream dying for anyone else, or is it just my end? I think it might just be your end. Try refreshing, if able. If you can even hear me. If I'm still alive. How hollow is that night? Wait, Yogg-Sothoth. I'm gonna assume you're the same Yogg-Sothoth from YouTube. The Hollow Knighting is going very poorly. I've been on the same fight for like an hour and a half. It's me, I got it. Okay, so the reason I said that is because I was worried, because I'm like, oh, Yogg-Sothoth 6. I recognize the name. Did you get like banned or something and you're on an alt account on my Twitch? No, it's because you were from YouTube. Frick, I need to stop walking into these animals because I have my sturdy body. I say, walking into these animals with my sturdy body. Frick, darn, dang, drat. Bratan! I require assistance. No, I beg of you, don't ban me. Well, you're in the wrong place if you don't want to be banned. This chat kind of loves I'm going to go to your PTA meeting, and I'm gonna get Karen a spot that was reserved for your wife and or mother, depending on which is more comparable to you, or husband or father, I suppose. I don't want to be discriminatory, or parent in general. I'm gonna go to the PTA meeting, and I'm gonna get it to a point where whatever person in your life is trying to be on it and get that petty position of authority so that they can enact their authority on other children as if they were some sort of despot that they must be listened to because they couldn't even make it for the HOA because they're so incompetent. I'm gonna make it so they can't even get that small pleasure in their life. That's what you deserve. I'm going to go to the Fanta store, and I'm gonna start singing Fanta Fanta, don't you want that Fanta Fanta? And then I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say I don't want that Fanta. Just like you don't want this smoke. You don't want these hands, and you can't handle the pressure. You can't handle the heat. You can't handle the truth of your own inadequacy, of your own incompetency, of the fact no one loves you. The fact of your entire brood, of your entire hive, of every individual sprite in this game that looks identical to you, you somehow are the ugliest, most ratchet, disgusting, miserable creature coded into this game. I wasn't gonna say it, but other creatures that have the same bestiary entry as you, they talk about you behind your back. And you would not like what they say. It's hurtful to me, as someone that doesn't like you, to know that these individuals that call themselves your family, that wear your face and presume to have the same goals and aspirations as you, they have a deeper and more nuanced hatred of you than I will ever manage. The words that they have spoken forward into the world purely to spite your pitiful existence put me to shame, as I could never hate you with the same level of vitriol and sheer, unending, overwhelming confidence that they do. You are not who you think you are. You are the sad amalgamation of the reality of those who know you, and must I say, what a sad reality it is. It's not even real. It's not even pretending with authenticity. It is performing realness to the same extent of those who pretend to understand the feelings of others, like some serial killer with a facsimile of emotion. And not the good ones either. Not the ones that are believable. The ones that you stay away from, the ones that you walk away from on the street, because you understand that they are more animal than person. Bro's writing a whole slam poetry instead of parrying. I don't parry! I've never parried in these games because I'm terrible at timing. Oh. Hi, Frog. Listen, if I can focus my brain... Frick, I tried healing. If I can focus my brain on, like, coming up with interesting insults and actually being halfway entertaining to watch, then I can not focus on how bad I am at this video game. Time to take on the wizard frog. You'd think it would be a wizard lizard, but no, the wizard frogs have a monopoly on the absolute pitiful existence that is this arena. I am a miserable creature stuck in a realm that is honestly hostile to my mental development. I'm not gonna mince words there. However, I really am the doomslayer of this place, not out of word, but out of deed. With my nail in hand, I shall erase this disgusting stain upon humanity. The insects in here, the bugs, they know what they are. They know they wouldn't be welcome outside of here. They gave themselves over to the Fanta, not out of some desire for strength, but out of a desire for community. Do you want to know what they got? Do you want to know what they got? A Faustian bargain, taking their soul, wicked and useless as it might be, in exchange for naught but a single frustrating thorn in the side of those who fight them. Wait, you can focus your brain? What's that like? I don't know. I don't know, Squeeble. What are your thoughts on Shakespeare's insults? Honestly, very funny. Dang, fantasy lore dumps are cool though. I wanted to argue that you can do that too, but I played enough King of the Castle with you to know it's not true. Ooh. A Twitch streamer already banned me like half a year ago because I was talking about my D&D setting lizard folk who really like food, what dishes they make. So what I will say is that as easy as it is to be like, oh, that was so unreasonable for that person, keep it relevant to chat. Like, if they're the sort of person who wants to keep stream relevant to their chat, that is their prerogative. I am someone where if you just start talking about your TTRPG setting, I will ask you to stay relevant, but I do love hearing TTRPG settings, right? I'm not going to ban you. I'm not going to time you out. I'm not going to punish you for talking about your TTRPG setting. I'm just going to say wait until it's relevant. Like Wednesdays on YouTube is a perfect time to talk about that stuff. Whereas on Twitch, it might not be, because we're not talking about TTRPGs, we're talking about Hollow Knight. Or we're talking about whatever miserable pile of secrets I've found myself fighting against this day. So it is a situation where like I can sympathize with the streamer if their rule is like keep stuff on like relevant, and that sucks. But also, if you're just talking about your TTRPG setting, stay relevant and hit them with the stay interesting. Listen, it's not interesting if it's not relevant most of the time. Like, okay, you might be a master of understanding how, I don't know, let's say you're really into Lord of the Rings, and you're talking with someone, and it has nothing to do with Lord of the Rings, but you want to talk about this cool, interesting thing that you know, and that is interesting to you. So, if you talk about Lord of the Rings because they're talking about how they love stories, and you're bringing up the story of Beren and Luthien from the Silmarillion, that is something where I think a lot of folks, if you're like, oh, you like romances, let me tell you about the story of Beren and Luthien. It all started back in the First Age. So back where Eru Ilúvatar, and like, you don't need to talk about that. You don't need to give the context, even though in story, in the Silmarillion, yes, the context is important. To someone that doesn't care, to someone that is just literally learning about this for the first time, they don't care about the history of the world. They care about the cute romance between Beren and Luthien. Who's Beren? Who's Luthien? Why do they love each other? Why is it a good romance? They don't need to know about the context of the elves and like the Silmarils and why it makes sense that they would be together and the world impacted by their love and how that went out to go. You can just say they dealt with like Morgoth and Servants of Evil, right? You can just talk about how their love galvanized them to do incredible things, right? It doesn't need to be a full contextual history lesson. And I would say most of the time that makes it less interesting, because if I want to hear about a cute romance and you're telling me about Morgoth and Eru Ilúvatar and the song that started the world, and I ask you, how is this relevant? And you're like, no, don't worry, it's coming. I'm going to lose interest. You're not interesting because you're not relevant. That's what I mean by you have to be able to talk about it for 5 minutes or 5 hours. You have to be able to talk about it for 5 minutes because you have to be able to get them to the point where they're like, okay, tell me about it for 5 hours. Yeah, I don't want to know about the creation of the universe. I asked you about like the creation of a hot dog. Like, I asked you like, why is this considered like the cutest romance in the Silmarillion kind of deal? Like, I don't care about the creation myth. I don't care about the linguistic phenomena of Sindarin. Like, and that's a skill that you have to learn. Like, I'm not saying that because you should know that and you're stupid. I'm saying you need to learn that, because that's not obvious to a lot of people. I was called a specific word, then got banned. Yeah. Like, and that's just like the streamer being a jerk, right? Like, if you're in my chat, and I don't know, if you're in my chat and you randomly start telling me about, oh man, the Jets game last night, or like, oh, the Dodgers, can you believe that? I'm gonna say, hey, keep it relevant. A lot of people like the Dodgers. A lot of people like sports. A lot of people like baseball. I'm not really one of those people. I'm not super into sports. I don't really care about the Dodgers. So if you come into my chat and you start talking about that off the cuff, that might be interesting to other people in chat. That's not interesting or relevant to stream, right? And that's what I'm saying. But if I then call you mean words because, wow, you freaking baseball fan, what are you, straight? Like, to just use an example of like a word that isn't actually harmful, but just like the kind of vibe of just like calling you, ugh. Like I'm calling you it because I want you to feel bad. Like, that's just silly, right? To put it plainly. To put it lightly, I should say. Cool, they're synced up. They are fuomokoing. Ow! Yeah, different Twitches have different boundaries, and that's something you gotta respect. And that's why, like, if someone talks about TTRPG stuff in my stream, I'm probably not gonna get upset at them, right? I'm probably gonna be like, oh, Pog, keep it relevant. You just interrupted a conversation about mental health to talk about your TTRPG setting. Keep it relevant. But I'm not gonna, like, punish you for talking TTRPG stuff, right? That would be silly. But there is, like, the flip side of something I don't really care about. What if someone started talking about that? I need to consider that. And that's something that I encourage everyone to do. I'm a big believer of just like, try your best to empathize with the other perspective, even if you think that they're wrong. Even if you think, no, 100% they are in the wrong here. I don't know why they would ever think that. Try. Because generally, it is not them being a jerk for the sake of being a jerk. It is them having some boundary that you pushed accidentally. That's a firework. I heard the explosion and I got worried for a second. Why are we fireworking? Oh, Thanksgiving maybe? Thanksgiving. Yeah, living near a city, you kind of got to play the game of, is that a gunshot? Or at least near where I'm living. It is a genuine question of, is that a gunshot every time I hear a loud popping noise? Every time I hear like a crack or explosion? So it is always a little shocking. Fighting the electric wizard. Call it shocking. Epic the Musical it was one such good way to summarize the worldview of one of the most powerful NPCs in fantasy. Mercy has a price? Yeah. Well, I wouldn't even say... Poseidon wasn't saying mercy is a price. Poseidon was saying mercy is weakness. Poseidon was saying ruthlessness is mercy upon yourself. Mercy is foolish. You should not be merciful. It is a cruel world, you need to be cruel. I guess a good way would be to try and tell the relevant things. Literally, you got it. Batsy, you got it in one. If I am super passionate about, I don't know, paleontology, I can tell you about the Bone Wars. You might say the Bone Wars? And I can say, yeah. So back in like the 1870s, back in like the mid to late 19th century, paleontology was like a burgeoning field, right? It was still like kind of popular, it was growing, but there's these two dudes who they went to the same school, they knew each other, they were contemporaries, and they spent their entire careers in a dick measuring contest trying to one-up each other. So one would find this like statue, one would find this skeleton, and they would assemble it, and it was like a plesiosaur. And the first guy that found it assembled it where the super long neck was its tail. And then the second guy was like, you're an idiot, you're stupid, you should be discredited. That's clearly neck joints with a head at the end. And then the second guy would come up and he would ascribe like some new find that had never before seen horns on it, implying it's a new species. And then the first guy would come by and say, dude, that's a rhinoceros. It just happens to be a rhinoceros that wandered into the Middle East instead of staying to Africa. Are you stupid? You should have your like license revoked. And it was just that for 40 years. And then if I'm like super into paleontology, I can tell you like, oh, and actually they really damaged the paleontology, not just reputation, but also field, because they, in their quest to screw each other over, would literally damage dinosaur bones, so the other one couldn't get the credit. And these two guys were like the worst thing to happen to paleontology, but at the same time, they made massive strides trying to spite each other. And then suddenly you're like, wow, like what kind of strides did they, like, what are we talking? And then I can tell you more about paleontology, and I can tell you not just like, oh, did you know that this dinosaur did this and that dinosaur did that? I can tell you about an actual, real, genuinely interesting facet of paleontology. Not dinosaurs, paleontology. Paleontological history. And you're interested, you're asking questions. Poseidon got crueled back by the end. I wonder if he ended up respecting Odie because of that. I mean, I don't think he respected Odie. I think that he... I mean, I literally talked about this last stream, where like, I'm not a huge fan of how power scaling the Vengeance Saga went. I am a fan of how it went narratively. Like, I think narratively it was a great arc for Odysseus, but I definitely think it was kind of silly that just a random guy who, yes, he is the grandson of Hermes, but that's never explored in any capacity in the show whatsoever, so you can't accept that. He takes on a god 1v1s and wins, which is just silly to me. Like, that's suspension of disbelief breaking. Not because, like, it could never happen. Like, Thanatos got bodied by Sisyphus when he's just immortal. But like, one of the big three gods who was at one point back in Mycenaean Greece, Poseidon was considered like the king of the gods. He was the most important god. Gets bodied by the smartest of the Greeks, which, like, he didn't even outsmart him. He literally just 1v1'd him with a jetpack, which I think is silly with the added baggage of Greek myth. However, in Epic by itself, I can kind of accept that it was a hype moment, right? Heal. Well, knowing Poseidon from mythology, no, he just waits for payback. That's the thing. You can't use Poseidon from mythology. You can't use Zeus from mythology. Jorge Rivera Arans did a very good job of characterizing them in his own way, but that also means that you can't effectively rely on mythological sources for them. Otherwise, the story would have been completely different. Like his relationship with Circe would have been different. His relationship with Poseidon would have been different because Poseidon doesn't show up in the Odyssey. Right? Like Poseidon never features in the Odyssey. And Arans made Poseidon the villain, made him an antagonist to have like narrative cohesion, which I think was a good choice, right? I think it added a face to the struggles Odysseus was running through. And I think that added a lot to the story. I think that was a good choice. But that also means that you can't rely on mythological Poseidon here, because one, if you don't know anything about Greek myth was far from a monolith. It was actually completely cult-based. Even like established canon in the theogony is widely considered to be inaccurate, so to speak, in the sense that... Oh, frick, heck, darn. Frick, darn it. He doesn't show up in person. I don't think he's mentioned. To be honest, Epic, I don't really like the way they did Odie. Yeah, I mean, they made him a completely different character. They made him, like, act 20 years younger than he was, much more inexperienced. And I'm kind of curious to see how he's going to tackle that in, like, the Iliad trilogy. Because in the Iliad trilogy, or in the Iliad saga, or in Ilias, Odysseus is hardened already. By the way, I'm sorry for bringing up the whole thing. Have you had a good... No, you're good. I wasn't... You also thought... I wasn't saying that to make you feel bad. I was saying that because I think it's important to remember that as a chatter, you go into a streamer's stream and you're like, oh, I'm here for entertainment. I'm here to chat. I'm here to be a part of a community. I was talking about something non-problematic and I was banned unfairly. But then also, as someone on the streamer side of things, I've been on both sides of this, I can appreciate the fact of I have seen people come in here, talk about something completely unrelated to stream, and just kind of like derail the conversation and not really contribute. And even if that's not what you were doing, that could have been what they thought you were doing, right? Because even if you feel it's relevant, they might not feel it's relevant. And at that point, it's quite literally like he said, she said, where one person has all of the power. One person has all of the authority. And like, you can't really argue with that. Odysseus' hard win. Vengeance Saga. Ithaca Saga. Greek myth was the precursor of some stuff happening, knowing in 2000s your Rick Riordan would write some neat books. Yeah, it's really just the backstory for the Percy Jackson series, which I'm not gonna lie, I did love, but I'm also not gonna pretend like, oh, I read the Percy Jackson books. That means I'm an expert in Greek myth. Like, no, it's been a hyperfixation at some point. Like, I will go on like deep dives of the entire heroic lineage of the characters featured in the Iliad. And just kind of like do a deep dive in like who they are, what they're up to. That's why I have very strong opinions about Diomedes. And that's why Diomedes is my favorite Greek hero. Because out of all of them, he was one of the only intelligent ones. And also he was the favorite of Athena. For the longest time, I thought Odysseus was the favorite of Athena. But actually, Diomedes was the favorite of Athena. And Diomedes, his father was the favorite of Athena before him, before his father Tydeus in the Seven Against Thebes, in the Battle of the Seven Gates, ended up fighting, getting mortally wounded by a guy, killing him, and then eating his brains. And the reason Athena didn't make Diomedes' father immortal is because when he was about to die, he decided to just like chomp on some dude's brains for no reason. And so instead she's like, you know what, I'm gonna make Diomedes, your son, my favorite. And he's not gonna eat people's brains. And then wanna know what? Diomedes didn't eat anyone's brains because Diomedes isn't like that. Which, in case you didn't know, eating people's brains, very not okay in Greek culture. Odysseus completely overshadowed by Diomedes on all fronts. I wouldn't go that far. I would say, despite the fact Diomedes is the favorite of Athena, Odysseus was by far the smartest of the Greeks. Like, Odysseus was the most intelligent of the Greeks. He was the planner. He was the one that came up with the Trojan horse. On the stealing the statue of Athena, it was Odysseus and Diomedes were the only two that had any degree of subtlety that would be able to go on a literal stealth mission. And the Diomedes was also actually the youngest of the leaders of the heroes of the Greeks. So like the Hellenic heroes, I'll call them. They have a term. I think it's is it the Achaean League? That sounds wrong. That sounds like right for a Greek term because it was all of the ones that were bound by the Helen of Troy marriage pact, right? To Menelaus, right? So he was the youngest of them, and I think he was in his late 20s. Everyone else was in like their 30s or 40s or later, because Greek, based on age, like that was very important to them. So like Diomedes, son of Tydeus, just had a bunch of cool stuff going on, and he was one of the few heroes who directly got divine intervention from a deity on the side of the Greeks. He was given the eyes of like a demigod that could see what figures on the battlefield were divine or not. So he wounded not only Aphrodite, he struck Aphrodite in combat. He also struck Ares in combat, and when he attempted to strike Apollo in combat, Apollo was just like, you're good, you're not that good, and just kind of like left, having been like, listen, I'm gonna humble you real quick. You struck me 3 times. I'm gonna retribute on your forces 3 times as recompense. Don't try this again, ever. So like, it's not as if he was some like uber powerful, like badass, like level of Heracles, but he did definitely, heck. He definitely had his strengths and his cool moments. Although, if anyone ever tells you that their favorite Greek hero is Agamemnon, run. They are not to be trusted. They are someone who is either misled or poisoned, and I do not know which is worse in this circumstance. Diomedes being the youngest would also mean he got pretty much all to learn from those other dudes, yeah. And like, obviously, with the, I can't remember, was Diomedes also like, so all of the Greek leaders, like all of those that were in the pact with Menelaus, because the inciting incident of the Iliad was that Paris kidnapped Menelaus' wife, Helen, where, depending on the story, generally it is considered that the goddess Eris basically spread discord among Athena, Hera, and Aphrodite. And then they each went to Zeus, and Zeus was like, I'm staying out of this, you try talking to a mortal. I like the Trojans, so go talk to that Paris boy. So he talked to Paris. Paris is immediately offered boons by each of them to basically say which one is the most beautiful, to say which one is the best, to say which goddess holds his favor. And he is offered the hand of the most beautiful woman in the world by Aphrodite. Issue is, most beautiful woman in the world is Helen of Troy, or not Helen of Troy at that point, is Helen. She's married to Menelaus, quite happily. And so Aphrodite just kind of kidnaps Helen for Paris. And prior to Menelaus marrying Helen, there was this whole like competition to see who would marry Helen. Everyone agreed, because otherwise no one would agree to whoever ended up winning, that whoever won, there would be a defensive pact to defend their marriage. Menelaus ended up winning the Hand of Paris. The Hand of Paris, wow, fanfic. The Hand of Helen. All of these other Greek kings and city-state leaders joined in because they were all part of the suiting of Helen. And then now, because Menelaus' wife gets stolen, all of them have to honor this pact, all of them go over. The gods are divided basically down the middle, those that like Troy, those that don't like Troy, and then suddenly you have a huge civil war going on. Eris is such a cool goddess, always up for some. And listen, goddess of discord. If you're not messing with some stuff, you're not living up to your namesake. Not the Agamemnon. He did so much wrong. Listen, I don't think Agamemnon did anything right. And even his... I'm trying to remember the name. There's a specific term in Greek theater, or at least like old school Greek theater, where a hero has a moment to demonstrate their heroism, to demonstrate how awesome and cool and great they are. And Agamemnon's is in, I believe, book 11 of the Iliad, where he goes through on a cavalry charge after being like basically given like positive portents of how the day would go, and basically just tears shop through the Trojan line. Even his moment, even his sonata, as it were, is just him wrecking shop on horseback. Like, Diomedes goes in and like kills 50 dudes and also fights 3 gods and also manages to like nearly kill Aeneas, who goes on to have his own epic story written about him centuries later, because the Romans just did what the Greeks did and changed the name on the homework and hoped no one would notice. But like, Diomedes did so much. He also won the funerary games, I believe, of Patroclus. It might have been the funerary games of Achilles, where he won a foot race, despite the fact that Ajax the Lesser was the swiftest of the Greeks, of course, after Achilles, and Achilles was not participating. Diomedes managed to beat someone who was just faster than him because he had Athena on his side. Yes, the Sinbad 70 Seas cartoon. Oh, Eris from Sinbad. Okay, Eris from Sinbad like awoke something in so many people. I'm not gonna lie, I do not remember Atlantis. I do not remember Sinbad and the Seven Seas. I know enough about... I definitely have seen them. I've at least seen the Atlantis movie. But like I've seen enough people talk about them that I'm like, okay, I know what these are about. Odysseus seems to be the one that proposed the pact in the first place. Probably. Like Odysseus, I don't recall. Odysseus was not interested. Odysseus was not trying. Like Odysseus in epic musical being a wife guy is true to myth. He was like, he saw Penelope, was like, you are intelligent and beautiful and like come from nobility. Like you are everything I want in a woman. And then he had to like win her over with his intelligence. And they actually had like a super wholesome relationship where the reason she was so loyal to him is because she actually cared about him. Like, it's not just that the suitors were all like pathetic losers. It was also that she legitimately loved him and he legitimately loved her. And yes, he did kind of like cheat on her. I've heard the take that he was under duress in basically every instance, which I don't disagree with, though I don't think that the Greeks care. I think that the Greeks were treating it more as women are icky, men should be able to do as they want. So even though he loved her, even though she loved him, it's okay that he was unfaithful. I don't think they were considering the implications of what being trapped on the island of someone who is significantly more powerful than you for 8 years and eventually basically becoming her concubine. Really, like, the implications there, which does kind of suck. Because that is, like, that's bad. I don't think that's good. Yeah, you don't say no to Calypso. Honestly, you also don't say no to Circe. Like, both of them were instances where he was trapped on an island with them for years at a time. And they are goddesses or, like, sorceresses, witchcraft. They have power over him. And independent of the fact of, like, oh, he was alone with them for, like, 7 years. He was alone with them for, like, a year. Which... Genuine question. I'm curious your thoughts on this personally. This is an opinion piece. There is no right answer. If you are married to someone, if you're in a relationship with someone, and then you think they're dead, or you think you will never see them again because of certain... I killed you. Ooh. If you think you're never going to see them again, is it cheating to then, like, get with someone else? If you fully, like, believe you have zero chance of ever seeing them again in your life, is that cheating? I'm not talking like you're using it as an excuse. I'm saying, like, literally you think that you will never reach them again. Because that's what Odysseus thought. With both Circe and with Calypso. He was trying to get home, but by then it had been 10 years at war. It had been multiple years across Circe. It was 7 years on Calypso's island. Yeah, like, I think that at its face is not cheating. So even if it was like oh, I'm just slumming it around with my, like, hot goddess GF, no beer, no wife, no problem. Even if you take away the coercive aspect, like, the Greeks didn't care. Like, the Greeks were incredibly misogynist society, like ancient Greece. But outside of that, like, I also just think it wasn't even, like, that position, which makes Penelope even more of a Giga Chad, right? Like, makes her, who was at home with people who wanted to, like, be with her. And she was there for 20 years, just saying, nah, I'm good. No thanks. And also making up excuses to, like, get out of it. Super pog. Which, speaking of, if you don't know, in the Odyssey, or in the Iliad, Odysseus tries to get out of it. I don't know if you know this. Odysseus tries to get out of participating in the Trojan War by, because he didn't want to be part of the league. He thought it was, like, a stupid idea that he didn't care about because he didn't care about Helen. And he didn't want to go to war. He tried to get out of it by, like, claiming to be insane. And so Agamemnon was like, oh, clearly, if you're insane, you don't care about your son. So what we're going to do is we're going to take your son and we're going to put him in front of a carriage. Or we're going to put him in front of a chariot. And if you don't save your son from being run over, yeah, of course you're insane. Like, and no sane person would let their child get run over. And so Odysseus is like, and then proceeds to save Telemachus. And proving that he is sane because he cares about his child. He's flaking insanity. He's trying to get out of the draft. He's trying to dodge the draft, basically. So, like, Odysseus being a wife guy, Odysseus being, like, someone that really cares about his family and his son and his legacy. That is all like canon, so to speak. That is all stuff that like is supported by like other literature. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Agamemnon knew, right? Like, you could say, oh, he was testing Odysseus. I don't think Agamemnon had any disillusions that the smartest of the Greeks suddenly went insane right when he needed to, like, be called into work, right? I don't think Agamemnon legitimately was sitting there being like, oh, I wonder if our best tactician and one of our premier archers was actually sane. I think that he was calling his bluff, and he knew he wouldn't let that happen. Which, granted, not a good look, Agamemnon, particularly with all the other child slaying you have to do with your daughter. Yeah, I'm sorry. At this point, I'm just ranting about Greek myth while failing at Hollow Knight. Ah! That was my first spike death in a while. Thanks. Frick, no, dang, ha, 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 ha. You can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man. I felt so clever. I felt so on top of the world. Yeah, Agamemnon got him catch 22, because, like, he didn't want to go to war, but he also didn't want his child to die, which, like, valid. The only thing more horrendous are the haikus from Apollo. Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna lie, I do not remember those. I will say I did like the modernization in Percy Jackson quite a lot. About how, for instance, Mount Olympus travels to wherever is the like center of human civilization. And at that time it was in Greece. At various times it was like in Egypt. Now it is in the Empire State Building because of how not only just like important America is on the world stage, just United Nations. Which I don't know why, for the longest time, I just kind of assumed that the United Nations was in Europe. I never knew. I lived right by it. Yes, not remembering them is the first step to protecting yourself. It's an anti-meme, right? You have to protect yourself by purposely forgetting it. You have to go so deep undercover that not even you realize you are. Frick, heck, darn. Drat! I mean, why wouldn't you? Geneva's important. Heck, darn. Back is so tight. I stretch. Well, I actually don't stretch my arms that much. I use weights on my arms more than anything. Heck, darn, dang. Oh, hi there. Hey, harmless. I'm currently struggling for probably 2 hours at this point on Arena 3 of Hollow Knight. Get yourself a medieval rack. Okay, like, have you ever had that moment where you're like, my spine is bothering me. Could I just, like, have it stretched out real quick? Could I just have one of those, like, extender racks, like, stretch out my spine? Which, like, yes, I understand is not a healthy thing. Yes, I understand I should not want that. That's not going to stop me. That sounds like a proper arena. Okay, I'm glad that everyone's reaffirming the fact that the arena just kind of sucks. And that makes me feel better about myself, because if it was a situation where, like, everyone's like, yeah, Arena 3 was so easy. Like, what? Although I suppose you could just be saying that to make me feel better, in which case I will rue your name. I will wish woe upon your legacy. Curse your bloodline. Okay, that had to have been a firework, right? Again, we're playing the game of firework or gunshot. It's a game I play quite often. There was a day, like, frick, the other week, where just straight up, at 3 or like at 2 a.m., I just heard just a dead ass explosion. Not even like a pop, not even like a loud noise, like just a straight up like I heard a boom. That is not normal. Let's heal. Heal. Frick. Darn. Dang. Drat. Dang. Blast. Heck. Frick. Less room, or I keep forgetting. Keep forgetting that right after this is the Scotsman. I don't know why I called him a Scotsman. Well, there are some freaks who are good at video games. I ain't them. I do wonder if there's someone who first tried them on a no death run just to flex. That would be pretty funny. Baja Blast! I don't know why, but your swearing reminds me of Judge... Wait, me going like frick, darn, dang, dang it? Does Judge Dredd not curse? Should I swap something out? There's a possessed emote in Guild Wars 2 where your character gets lifted in the air backwards with back arching backwards. And first thing I thought when seeing that was, oh, so good for my back. Like that? Possession. I've never seen The Grudge. I haven't seen a lot of classic horror, actually. Like, I've seen, like, classic horror. I haven't seen a lot of, like, modern classic horror, like 90s, 80s. I've seen a lot of stuff from, like, the 60s and earlier, because I have a tradition with my roommate where we watch stuff. We watch a horror movie every Halloween, but we didn't do that this year. Our plan was to watch K-pop Demon Hunters, and then we both got busy, so we still need to watch K-pop Demon Hunters. No, for real, it looked like a nice stretch, possession aside. Well, yeah, I'm sure it was lovely, possession aside. Next, you're going to be telling me that the arena experience is lovely, arena aside, like... Ow, frick, heck, darn, drat, frick! It'll be interesting to take some different charms, but you'll take some readjustment. Yeah, I mean, I do kind of think that this is just a skill issue. I think that this is kind of just like me needing to be better at the game, and I will win in time. It's just a matter of how much will I throw myself at the wall before that happens. I only watch garbage with friends. Oh, garbage movies are so fun, though. I feel so bad because I've gotten in the habit of when I watch movies with people, I will just like... I think it's because I'm a content creator. Like, no, I did this before content creation. That's a lie. I've gotten into the habit of, if I'm watching a movie with someone, I basically just rag on it. Even if it's a movie that they say that they enjoyed, because basically I'll do it for my own enjoyment. I'll talk about how stupid it is, or I'll talk about how silly it is, or I'll talk about how like the CG is bad. That doesn't mean I don't enjoy it. It doesn't mean I don't appreciate that they're showing me it. But I am definitely like being kind of rude to the movie. Okay, remember, I have no knockback, so I can just stand. That's why we love them, exactly. But I do feel like when someone shows me something, they're like, oh my gosh, you're gonna love this. And then I rag on it the entire time, they probably think, wow, Arrow's a jerk. Arrow hates this thing that I went out of my way to show them. And I'm just like, no, dude, I had a great time. 7-hour check. Has it been 7 hours? Oh yeah, it has. I'm not stopping stream until I beat Arena 3. I hope you know. I hope you know that if I can't beat the game, I'm gonna beat Arena 3. Frick, darn. Can we have a timer? Yeah, we can do a timer. just need to be not locked in when I do that. Oh, frick. I opened the timer app and that did a pop-up on my window, so I was unable to see. My apologies for that. Frick, darn, dang. Frick, heck. Darn it. Drat. Issue, I can't see my health because there's a timer on it. So, Celador, that death was your fault. I'm blaming you for that. Let's move the timer. We're in an ad break. That didn't happen. That had extenuating circumstances. We're not worrying about that. I'm gonna go make a coffee then. Arena can take a lot. I've been at this 2 hours. If I can't beat this in the next, like, hour, what am I doing? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Messing hard. Oh my gosh. Whew. Don't worry, I got this. My back is in need of a stretch. I need some water. What Coliseum are we on? We are on Coliseum number 3. I've been fighting the Fool's Arena for 2.5 hours. And I'm about to beat it first try this time. Let's go. Wanna know what I need? I need intense music.
Shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
Let me play some royalty-free, copyright-free, intense music. Wait, why do I hear grumbles? Actually, wanna know what might go kind of hard here? I know I swapped off this earlier. What if I grab the kid? A lot of these guys I just can't deal with effectively because they're far away. What if I grab the kid? Unshrimp and hydrate? I'm not shrimped. It's less I'm shrimped, it's more so that I'm like locking in. Like I don't have shrimp posture. I actually have pretty good posture across my entire back. It's my upper back in particular. Do you need to know the last boss of the area? Yeah, I want to be surprised. Don't tell me. I assume the final boss is going to be Tiso? The friend who has been telling me about the arena this entire time. I was also informed that I would need Abyssal Blast, and I have yet to use it because I'm bad at this video game. That was effective. I need to use my spells more. I need to be better about that. Watch Jesus shows you the way to the highway with your friends and see if they're really your friends or not. I don't know if I want that. That doesn't sound like something that would be interesting to me, to put it lightly. The friendly fire bit is always so funny to me. Okay, these friggin' spider jumpers. Avast ye, matey. Do it, it's hilarious. Yeah, I do a lot of hilarious things in my life. And wanna know what happens? I start catching a felony. Frick, darn. Heck, blast. Ragamuffin. The highway sounds like something bad from Doctor Who. Okay, literally just take the X, and it sounds like a bad thing from Doctor Who, right? Ow! Although, I've mentioned this before, I think my first hyperfixation was Doctor Who, or at least the first one I can remember. Like the first one that I remember, like not just being interested in it, but actually like it kind of like consuming my interests and my other hobbies. But I never got into Super Hulock. I watched. I've seen Sherlock, but I never like got into it. And I've never seen Supernatural. Like, with all due respect to all my Supernatural girlies, that show doesn't really interest me. And that's another, like, Supernatural is my same issue with One Piece. I don't want to watch 16 seasons of a show. I don't care if it's good. I don't have the time for that. And I feel as though at a certain point, you're not telling the same story you told in season 1. You're not even telling it with the same characters. You're telling it with nominally the same characters. Oh, frick. Heck, darn. Heck, darn. Blast. Big nose. Pine skewer. You freaking red shell. Dr. Hoomster you. Wait a second. Never mind. I was gonna use my my wailing blast on these boyos, but I didn't need to because all of the enemies that I'm struggling with are generally on the floor. Like the Insulindian Phasmid has been quite the struggle for me. But that's an anomaly. That's a cryptozoologist dream, is to catch the Insulindian Phasmid. Sorry, I like the voice. I like doing the voice. Although, if you remember from if you were present, I don't know if you remember. Oh my gosh, that didn't kill them, but it did damage. If you remember from my playthrough, I didn't talk to Gary. I avoided Gary because I thought he was such a pathetic weirdo. He's the crypto fascist, which is very funny because a crypto fascist is apparently a real term. Okay, I need to dodge out of the frog. No, I don't. There's the slimes. A crypto fascist is a real term for someone who like hides being a fascist behind like this veneer. Never got into any of that. Well, let's try to not purge the week while I'm trying to read chat. But, what the well? I'm such a rebel. I'm such an enigma, an iconoclast. You might even say. Oh my gosh. Oh, well, I thought it just meant they bought a lot of Dogecoins. Well, yes. Fascists do tend to do that because it's a very good way of, like, getting untraceable money. Oh, did you know? I actually saw this on an etymology nerd video. Apparently, the Charlie Kirk memes that have been going around are literally a psyop. Not by the government, but by people that have gone ahead and made like crypto coins about Charlie Kirk. And every time you see a Charlie Kirk meme, the value of those coins goes up because people are talking about it more. Like, unironically, these memes about Charlie Kirk are supporting a crypto bro in scamming a bunch of people. And the coins were created, the memes were established by the same crypto bros that are benefiting from them. And that sounds like such a conspiracy theory. That sounds like it's so like out of left field, like of course that's not real. That's literally what's happening. Interesting. Ah! I keep forgetting about this guy. Dang it. Let's kill your friend. Remember, you can kill your nose, you can kill your friends, but you can't kill your nose's friend. Oh, gosh. Let's execute you. I think I saw a putty tat. What do we need? Wayward Compass, you're not being lucky. Honestly? Let's try this. Does Purge the Week target everyone except the Purger? It targets one of literally anyone. It can target you, who fired it. It can target me, where that does absolutely nothing. It can target another chatter. It can target a stream bot. It can target someone lurking. I have had it target people who were not tabbed into the stream, and they get a notification that they got banned, and they come in and they're like, what? What did I do? And then I'm like, you got banned. You got shot. Like a true believer. Didn't it ban stream? No, it regularly bans stream elements. Like I will say, I think every stream it has banned stream elements bot, which is, as you might have guessed, not good if I have a bot that is being banned. But also, like, stream elements bot deserves it because it's weak, and it deserves everything that comes to it if it can't handle the pressure. That doesn't even kill them. Freaking A. Do I do unbans? Oh, all of the bans are for 15 seconds. All of the bans from like Purge the Week or whatever last 15 seconds, and if it lasts any longer, refresh, because that's a Twitch issue, not a ban issue. So like, don't worry about like actually being banned here. I have banned like a couple bots that will come in here and like solicit for advertisement, and that's just about it. Like, even people who are jerks, I broadly speaking don't ban them. Frick. That was the earliest I could open this. Yeah. Goodbye, Quick Focus and Long Nail. Hello, Steady Body and Mark of Pride. Goodbye, Steady Body. I'll go Baldur Shell. Why not? It does kill them if they get hit by enemy Shriek Blast. These local creatures will watch anything. Honestly, that's how I feel. If you watch my content and you're like, oh my gosh, so well, you clearly do not have very good taste. I'm so sorry to be the one to tell you this. Clearly, I need to use accuse or if you accuse stream elements, I will start a trial where I will put stream elements on trial, and if stream elements is found innocent, you will be banned. Baldur, as in Baldur's Gate? No, Baldur's Gate came after. Baldur's Gate got invented in 2024 with Baldur's Gate 3 releasing. Okay, whoa, that was a fantastic pogo. I was hoping to keep it up, but I won't say no to that. Okay, my hubris. I might just execute the entire population of Hellenes. No, Baldur is in the magical metal from Ogre Battle. I thought you meant Baldur is in the dwarf. The Norse deity? My friend over in Norway, Baldur. Ah, frick. I have great taste and you clearly have great taste. Oh, ah! And as you're clearly drinking from my favorite flavor of soda, is that lead or is that Fanta? See, that's the thing. When I talk about Fanta, I want Fanta. And then I think to myself, like, no, it's going to be super sugary. I'm at the point now, and I'm actually kind of happy about this. If I have soda, I need water. Like, it is too thick. It is too syrupy for me to enjoy by itself. Juices I can usually have by themselves. And, like a lemonade I can have by itself. But like a soda, no way. I need, like, even a milkshake. I generally need water with it because I don't treat it like I'm so used to just drinking water straight. It's not thin enough for me. Frick, I fell. Too thick or too thick? Too thick is in like, I don't drink it for leisure. I drink it because I want the taste and then I need to like chase it with some water. What is the difference between soda and lemonade? Carbonation for one, sugar content for another. Soda will have like 78% of your daily sugar intake in a single can. A bottle of lemonade will probably have like 60. So it's still a ton. It's still way more than you should be having reasonably if you want to stay healthy. However, particularly if you're having other sweets, but it's a situation where like a single thing of soda, like a single a single can, depending on what brand it is and what type it is, will have like 90%, 80% of your daily sugar intake. Whereas lemonade will usually have a lot in a larger container. Like if you have one of those like water bottle size things of lemonade, that will usually be like 70%, which is still a lot. You should not be having that with regularity. You should not be having that much sugar. But at the same time, it's not nearly as like one tapping, if that makes sense. It's not going to single-handedly take out your entire sugar supply for that day in the same way that soda will. Frick. 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 I hate the government. That one was just me. That one wasn't even the game. I can't even blame the game for that one. I know what thick water is, which is why I mentioned it, huh? Permission to mock the air? Go for it. Shoot. Listen, this is an atmosphere where if like you can't give it as good as you can take, you shouldn't be here. Like, and I say that jokingly. Obviously, everyone is welcome, and I don't want anyone to be uncomfortable. But this is an environment where like I'll ban my chat for fun, and I feel like that requires a certain personality. And I feel as though it's only fair if I partake in the dunking with some regularity as well. Frick. That was another situation where like I should not have taken damage there. I call BS on that. I think that's unfair. Loser? What? Oh, loser. You're a loser. Shut up. No one likes you. No, that was mean. Just because my failures are publicized does not make them any more grave than yours. I understand the difference between hidden shame. I understand. I'm going to take my mic and I'm going to bite it. And I'm going to be angry about that. Baldur's Shell is useless. Group child. To me, child. We must go slay the shadow creature. Then we will take a bath. And then I will send you into the arena where you will die alone. Nobody likes you. I like... That's good, Yoxathoth. You should like yourself. Goated spellcast moment. I'm trying, okay? I think you can win if you just don't take any damage. I think you're onto something. You know, I think I'll try that this time. I was trying to do like a whole like make it dramatic situation. I wanted to like take as much time as possible and also take as much damage as possible to make it like seem like I'm struggling so it becomes more dramatic. I think I'll just not get hit this time. Can't blame the game, blames government instead by default. That's how you know I'm from the US. Okay, the run is dead. Not this arena run. The run of the game. I can't even do a no-hit run on Arena 3. First try, no charms, no nail upgrade. Brilliant strat, I believe in it. Apparently it was not too brilliant, or maybe I'm just not smart enough. Maybe I'm just too bad at this video game to engage in the brilliant strat. Go, my child. How does the taste of blood feel on your tongue? How do you feel to have the Fanta tinged ichor of tang coating your mouthsicle? How do you feel about the word mouthsicle? I feel like it's cursed, but I don't feel like it's that bad. In the grand scheme of things, like... Dang. Drat. Frick! I'm gonna commit violence upon your kin, violence upon your bloodline, dishonor upon your legacy. I'm going to make it so that the future generations know of you only insofar as you were used as a relevant example of what not to be and what not to do in my time. Their ancestors will not simply know your name, they will revile you. They will be repulsed by you, and anyone who dares whisper it shall simply do so in the mock enjoyment that you gain from insulting one so readily accepted by society to be hated that anything they do is villainized. That is your legacy. That is who you are. That is all you will be, and you are nothing without my say-so in your life and beyond. Pray to me as you would a god, for I am not a generous one. Curses. No, my ancestors! Pick a god and pray is still a really hard line, I'm not gonna lie. Like that guy that got eaten by his own hunting dogs and that's all people remember about him? Exactly! I'll make you some sort of Greco-Roman parable about the follies of whatever nonsense you get up to in your life. Probably being cringe, I don't know. I'm going to key your car. And I understand you don't have a car. I'm gonna buy you a car. I'm gonna get out a reasonable lease on a car that you can pay off in a fair amount of time. I'm gonna make it so it's an appealing offer to you, and it's not gonna be a lemon. It might not be hyper modern, but it's not gonna be a lemon. It'll be within the past 5 years make and model. That being said, I'm gonna make it so that once you get that car, once you have it, once you are in the position where you can finally joyride to your heart's content, once you can finally be in a position where you believe you have the power to express your own autonomy on the world around you, then I'm gonna key your car. I'm gonna support you only insofar as I can take away that which I supported you with, and you will understand that without my support, you are nothing. Without the scaffolding I break my back to set upon you, you are little more than a stain on the floor to be wiped off by the rains of incredulity. The tears of those who knew you will only be happy ones at realizing they will not have to suffer the fate of knowing you in the same way that I did. My nail is sharp, sharper than my wit, and yet even still, I would drive my nail into you over and over again, insofar as every scream you let loose was music to my ears. I am no sadist, but then again, you're undeserving of my sympathy to begin with. Yeah! Avast! But don't blame yourself or God. Frogs! Frogs! Frogs. Frogs. I was watching a stream and a streamer made that comment that once you are big enough in terms of swearing, you might as well stop. Their logic was that with streaming, you might as well stop. Being able to see most messages and most chatters and generally interact with having 300 to 1,000 people or trying to talk over one another. I mean, that's the thing. Once you hit a certain critical mass, you stop becoming individuals and you become a chat. That's when you get like a 1,000 viewer chat streamer who just exclusively refers to their chat as, "Hey chat." Like, I think it's shorthand and it's mimicking larger creators. But if I have like 20 viewers and I'm just like, hey chat, watch this. Or like, oh, chat said this. No, I have so few viewers, or not so few, but like I have a reasonable amount of viewers that there's no reason for me not to simply call you by your name in chat. That's why I go out of my way to try and name drop folks when I'm responding to comments. On stream, if we're yapping, I will be like, oh, hey, Celador. Hey, Archivist. Hey, Misanthropy. Hey, Harmless Shark. Like, that's just a preference of mine. It makes me feel more connected, but also there's no reason not to. Like, a lot of streamers will be like, hey, chat, XYZ. I'll just be like, hey, chat. And then I will proceed to talk to you as individuals because you are individuals. Even if, to me, it's hard to parse that. Keep forgetting about this loser. Brick. Dang. Okay. Come on. Hit me again. Hit me again. Yeah. This gives me perfect time to charge. Frick. Darn it. No, hit me with that teleport maneuver. Hit me with the teleport. Hit me. No, not that teleport. Okay, Grimchild. Frick. Forgot. Heck. Darn. Dang. Okay. Let's smack you up on the floor. Smack that. Give me some more. Frick. Okay, I need to spend more time with this one because this one I keep rushing through and then I get to a section where I can't heal is my issue. I need to end this fight on full health. Which is why it's nice when I can like play keep away. And the Grimchild is going to be spewing such vitriolic nonsense that the enemy takes damage. And now I have to jump, right? Oh. Now it's the worm. Please do tell us more about passionately driving your nail into us over and over. Are people into that? You want to be stabbed? Or is that just a euphemism? Is that a euphemism? Okay, so like real talk, like, just full stop. I've had many people by now, I'll say express their interest to varying degrees of civility. Frick. I've had various people over time express their thoughts on me to varying ways, and I always find it weird whenever someone's just like thirsting over me, because like I don't see myself like that in really any capacity. Not because, well, I guess there is no not just because. It's just like I just don't see myself like that. I just kind of never assumed that I would be in a position where anyone would view me like that. Which, like, I understand that the thing that prompted this was a joke, right? People are into stabbing. It's not a euphemism and also euphemism. Yes, they want to be stabbed. Also, they want to be stabbed. Like, just full stop. I never expected to get to the point where people would find me, like, cute, right? And now I have, like, a whole meme in my community about, like, a cult forming about calling me cute, right? I have a whole subsection of my community who they're making it their mission to like make me accept the fact I'm cute kind of deal. I've had people say how hot I am. I've had people say like they smash, they such and so forth. And just, I never got that. Because I never really thought, like I don't present myself in that way. Grimchild using that vicious mockery, and we love him for it. You're just a bunch of worms in a trench coat? But to lay claim to our name is to have power over us. That is fair. But like, and that's not me saying that like you're weird for that. I think it's, I suppose if like particularly in the VTubing sphere, it's quite common to be like, oh my gosh, I have a crush on my Yoshi, or like hot wood on my Yoshi. Like, it is just kind of interesting to me how I never really saw that as part of myself. It's pretty funny to call that a cult. Well, so they literally call themselves a cult. They made a joke about forming a cult, and then I was like, okay, fine, you have 1 month, form a cult. And then the person who started it ended up having life stuff happen, so they weren't able to continue the cult. But then now that it's like been a month since then, they've just been doing cult nonsense. The same cult that did a ritual summon you into the brain? Well, Yogg-Sothoth, I figured that you would have been summoned, but who am I to say? I swear, the deeper the depths of my rage, the more those like phasmids, those more of those like plasmids, they just like don't deserve happiness, right? I'm at the point where I just want them to have a bad time for the sake of having a bad time. Not because they in particular did anything strong to me. It's literally just a matter of I hate them. I watched a stream, went to sleep, and you began explaining Lancer mechs in my dreams. Well, I guess I'm just the streamer of your dreams. Despite all my rage, I'm eating chips on the stage. Fair. So do we need the cultist rights to classify as a cult, or just wearing our hearts on our sleeves is enough? Honestly, I think it's a self-identification thing. Well, for instance, what makes a cult? I don't think a cult is the robes and the human sacrifice. I think like a cult, at least historically, now it's kind of taken on a specific vibe inspired by Satanism. A cult is just I think it's a small, organized religion that does not have like widespread appeal, I guess, is my understanding. So there are like many, honestly, South Korea and like a lot of East Asia has this, like legitimate cults that are very large right now, like with hundreds of thousands of people that are part of cults. And I don't think that it's fair to say that those like aren't religions. Those are still religions. They're just cults, right? So in the same way that it's like, they don't need like human sacrifice to be a cult. At least I don't think they do. If they did, that'd be kind of awkward, because I don't think like, honestly, the gunshots, the purging the weak should count, right? Like, I don't think I'm a deity that they worship. I think that it's more like they are trying to impart power upon me. They're trying to inscribe words of power upon me. Like the words of adorableness, which strikes me less as like I'm a deity and more so that like I'm their figurehead they're trying to prop up. Give me one good reason to ever stop using Kamalungma. My GM hates area-wide plus cult. Diversity. Simple as. Try something new. Like, how many times are you going to play Lancer, right? How many frames are there that you could play a cool different frame if only you didn't play Kamalungma, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you not to have fun, because I'm of the opinion that, like, if you have someone who every single game they play a fighter, every single Lancer sit rep, they field their Hydra, I'm not going to tell you to stop having fun the way you have fun. What I am going to tell you is it might be more fun for you to try something else, to try something different. And I think that if you only ever play the same character, if you only ever say the same, play the same frame, you're not going to have that same degree of engagement in the system. I think that you are legitimately lacking as a player. Like not just, oh, I need you to play the way I want you to play. Like, straight up, I think you are not playing the system in the same way that it is intended to be designed, and you are not getting the same out of it as everyone else is getting out of it by like sticking yourself to a single frame. Well, no, because like I'm big on have fun the way you want to have fun. If you're the sort of person that has fun by being like a murder hobo that stabs everyone, like you want to play Buttface McGee in your D&D game, I'm not going to tell you shouldn't do that. I'm going to tell you, in my game, I don't want that. In my game, I don't want to play as a murder hobo named Buttface McGee. And if you try that at my table, I'm going to ask you very politely to change your character or leave the group, right? Because that's just not my interest. In the same way, I'm not going to tell you to stop having fun. I don't want you to tell me to stop having fun. And I don't have fun. Or I guess I could have fun playing alongside Buttface McGee, but like when I think of a TTRPG, I want drama. I want role play, right? I don't want silly shenanigans where we're all murder hobos and we're just trying to make the DM's life as difficult as possible. Because like I've been there. I've had players that did that to me, and I didn't like it. It wasn't very fun. All I do is switch between campaigns, but at least right now it's Como Longma all the way down. Listen, if you want to play Buttface McGee, you can play Buttface McGee. I just will request you don't play it at my table. Which I think I got the vibes across, but I should probably double check with my friend for Kane that we're on the same page for tone. Because obviously with Kane, it's kind of depressing. And they were just like, oh yeah, it's just like Chainsaw Man, right? And I'm like, well, it can be Chainsaw Man, or it can be the SCP Foundation, or it can be like a government black site. Like it has different stylizations. Frick, I always forget about you. Frick. Oh, I do sweet, and we do lack tech on other players. Yeah, so like if you're playing Como Longma, you're enjoying it, and no one else is hacking, don't change it. Have fun. In the same way of like, if you're supporting and you enjoy supporting and no one else wants to support, stick supporting. But the issue I run into a lot of times is like Misanthropy only wants to play a striker and is only gonna like go up front and plays different strikers but always wants to play a glass cannon. And then Dotsy is playing a hacker because they wanted to play a hacker. Now they're trying a new thing. And like I am playing an artillery. So then you, Shark, feel pressured to play a hacker because you feel we need a hacker because we have all the other roles fulfilled anyway. Yes, I know, Misanthropy. I'm using you as an example. I guess chatters hate it when streamers use their name in examples when they're talking about TTRPGs. Maybe that's why my viewership is down. I can't believe the streamer used me. Okay, let's not have that phrasing. With some of the stuff streamers get up to with their viewers, I don't want that phrasing associated with me. Hacker do. I mean, hacker's the mage, Lancaster's your support, but like, there isn't actually a lot of like healing in Lancer, which I like. I like the fact that actual proper like healing is quite rare. Because something that frustrates me in like a hero shooter like Marvel Rivals is that if I want a balanced team, someone needs their entire game to be just healing everyone else. Because if we don't have a healer, they're going to have a healer. And if they have a healer, then they're going to win because they're healing and we're not. So it forces a certain style of play. I love the idea of supports that are not healers, which Lancer does a ton of that. Overshield is kind of healing, but it's also not. You have speed boosts, you have lock-on, you have tech actions. Like, you have greater variability in what a support needs, which is super cool. Must time repair, not. I know it's Marvel Rivals, but I hear Marble Ribalds. Well, so I always call it Marble Ribbons. And I call Jeff the Landshark Joof, because I just call him that because it's silly. Healer is not a very fun fantasy role for many to fulfill. That's the thing. The power over life and death is such a cool thing. More people should make healing cool. Honestly, what you should do is that if you want to make a healing class, make it a healing class that does something, and it also heals every turn. I am a healing class where my specialization is I smite the undead, and also I can heal someone for a d6. My class is that I'm a healer, where I bring light to the dark and I make skill checks easy for everyone else. And also, every time I do that, I heal someone 1d12. On my turn in combat, I can give you a buff that allows you to move 3 extra spaces, and also every space you move, you heal 1 hit point, right? Like, that kind of stuff where the goal is not the healing. the healing is almost incidental at that point. The healing is almost secondary to the movement buff or the like ability modifiers that you give. Joof. Yes, I call him Joof. He is my least favorite war criminal, of whom I know several. That's a lie. I do not know several war criminals. That would be really funny though. Ow! Oh gosh. Oh, I parry because I'm a god gamer. And my child just killed. Child, you're killing the enemy. I love you. You're so good. Careful. You don't want a warrior priest from Warhammer Age of Reckoning where you heal by doing damage get silly fast. That sounds very funny. It sounds very silly. A healer who does not care about your health, they only care about your life. I mean, that's another good one. Like, oh yes, I'm a healer where I save people's lives. I don't save them discomfort. It is the, like, healing being unpleasant is such a fun trope. Like, healing sucking is such a good way to balance healing. Like, from a narrative perspective. Ba 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 ba. Frick! I just realized there's a mall by me. I should go be a mall goth. Frick! I live by a mall, and I don't think that there are too many mall goths there. I think that we need to bring that back. Like my issue with malls is that I don't. Well, I have been in situations where I had the disposable income. I do not have the disposable income right now to be able to just like buy stuff at the mall. So part of it is just like I stay away from it so I don't want to buy stuff. Frick! Darn it. That was a waste. Okay. Heal. Heal. Never mind, it's not heal. So like, it's something where I recognize that I shouldn't do it because, oh my gosh, we're only on the frogs. But like, I recognize I shouldn't do it because then I'll want to spend money on stuff that I don't need to spend money on and that I shouldn't spend money on. But at the same time, it's also like, third places. I've been making an effort to go to like a local community center more. I've been making an effort to go to the library, which I have not been going to the library nearly as much as I want to because I've just been busy. And even the community center, like, I didn't go last week, even though I wanted to, because I was just so busy. Heck. Heal. Absolutely horrible. Yeah, I will rip you, like, just, like, a healer who's just Frankenstein's monster. Or who's, like, Scabs from Magic the Gathering. Sorry, I'm kind of locked in. I don't know how effective I am at being locked in, but apparently not very. Okay, I'm gonna have a frog. I was hoping to get a heal in. Great! Stitch a part of a lab-grown meat to them in the middle of combat with a way too thick thread and way too fast stitches. Call it mend. Oh my gosh. Good old Stitcher and their supplier. Do you have an opinion on the bond system in Lancer from... Okay, so I've been told about it. I don't know it. I believe the bond system in Lancer is... I take Yogg-Sothoth. I think you're cool. I gain mechanical bonuses a la Fire Emblem support by spending, like, doing actions with you, like, being near you on the space. I believe that's how it works. Is that how it works? Oh, you're locked out? Don't worry. Don't worry, I'll turn off the music and we can get some jingly keys up in here. I got you, don't worry. Maybe it was a mistake to say I'm not going to end stream until I beat Arena 3. Close enough, yeah. So with something like that, I think that's cool. Particularly if it's just extra. Because if I'm running sorties with Yogg-Sothoth and Misanthropy and Young, I want to be in a situation where, like, I get mechanical bonuses where I can be like, hey, like, I'm going to use my Manticore ability to pull them closer. You use your Orcus ability in order to push them away. Like, I like the idea of team-up abilities. I like the idea of being mechanically rewarded for narrative benefits. And that's why the bonded... Talent? Yeah, talent. The bonded talent is so nice. The only bonds I need are the ones that function with sanity a la Delta Green. Listen, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you no. However, there is more to life than just staying sane. Have you considered going insane in the membrane? Frick, I thought you were dead. Frick, darn dang. I hate the fact that they go off screen and I just have to wait on them and they can just shoot me and it makes me sad and it makes me want to hurt them. It makes me angry. I'm so glad I recorded yesterday. My throat is feeling it. Listen, I can go for hours. Evidently, as you can see, I can go for 7 hours nonstop. However, 8 hours, gosh. It's rough on my throat. I ain't gonna pretend like it's not. I need some rest after this. I need to be taken care of. Oh, you don't understand? I speedrun the Insanity. I need the ablative armor to keep me going for longer for everyone else. Oh my gosh. It's more narrative outside of mech. Oh, got it. Yeah, I mean, that's just another way to improve out of mech combat in Lancer, which I am a very big fan of. I'm of the opinion, a lot of people... No, you killed them. My child. You killed them when you didn't need to. You could have let them be bombarded. That would have been so funny. I'm a big proponent of... I actually don't think Lancer needed more rules for out of combat. I feel like the out of combat rules are sufficient. It is make a roll. It might be hard. It might be risky. It might be impossible. And you add difficulty or like accuracy based on circumstances. And if your background is effective, then you add a background. If your triggers are effective, you add a trigger. That's all you really need, right? You don't need more if you're mostly like role-playing. Even if you're hacking a data slate, like all you need is, okay, it's a normal roll, 10 or higher. I have a trigger of like breaking and entering, so I add +2 to this. And my background was on as a Cosmopolitan, so because we're on a ship, I get an accuracy. So I roll 1d20 +2 +1d6. That's robust as you need. You don't need it to be like, okay, what do the specific pieces of gear mean in a non-combat situation? Like, no, I can just say, like, yeah, that gives me accuracy on this. Yes, that gives me a +2. But, like adding to that, I don't think is a bad thing. I just think it's a lot of people who have decried how bare bones Lancer's combat system is, don't really know how to run non-combat. They're probably coming from D&D where everything's spelled out for you, and it's like, hey, you can do that, but you don't need to. Oh, it doesn't really have gear as such? Well, no, and that's what I'm saying, right? Like, is that you have pilot gear. You get 3 pieces of pilot gear and 2 pilot weapons in character creation. Core Lancer, right? And the gear has no mechanical bonuses. Like, you can get med packs, which imply that they heal you. You can get a extenders, which allow you to interface with machines even when you're not touching them. But those don't have mechanics behind them, and they don't need mechanics. When I ran for my group of Lancer, the person that had like the mechanical like data slate implants, I just let them flavor it how they wanted. They could hack normally. It's just they could do it at a bit of a range because they had these like tentacles like coming out of their fingers. Like their fingernails would open up and reveal these tentacles that could wire into data slates. And like that was super cool for them. They felt like a master hacker even though that didn't do anything mechanically. wow. I'm dodging and weaving. I'm weaving and dodging. Frick. I did not dodge, nor did I weave that. Okay, we have frogs. Wizard frogs. Frick. Okay, do I need the shaman charm? Because I feel like my spells never do any damage. I feel like they do like as much damage as a single hit of my nail. And I feel like that just does not, it's not worth the soul most of the time. Right? Is that just me? Is that just like a vibes thing, or should I be going shaman soul if I want to spell more? Stay zen, don't think. I mean, honestly, I haven't been thinking this entire run. I have been entirely focused on TTRPG talk, and broadly speaking, I've been doing pretty well. I like to think. Because, like, one of the things to just, like, turn off my brain is get me talking TTRPG. Like, I ain't gonna pretend like it's not. And that's why one of the easiest ways to, like, capture and get my attention is to just, like, ramble at me about something that I'm either interested in or care about. Frick. Shaman is very good, particularly essential for spell builds. I mean, that's the thing, I'm not a spell builder. I haven't been using spells. So I don't know if it's just like, I'm not using them effectively. I don't know if it's that I need shaman. Frick. Dang. Okay. Your little strikes are kind of cute. Shaman is very good, practically essential for spell builds. It makes them larger and deal more damage. So like when I'm doing my whale, right? It's generally doing as much as like a single nail strike, which I generally feel is not worth the, well, first off, muscle memory of trying to remember to do that. But similarly, I feel as though it's not really worth like the soul, because I feel like I could use that on healing most of the time. Okay, remember, after this one, frick, I should try to ensure that I am good on health. I don't need to rush this one. Frick. Spells do, oh, so it's equivalent to mine now. Got it. Okay. That was an accidental burst. Whoops. But if you're not using spells, you're better off Charm Notch or something. Yeah, I have never used the Shaman Charm because I never use spells. But I'm kind of wondering if like spells would be more useful here, because there's so many times where like someone is just out of reach of me and I have Mark of the Elite and I could grab Long Nail, but that would not be worth my notches. Spells do damage and is always in total equivalent to 2 to 3 hits. Oh gosh, I am kind of screwed. Frick. Protect me, child. Because I feel like pretty consistently, I'm going to rip out the throat of this bug. A few of the items do have mechanics for combat, but most do not. Yeah, most of the Lancer items just don't have mechanics because you're not meant to be fighting on foot. You're meant to be fighting in a mech suit. Wanna know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go full. I'm gonna go full caster. I'm gonna go summoner build. Goodbye, Quick Slash. Goodbye, Sharp Shadow. Goodbye, Mark of Pride. Shaman Stone. Spell Twister. Quick Focus. I mean, it could go Sharp Shadow. Nah. Alright, we go in the Wizard. We go in Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells. Legalize nuclear bombs. Someone call the fire department. We just nuke the building. That is what we're doing. That is DJ Smokey, his producer tag. And we're just gonna descend upon this place like a nuclear bomb. Okay, so I would agree with you. However, I was informed last stream that apparently it's unclear on a meta level what the deal... Oh my gosh, that was large. It's unclear on a meta level what the deal is with Revive. Okay. Okay, did that even hit? Okay, that did. So I still can't one-hit them. I also feel like I'm much smaller. I don't know why. I feel like my knight has shrunk in size. On a cosmological scale, what's the deal with airline food? Sucks because airlines hate you. If you wanted good airline food, you would pay for first class. You'd pay for business. And have I ever done that? No. Am I speaking entirely based off of the anecdotes of others? Yes. Will that change my opinion? No. Revive? Oh, from Fool's perspective. Frick. Frick. On Foot in Lancer is reserved for teenage character drama and ambiguous evil plot that is very evil and will hurt many people. Airlines would sell more luxury tickets if they agreed to call you their little PogChamp. If they called me their little PogChamp, you're saying that would make them more inclined to sell luxury tickets. I think you might have this backwards, but I don't take first class. I don't take business class. I wouldn't know. Nail, fireball, nail is quick and a lot of damage. Okay, I'll try that. It didn't work. And not just you, but you could buy it. Well, so I assumed that I would be calling them my little PogChamp, which is why they were buying me stuff. Like, as compensation, you know? Although maybe I'm reading too far into this. Maybe this is not what they're looking for. Hi, Vivi.
Yummers.
I'm losing my mind in the arena. Again. I think that people like it when I absolutely lose my mind. I'm kind of going insane. Also, we have an ad coming in about 30 seconds, so I'm so sorry. Please give them the old arrow special. Please purge the weak repeatedly and show them that if they're not fit to be here, they do not belong here. But how are you today? Were you playing more Silksong? Or have you already beaten that game? I have heard nothing but fantastic things about it. I will shaw in honor of Hornet. And let me give you a... Let me give you a... shout, because... I don't think Maddie's here. Shocked you still live? Yeah. Listen, that just means you're deserving. That means you're worthy of being here. Well, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. If you manage to survive, that is simply a representation of your fighting spirit, and you deserve good things in your life. Congratulations. Now, if you don't survive, that does mean you are a failure, and I'm sorry, but you are not welcome on this channel. I don't make the rules, except I absolutely do. I don't know what to tell you. Oh my gosh, my voice is going. Gosh, I fell. Honestly, I'm kind of digging the caster playstyle. I won't lie. I was not digging it for the longest time. In fact, I was quite not digging it. The R chat now? Okay, you can't just come in here and say it's R chat now. What are you? The Disney's House of Mouse becoming the Disney's House of Villains? It's our house now. It's our house now. Raise your mugs, you thieves and thugs. It's our house now. Frick! Your chat has been conquered for VV. I think that my chat simply is allowing you the time to acclimate before they execute you some more. Well, okay. Everyone and their mother's a supervillain nowadays. What sets you apart? Oh my gosh, I've been on the arena for 3 hours. I think you're gonna go reheat some pasta, then be back. Okay, enjoy your pasta. We'll never submit to your tyranny. Listen. You're a villain, all right. Just not a super one. And you might ask, what makes it a supervillain? What's the difference? It's not presentation. It's scale. I have an entire army at my beck and call that I can just sick upon ye. Yeah, that shot someone. That's the thing. You don't know. You don't get to know. The mystery, the ambiguity, it makes it more exciting, doesn't it? I say, immediately squealing. Break. Heck. Wow, big streamer using fans as a weapon. I'm not a big streamer. I am a small to medium-sized streamer. If anything, I should be out here claiming my chat as a self-defense force against all of the bigger streamers trying to take advantage of me. Frick. Okay. With all due respect, I don't even know if I'm making progress. I think I might be so tilted that I'm out of it. What I think I am going to do... one more. I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna run in. I'm gonna win it. And if I don't, I'm gonna raid out because I've been doing this for 3 hours. Listen, the lab rats deserve being shot. That's all I'm gonna say. I know you like it. You otherwise wouldn't follow Vivi. Get him! Fire and rattle 'em, boys! Okay, Vivi, you can't tell me I'm wrong with that. You can't tell me that your community would not be interested in being shot if it meant that they knew their place as a result. If being shot thank you for the follow, established their position on the pecking order as lower in the hierarchy than someone else, they would roll over and beg for lead. And if this doesn't describe you, it doesn't describe you yet. You obviously haven't been following Vivi for very long. I would rather not get shot. That's fair. And honestly, we respect that around here. Now, Purge the Weak is non-discriminatory, for better or for worse. But we still respect the sentiment. Even if we cannot respect the action. Frick. Heck, darn. Heck. You'll only accept it if you get a reward. Okay, well, that's not my chat. I'm a say-so content creator, unlike some people. Although I will absolutely tease y'all for what you get up to there. But please do keep that in mind. Also, if you don't know who I am, hi, I'm Arrow. I'm a TTRPG YouTuber. I mostly make videos on like D&D, Lancer. I stream over on YouTube where I do chatting streams. If you know, Vivi is obsessed with Exalted, the TTRPG. We've been talking about that a whole bunch. So yeah, it's just a matter of the motorcycle outside my house, which is making a lot of noise and being very rude about it. That's really what it's all about. But yes, now that the gunfire has ceased, we will cease shooting one another. We have moved past the need for hostilities. Can you not? Seriously, like, person outside, I understand you want to rev your engine because it's fun. I get you want to rev your engine because it's cool. You don't need to just constantly rev as if that will make you get to your destination faster. You haven't even started driving yet. Life's purpose, the noisy motorcycle outside. I swear, I moved to an area in the past couple months. And there's some stuff that bothers me more than I thought it would. Like, I very much was in I just need a place at this rate. Like, I was getting to the point where, like, the housing market and the rental market are total bad times. So I was struggling. And you know what? I was like, a noisy motorcycle won't be that bad. When I'm streaming, when I'm recording, it is certainly annoying. Oh, I'm tired and thought you were talking about Vivi shooting her chat. Oh, yeah. No, you're fine. If Vivi shoots your chat, I assume it's like with a syringe filled with nebulous materials that beforehand you said that you were comfortable being injected with, but then have some adverse effect on you, like they turn you into a furry or something. That's what I assume she gets up to with her experiments. But also, like, go off, you know. I'm not gonna judge. What you get up to in your laboratory is not my concern. They're not my lab rats. Although, what is the line for, hey, I wanted to be injected with this some like mystery drug, right? It's this sort of like chemical that it makes you tell the truth, or it makes you fall in love, or it makes you do something. Where beforehand you said, okay, I am giving my explicit written consent with a witness, anything that would be held up in a court of law, to be put under the effects of this thing that would alter my psyche. Do you think that would hold up in court? But like, not, or would you be okay with it? Like personally, like, do you think that would be legally justifiable if you're like, hey, I signed this this contract saying I was comfortable being given a love potion, therefore now that I'm in love with this person, even though it's not quote unquote like real love, I was comfortable with it beforehand. Do you think that would be like hold up to legal scrutiny, at least like in the US based system? Frick, I took so much damage. Sadly, there are laws. What? What do you mean, sadly? What do you mean there are laws? What? So I'm assuming you mean like alcohol. Like, I'm not talking alcohol. I'm talking like love potion. I'm talking like brain control. I'm talking like you sign over the rights for your thought processes. I mean, human experimentation? Oh. Ah, so you're sad because you can't do it. Understood. Ow! Frick! Darn! Drat! Crud! Yeah, contracts do not override regular laws, and waiving personal rights in contract do not override the others. You ever turned a pasta? Ooh, what did you put on it? Honestly, it's a comfort food. It is a low effort food. It's easy. Like buttered pasta with salt and Parmesan cheese. It is like I don't think I've ever had buttered pasta with salt and Parmesan cheese that was not like goated. You gotta go to bed. Good night. The fact that you're still alive is a song. Oh. Are you referring to me being live for 8.5 hours? I said 3 hours ago. I said 2 hours ago. I was not going to stop stream until I beat Arena 3. And I think I might have to stop stream before I beat Arena 3, unless I just beat it right now. If I beat it right now, then I can end stream. Ow, heck. Heck. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This is not going as poorly as it was before. Like, yes, I am not getting to the farthest that I've been in this game for quite a while. However, I'm also not dying on the second round. You only have buckwheat with cheesy... What is cheesy eggplant sauce? That sounds kind of good, but I don't like eggplant. Like as someone that doesn't like eggplant, is that good? Oh, heck. Let's heal. There's a loophole called being richer than the law. Listen, once you get to a certain level of authority and money, you can just say, screw the rules, I have money. Look at Seto Kaiba. Yeah, so once I beat this, I can wrap up, or if I don't make this, I will wrap up. Because at this point, it's been 8.5 hours. And I have stuff I need to do today, so... Seto Kaiba should absolutely be in jail. He beat up an old man. Like, hello? The first thing he does is he beats up an old man. That is not the example I thought you were going to bring up. Listen. We don't get into too dangerous of subjects here. We don't get into too spicy of conversations. The meatball is thoroughly mild, where the meatball is the meat of the conversation, as you all know. Heck. Darn. Dang. Drat. Blast. Beyond. I cannot speak for people who dislike it, but eggplant goes well with cheese. I have tried eggplant a couple times, and I just can't get into it. Tofu was one that I didn't like, and then I tried a couple times, and I got into it. Eggplant? I don't know. Maybe I just haven't had good eggplant. I think I've mostly had it at like a Chinese, like a Chinese Asian fusion, usually. So I don't know if like prepared in like an Italian way might be more acceptable and it's just like the flavor profile. But generally like the flavor profile of the other dishes at these places I would enjoy. So I think it might just be like the taste of eggplant. What kind of eggplant were you having? I can't remember, but it was like a very earthy flavor palette with like ginger, sesame, garlic, like a garlic eggplant kind of deal. It wasn't like a eggplant parm, right? Which I've heard is like a thing. I'm not a huge fan of chicken parm, actually. So I don't know how much I would enjoy an eggplant parm. But it could be interesting. My nail is so tiny because I don't have long nail. Tarnation? Oh, tarnation is good. What tarnation? Gosh. What the hecky heck is a good favorite of mine. I don't know why. It's just very me. I don't think anyone else in like the history of the world says what the hecky heck. So there are many expletives, but this one is mine. Heck. Darn. Drat. Dang. Woe upon ye. Is cute? No. Oh yeah, what the helly? Yeah, it's cute. Honestly, I don't know why. I feel like not cursing is seen as a cute trait. Probably because kids are expected not to curse, would be my guess. Maybe because women are expected not to curse. That could be another thing. Imagine unironically swearing. I would never swear. I would break my promises in an instant, purely to preserve my own purity. Like, doggy is cuter than dog? That's fair. I mean, it's adding like a diminutive suffix, right? It just sounds cute. There's an entomologist, or an etymologist, not an entomologist, maybe an entomologist. I am playing Hollow Knight. Maybe an entomologist who is obsessed with the understanding of why we find certain sounds cute. Because, like, if you asked me, I would just say it's vibes. I would not have an answer. Frick. Oh wait, this actually makes these wizard dudes much easier. I can hit them at range. Frick! And I take 2 points of damage because I'm bad at the video games. Especially since in my opinion, Kiki is cuter than Boba. I don't disagree. However, I feel as though most people prefer both. No? I feel like just based on vibes, the softness of Boba, I feel is more appealing to a lot of people. Although that's entirely just like an assertion with no evidence, not even anecdotal. I'm not even gonna pretend like I've asked people about this. Frick, I forgot. Okay. Gosh. Again, I'm gonna rant again about how much I love Hollow Knight's healing system because it rewards dealing damage, but it doesn't reward just blindly swinging. You have to be smart about it. The other 90% of the time it's because it reminds you of human children. That is very fair. The other 10% is because it reminds you of dogs. Don't you mean doggies? Listen, when in doubt, human children are to blame. That's what I took from it. Okay. Well, actually, that's why we find dogs cute, right? Because they have big heads, big eyes. They're dogs. They're like babies. Because we have a vested interest in finding things that look like babies cute in order to ensure that we ensure babies are safe. Who would have thought that evolutionary psychology was relevant in the modern day? Almost as if evolution has led us to the modern day. Oh, wow. I did not expect that to work. Honestly? W. Oh, wow, that worked. Wow! I actually ended that with full health. Nice. Maybe that's an exception. Although people can also find some bugs cute. Well, I mean, so I think you find bugs cute because they take on other traits ascribed to, like, dogs or babies. So, for instance, a very soft, friend-shaped bug that has a big head, like the one to my right, the Grim Child. That is a big trait. It is not only literally a child, it also, like, has the proportions of a child. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Frick. Frick. If I die. If I die. Wait, what do you mean maggots or larvae? We do not find maggots or larvae cute. Do you? Is that something you find cute? I'm sorry. I'm free. I'm not free though. I could keep going. Like, what if I just kept playing this video game? What if I just continued playing Hollow Knight and I just didn't stop, even though it's been 8.5 hours? Fine. I'm going to raid out. And I'm going to hit up. I'm going to raid out Stella. She just started, so thank you so much for swinging by. I'm done for now. I'm wiped. I've been wiped for a couple hours. The fact that this arena saga has been going on for 3 hours is ridiculous. Find me on YouTube. I make YouTube videos. I primarily make TTRPG content. I talk about Lancer. I talk about D&D. I talk about Blades in the Dark. I talk about Wild Sea, Vampire the Masquerade, all these wonderful things. Are toads that carry the young in their back cute? No! They're ugly. Terrible. For the raid message, we're going to have a very simple arrow raid. Pog. Which, if you follow, you should be able to do. Check me out on YouTube. Tomorrow, we are going to have a Mega Dungeon video. If you don't know, room by room, short by short, once a week, I've been making an entire D&D Mega Dungeon over time. And currently, we're like 50 rooms deep, and it's actually getting pretty interesting. So if you're interested in that, check it out. I've had a lot of Hollow Knight on the brain, so that's affecting it. And take care of yourselves.